Chapter 332. Yixing activated his super brain to scan. He knew how powerful the Yin-Yang Young Master's attack was. Although his fire astral aspect was of a higher level, its power was still inferior to his opponent's. Therefore, even with the surging star force of the fire astral aspect infused into his flaming dipper fist, it was still difficult for him to fight the Yin-Yang Young Master head-on. However, Yixing did not dodge the Yin-Yang Young Master's terrifying attack. With his super brain, not only could he detect the power of his opponent's attack, but he could also detect the weakness of his opponent's attack. The Yin-Yang Young Master's scorching sun finger and cold Yin palm were close to perfection and had very few weaknesses. However, the Yin-Yang Young Master was multitasking. His combination of the scorching sun finger and cold Yin palm was not flawless. In an instant, Yixing found the weakness of the Yin-Yang Young Master's combination of the two spiritual martial arts. Although it was not enough to defeat his opponent in one move, it was enough to attack the weak point and fight head-on. Flaming Dipper Fist. The star force of the fire astral aspect caused Yixing's flaming dipper fist to become even more powerful. When he punched out, the void in front of him turned into a terrifying shockwave. Such a terrifying punch landed on the weak point of the Yin-Yang Young Master's combination of the two spiritual martial arts. One could imagine the destruction it caused. Even though the Yin-Yang Young Master was under the protection of his fire and water astral aspect, he did not dare to underestimate it. Boom 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 boom, Yixing punched out again and again. The two of them exchanged punches and palms, attacking with their fingers and blocking with their fists. It was a very intense fight. The surrounding martial artists looked at the two of them in shock. This was the attack of the two of them at their peak. It was indeed terrifying. At this moment, everyone thought that it was a wise decision for Tianluo to admit defeat against Yixing. At this moment, young Master Tianluo was also looking at Yixing. He could see that Yixing was at a disadvantage at this moment. However, he had a premonition that Yixing had more tricks up his sleeve. The Yin-Yang Young Master was extremely depressed. He could clearly feel that his attack power was much stronger than Yixing's. However, every time Yixing's Flame Gang Fist attacked, it would hit the weak points of the Yin-Yang Young Master's two spiritual martial arts. That was the weakest point of the Yin-Yang Young Master's attack. Thus, even though Yixing's attack power was much weaker than his, he was still able to fight him head-on. The Yin-Yang Young Master's explosive strength was even more powerful. He could clearly crush Yixing with absolute strength, but every time Yixing attacked, he would hit his weak spot. Even though he had great strength, he couldn't display the effects that he should have. Even though the Yin-Yang Young Master had the upper hand in the battle, he was still extremely sullen. It was only at this moment that he realized that Yixing was actually such a difficult opponent to defeat. He attached sufficient importance to Yixing and did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. The Yin-Yang Young Master was alert. As he used the scorching sun finger and the cold Yin palm, he tried his best to reduce the weak points between the two spiritual martial arts so that Yixing could hit his weak spot. However, it was extremely difficult to use two spiritual martial arts at the same time. It would take a long time to eliminate the weak points between the two spiritual martial arts. Thus, the Yin-Yang Young Master could only try his best to hide the weak points. However, Yixing was always able to accurately attack the weak points at the first moment. This made the Yin-Yang Young Master feel that he could not use his full strength. However, the Yin-Yang Young Master's method was not completely useless. As the weak points between the two spiritual martial arts became more and more hidden, it became more and more difficult for Yixing to hit them. The battle became more and more serious. If they continued to fight like this, Yixing would definitely be defeated. As the two fought head-on, their attacks were as fast as lightning. Soon they had exchanged more than 30 moves. At this moment, Yixing suddenly attacked fiercely and his body retreated rapidly. He used the sky bat steps and instantly retreated hundreds of meters away. The Yin-Yang Young Master's lips curled up in a proud smile. He said, "Boy, you're finally at your limit? Although you are stronger than I expected, you cannot change the result. Today you will lose." Yixing's expression was indifferent. He took off the blazing flame gloves and placed them into his storage ring. Then, he lifted his right hand and a black spirit spear appeared in his grasp. The black spirit spear was pitch black and even the spearhead was forged from spirit crow gold. It exuded a powerful aura. Two dragon phantoms were carved into the spear shaft. As Yixing held it in his hands, he could feel the terrifying strength contained within. High-grade spirit spear, black dragon spear. Seeing the black dragon spear in Yixing's hands, the martial artist's pupils shrank. Many of them bloomed with a sharp light. A high-grade spiritual martial art was extremely rare and yet Yixing actually had two of them. The black dragon spear also came from the ancient Azure Cloud land. Everyone knew that Yi Xing would naturally use it whenever he needed to. Yi Xing grasped the black dragon spear in his right hand and pointed it towards the heavens. He faintly smiled as he looked at the Yin Yang Young Master. Yi Xing said, "You might not know, but I don't specialize in palm skills. In truth, what I specialize in is spear skills. I was just playing around with you just now." The Yin Yang Young Master's smile instantly froze. Yi Xing had fought with him for so long, but that was actually just playing around? It wasn't just the Yin Yang Young Master whose smile froze. Most of the spectating martial artists were shocked. In particular, the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect and Profound Underworld sect. As they saw the Yin Yang Young Master gain the upper hand and was about to win, they were all overjoyed. But as they heard Yi Xing's words, they were all stunned. With a spear in hand, Yi Xing's aura instantly became incomparably sharp. The black dragon spear in his hands was a high-grade spirit weapon. Yi Xing felt incomparably comfortable, hundreds of times more comfortable than when he held the purple plume spear. The glove's function was to protect the hands. Although it could increase the power of star essence in terms of striking power, it was far inferior to true offensive weapons like sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. As a high-grade spirit weapon, the black dragon spear contained a formidable strength to begin with. In terms of increasing Yi Xing's striking power, it was even better than the blazing flame glove. At the Heaven Net sect, the Heaven Net sect's Heaven Net Young Master looked at Yi Xing from afar. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, he really does have an even more formidable method. At this time, the Yin Yang Young Master felt a foreboding feeling rise in his heart. Yi Xing was first forced back by the Yin Yang Young Master. Then, after his fist contained the potential of fire, his strength suddenly rose and he was actually able to suppress the Yin Yang Young Master. When the Yin Yang Young Master tried to use astrology, for some unknown reason, Yi Xing was always able to see the flaws in the connection of his two different spirit martial arts, causing him to be unable to use his full strength. And now, Yi Xing was actually saying that he was only playing around. The Yin Yang Young Master felt as if he were a monkey that had been played by Yi Xing. Moreover, Yi Xing's methods were endless, causing the Yin Yang Young Master to feel that Yi Xing was an unfathomable existence. He felt that Yi Xing was like a bottomless pool of water. With this thought in mind, the Yin Yang Young Master's momentum immediately weakened. As for Yi Xing with the black dragon spear in his hand, his momentum was like a mountain. Yi Xing stepped forwards, walking towards the Yin Yang Young Master. With every step he took, his momentum became even stronger. Yi Xing said, "I've played around enough just now. Now it's time to play for real. My high-grade spirit martial arts aren't well trained. What I'm familiar with is medium-grade spirit martial arts. Take my spear." Whoosh, as his voice fell, Yi Xing and his spear turned into a dark beam of light. Dark spirit spear art, flash of light. The momentum of wind, the momentum of fire, and the momentum of darkness, these three great influences of the world were all fused into this move. Whether it was speed or striking power, both rapidly rose. Moreover, the Firestar aspect provided endless Firestar force, causing that dark beam of light to be covered with a layer of Firestar force, making it even more powerful. The Yin Yang Young Master's eyes widened. The strength and speed of this spear strike was terrifying. It was like it had flown out from hell and suddenly arrived in front of him. The Yin Yang Young Master revolved his celestial essence to the limit. The fire and water star aspect in the sky also bloomed with light, showering down a massive amount of water and Firestar force. Ardent Sun Finger. Coldine Palm. The Yin Yang Young Master instantly displayed two different kinds of spirit martial arts in a single breath, erupting his strength to the limit. Finger light and palm light overlapped, simultaneously attacking Yi Xing's spear. Clang, with a loud explosive sound, the Yin Yang Young Master's strength was truly heaven-defying. Even though Yi Xing grasped the black dragon spear and displayed the dark spirit spear art to perfection, as well as the power of three great influences of the world, he was still blocked by the Yin Yang Young Master. However, what the Yin Yang Young Master never imagined was that at this moment, Yi Xing waved his left hand and an arrow shot out. Yi Xing faintly smiled. "In truth, I'm also good at archery." Chapter 333. The power of a perfect stage middle-grade spiritual martial force was comparable to that of a small success stage upper-grade spiritual martial force. Furthermore, the dark spirit spear technique was a dark attribute martial technique. It was much more powerful than normal martial techniques of the same level. The perfect stage dark spirit spear technique combined with the three forces of heaven and earth, two of which had reached the minute subtlety stage. Furthermore, it also contained the power of the fire celestial phenomenon. One could imagine how terrifying the attack would be. Even though Yi Xing was only a peak 7-star martial saint, the power of that spear attack was enough to compete with a half-enlightened being. The Yin-Yang Young Master was indeed powerful. Even though Yi Xing's spear attack was so powerful, he was still able to block it. However, the Yin-Yang Young Master was barely able to block it. He had used almost all of his strength to block Yi Xing's spear attack. Originally, Yi Xing's casual arrow would not be able to threaten the Yin-Yang Young Master. However, when the arrow suddenly shot over, it was like a stroke of God. It was so perfect that it instantly made the Yin-Yang Young Master feel a chill in his heart. All the hair on his body stood on end. An attack did not have to be powerful to be effective. It depended on the timing. When the timing was right, a straw could crush a camel. Currently, the Yin-Yang Young Master had used almost all of his strength to block Yi Xing's Dark Spirit Spear technique. He was like a camel that had reached its limit. The arrow that Yi Xing suddenly shot out was that straw. Of course, this was only a metaphor. The Yin-Yang Young Master's strength was not something a camel could compare to. Even if he had reached his limit, with the support of the endless star power from the water and fire, he could still explode with a lot of power. However, Yi Xing's arrow was also not something a straw could compare to. Not only was it extremely fast, but it also contained a terrifying power. This arrow came too suddenly. The Yin-Yang Young Master had no time to block it. At the critical moment, the Yin-Yang Young Master twisted his body. His entire body spun like a spiral, creating a whirlwind. The arrow was like a flowing light. It was extremely fast. The distance between the two was also close. In an instant, it had arrived before the Yin-Yang Young Master. However, the Yin-Yang Young Master's reaction was indeed fast. In an instant, he rushed to the side like a whirlwind and dodged the arrow attack. In the blink of an eye, the arrow shot out and the Yin-Yang Young Master dodged. Everything happened almost at the same time, less than the blink of an eye. Most of the spectating warriors were shocked when the arrow appeared. They felt that the Yin-Yang Young Master would not be able to dodge this arrow no matter what he did. However, when the Yin-Yang Young Master dodged the arrow, the crowd was even more shocked. The Yin-Yang Young Master's reaction speed far exceeded their expectations. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, before they could let out a sigh of relief, they saw the arrow turn in the air and continue to shoot towards the Yin-Yang Young Master. Their hearts tightened again. The arrow turned in the air and changed direction. What level of archery was this? This meant that Yi Xing's attainments in archery had reached the second stage, follow your heart, and he could change the trajectory of his arrows as he pleased. As a result, the Yin-Yang Young Master was once again in danger. However, when the arrow changed direction and continued to shoot, it still took a moment for it to pass. In this brief moment, the water and fire star aspect above the Yin-Yang Young Master had already released a surging power of water and fire. Just as the arrow was about to strike the Yin-Yang Young Master's body, the power of water and fire intertwined to block it. Take another move of mine, Dark Spirit Spear. At this time Yi Xing shouted out loud. The black dragon spear shined with a brilliant black light and a massive dark spear shadow shot out. As the Yin-Yang Young Master dodged the arrow attack, Yi Xing didn't remain idle. He revolved his celestial essence and raised his aura, using the Dark Spirit Spear to attack the Yin-Yang Young Master once more. Moreover, this was the Dark Spirit Spear's ultimate move. The huge dark spear radiance shot forward. The void in front of Lin Fan trembled at this moment, and a terrifying chi wave rushed out. Yi Xing's spear strike was the strongest attack he had prepared. As for the Yin-Yang Young Master, after blocking Yi Xing's divine light flash, he was forced into a fluster by the sudden attack of the arrow. He spent a tremendous amount of effort and finally managed to use the water and fire star aspect to block the arrow. But before he could take a breath, Yi Xing's even more powerful ultimate move had already arrived. Although the arrow that Yi Xing casually shot out just now hadn't been able to injure the Yin-Yang Young Master, it had created a massive effect. The Yin-Yang Young Master didn't even have time to catch his breath. The dark spear light shot out for hundreds of feet, instantly tearing through the void. In the powerful shockwave, the black dragon spear was 100 times more powerful. It pierced through the shockwave and instantly arrived in front of the Yin-Yang Young Master. The Yin-Yang Young Master's complexion changed. Just that wild shockwave had caused him to feel a terrifying strength. As for the dark spear light from the black dragon spear, it was terrifying to the extreme, making him feel a sense of imminent death. At this time, the Yin-Yang Young Master's strength completely erupted. His celestial essence revolved to the limit and the water and fire star aspect in the sky bloomed with a brilliant light. Water fire star, Block for me. Endless water attribute and fire attribute star forces surged out from the water and fire star aspect. Combined with Yi Xing's half-fire and half-yin star essence, they wove together into a barrier of starlight. This barrier of starlight contained the power of water and fire. It constantly revolved and possessed a terrifying defensive ability. Beneath the shockwave, it remained motionless. Bang! In that instant, the black dragon spear thrust out with a dark spear light, thrusting into the water and fire star aspect, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. This strike was like the sharpest spear piercing into the toughest shield. Was the spear sharper or was the shield tougher? In the blink of an eye, the answer was clear. Kacha! The water and fire star aspect instantly broke apart as a hole was pierced through by the black dragon spear. However, the defensive power of the water and fire star aspect was indeed extraordinary. After the black dragon spear broke through it, its strength was greatly reduced. The dark spear light that pierced through the spear point completely vanished. Whoosh! The Yin-Yang Master borrowed the strength of this spear strike to explode backwards. In front of him was the water and fire star aspect that blocked his path. However, in the center of the water and fire star aspect, there was a head-sized hole. This was the result of the black dragon spear's strike. At this time, the terrifying aura of the dark spirit spear still lingered in this hole. Even though the power of water and fire stars gushed out to repair this hole, the speed was extremely slow. In the blink of an eye, the Yin-Yang Master drew back several hundred meters. Moreover, he continued to retreat. He knew that Yi Xing had used his ultimate move and erupted with his strongest attack, consuming a great deal of energy. As long as he could get away from Yi Xing and survive Yi Xing's next wave of attacks, he would be able to reverse his disadvantage and turn defeat into victory. After Yi Xing used the dark spirit spear, he didn't rush to chase after the Yin-Yang Master. Instead, he put away the black dragon spear and took out the purple firmament bow and purple gold arrow. The Yin-Yang Master wanted to open up some distance and avoid Yi Xing's attack, but that was simply wishful thinking. To Yi Xing within a 10-mile radius, distance didn't exist. He knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and released it in a single breath. Azure Dragon Arrow style. In an instant, the arrow left the bow and broke through the air, turning into a giant azure dragon that roared out. The speed of the arrow was over 10 times faster than the Yin-Yang Master's retreat. The Yin-Yang Master wanted to get away from Yi Xing and let out a sigh of relief. But before he could relax, an even more terrifying attack came hurtling towards him. The arrow contained the potential of subtle wind and was fast to the extreme. It also contained the potential of subtle fire and the potential of darkness, greatly increasing its strength. Moreover, the purple firmament bow itself was a peak medium-grade spirit bow. When combined with Yi Xing's power of star essence, the power of astrology, and all sorts of other great potentials, his strength had reached a horrifying degree. Even if he didn't use the Sagittarius constellation, it was still enough to kill most half-step true masters. The Azure Dragon Phantom smashed into the water and fire star, emitting a heaven-shaking explosion as cracks appeared on the water and fire star. Whoosh! The arrow shot forwards without slowing at all. It instantly passed through the hole in the water and fire star and arrived in front of the Yin-Yang Master in the blink of an eye. At this time, as the water and fire star was attacked, the Yin-Yang Master's star essence shook and he found it difficult to revolve it. The defensive effect of his protective star essence fell to its lowest point and was instantly torn apart by the arrow. The Yin-Yang Master's body shook. He felt as if something sharp had pierced through his throat, causing a cold sweat to drip down his back. He screamed out loud. All of the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. If this arrow had pierced through the Yin-Yang Master's throat, it would have been enough to take his life. Please recommend me. Please enter the rankings. Chapter 334. Formation Elder Lin Fenghua and Tool Pavilion Elder Hua Tianshu sat opposite each other in the guest hall of the Tool Pavilion Elder Mansion. There was an incense burner burning incense in front of Hua Tianshu and Lin Fenghua. The entire guest hall was filled with a sweet fragrance. The maid served tea to Lin Fenghua, the formation elder, and then respectfully retreated. Hua Tianshu made an inviting gesture to Lin Fenghua and said, "Elder Lin, please have some tea." Lin Fenghua lifted the teacup to his mouth and felt something was wrong. He put down the teacup and said, "Elder Hua, you called me here and said you wanted to tell me the secret about Yi Xing. Tell me." Hua Tianshu smiled faintly and said, "Elder Lin is really impatient. You don't even want to drink tea. Do you think I'll harm you after I invited you here?" Lin Fenghua did not respond. He did not have the intention to drink tea and just looked at Hua Tianshu quietly. After a while Lin Fenghua said, "If Elder Hua doesn't want to tell me then I'll take my leave." Hua Tianshu raised her hand and stopped Lin Fenghua. She said, "Elder Lin, please wait for a moment. I do have a secret about Yixing. Elder Lin, my disciple He Hongjiao died in the Falling Star secret realm. Yixing was the one who killed her." Lin Fenghua looked calm and said, "You call that a secret?" Yixing had reported most of his experiences in the Falling Star secret realm to Lin Fenghua. Lin Fenghua naturally knew that He Hongjiao was killed by Yixing. Moreover, he also knew that He Hongjiao had the forbidden weapon, the soul-severing shuttle, which Hua Tianshu gave her. Therefore Hua Tianshu was the one who wanted to kill Yixing. No one saw He Hongjiao die in the Falling Star secret realm. Even if Hua Tianshu knew that Yixing killed He Hongjiao, there was no evidence. She could not punish Yixing according to the sect rules. Moreover, even if there was evidence, Lin Fenghua would not allow Hua Tianshu to convict Yixing. When Hua Tianshu saw Lin Fenghua's reaction, she knew that Yixing had already told Lin Fenghua about what had happened in the Falling Star secret zone. Moreover, Lin Fenghua would definitely protect Yixing. However, Hua Tianshu's purpose in talking about Yixing was not to punish Yixing, but to make other plans. She did not care whether Lin Fenghua would protect Yixing or not. Hua Tianshu said, "I'm afraid Yixing has an extremely sinister motive for killing geniuses of the same generation. I'm guessing that Yixing is most likely a spy that the East Fu sect has placed in our sect to kill our geniuses so that our sect will have no successors." Nonsense. Lin Fenghua slammed the table and stood up immediately. She shouted angrily, "Elder Hua, you are the elder of our sect's Tool Pavilion and the sect leader's wife. What kind of identity do you have? Why are you slandering a junior disciple? What are your intentions?" Lin Fenghua was indeed enraged. Her breathing quickened. The East Fu sect was the Falling Star sect's archenemy, especially the Falling Star sect's Lin clan's cultivators. More than 100 years ago, countless people had died in the hands of the East Fu sect. How could Lin Fenghua not be angry when Hua Tianshu said that her disciple was a spy of the East Fu sect in front of her? Seeing Lin Fenghua's anger, Hua Tianshu was not angry at all. Instead she chuckled. Hua Tianshu smiled and said, "Elder Lin, why are you so agitated? I'm just guessing. I didn't say that Yixing is definitely a spy of the East Fu sect." Lin Fenghua said angrily, "If Elder Hua called me here just to say this, then I'm afraid I won't keep you company." Then Lin Fenghua turned and left without giving Hua Tianshu any face. "Elder Lin." Hua Tianshu stopped Lin Fenghua and said, "Since you're not interested in Yixing's secret, how about I tell you one of mine?" Lin Fenghua stood still and did not turn around. He was not interested in Hua Tianshu's secret. He snorted and continued to walk out. Hua Tianshu looked at Lin Fenghua's back and the corner of her mouth rose. "Actually, I'm the spy of the East Fu sect." Lin Fenghua's body trembled. He turned and looked at Hua Tianshu with a shocked expression. "What did you say?" Hua Tianshu smiled and said, "I said, I'm the real spy of the East Fu sect." The Falling Star sect's weapon pavilion's elder and the sect master's wife was a spy of the East Fu sect? Lin Fenghua found it hard to digest the news. He could not believe it. Lin Fenghua said, "Elder Hua, are you kidding me? Even if you're the sect master's wife, you can't talk nonsense like that." They were in the Falling Star sect right now. If Hua Tianshu was a spy from the Dongfu sect, she would be digging her own grave. Lin Fenghua was already in disbelief at the news. After thinking about it, she couldn't believe it and thought that Hua Tianshu was talking nonsense. As soon as Lin Fenghua finished speaking, he suddenly felt weak in his legs. He felt like he could not stand, so he quickly supported himself on the chair next to him. Hua Tianshu's smile became brighter and more demonic. She said, "Lin Fenghua, do you feel weak in your limbs and tired in your body? You can't stand even if you want to, and the astral energy in your body is not listening to you?" Lin Fenghua broke out in a cold sweat. His body went limp and he fell on the chair next to him. He looked at Hua Tianshu angrily. You're really a spy of the East Fu sect." Lin Fenghua tried his best to circulate his astral energy, but he could not use it at all. Lin Fenghua's eyes were filled with horror. Today was the day when the young talents came out of the Qingyun ancient land and the 10 sects grand competition would be held. More than half of the perfected persons and elders of the Falling Star sect went to the old site of the Azure Cloud sect. There were only 6 perfected persons left in the sect, including him and the Grand Elder Lin Shuyuan. Since Hua Tianshu was a spy, the number had to be reduced to 5. He was the formation elder of the Falling Star sect. Now that he was in Hua Tianshu's hands, the Falling Star sect's formation was not controlled by him. With Hua Tianshu cooperating with the East Fu sect, the Falling Star sect was in danger today. Ha 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 ha. Hua Tianshu laughed out loud and said, "Are you surprised? Indeed, when I found out that I'm from the East Fu sect and the sister of the East Fu sect master Watanabe Xiong, I was surprised and in disbelief. However, it's the truth. The blood of the Watanabe family flows in my body. I've done a blood test with the East Fu sect master, and it's absolutely true. Moreover, my parents left their mark on me so that I can recognize my ancestors in the future." Lin Fenghua felt more and more powerless. He had a lot of astral energy but he could not circulate it. He was filled with anger but he could not vent it. He wanted to shout but he could not raise his voice. Lin Fenghua's eyes flashed with despair. What kind of poison is this? Hua Tianshu stood up, walked to the sound furnace and said, "Traceless incense. It's odorless, traceless and won't have any reaction for a certain period of time. Only when enough of it is absorbed will it take effect. The body will be powerless, and the astral energy will not be able to circulate. This is a poison that's especially effective against enlightened masters. My elder brother left the Qingyun region and spent a lot of effort to get this for you. Lin Fenghua, you'll die a worthy death." Then Hua Tianshu walked toward Lin Fenghua step by step. A cold light flashed in her hand, and a spiritual sword with a sharp aura appeared. Lin Fenghua was in a dead end, but he was not afraid. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you kill me, don't you dare touch the foundation of the Falling Star sect. When my disciple grows up, the East Fu sect will be destroyed." Hua Tianshu laughed and said, "Ha? You don't know, do you? My elder brother has become a 4-star enlightened master with the help of the Sun Moon sect. After I kill you, I'll destroy the Falling Star sect's formation from the inside and let my elder brother and the others in. Those who stay in the sect will either surrender and become slaves of the East Fu sect or die. No one will be able to escape, ha. As for that little bastard Yixing, he should have been killed by Sir Watanabe in the Qingyun ancient land. The other disciples of the Falling Star sect should have been wiped out because the Flying Cloud sect has joined forces with the East Fu sect. Today, none of your disciples will be able to come out. As for Lu Tianyuan and the others, haha, there's a trap waiting for them. They can't return to the Falling Star sect. Even if they die, they can only die outside the sect. After today, the Falling Star sect will be history." Chapter 335. The old site of the Azure Cloud sect, outside the Azure Cloud ancient land. The final battle of the 10 sects grand tournament had finally come to an end. The victor had been decided. Just as the cultivators were exclaiming, the arrow that was about to pierce through the Yin Yang master's throat suddenly stopped in front of his throat. The tip of the arrow had already made contact with the Yin Yang master's skin. It had broken through a bit of flesh and blood was seeping out. At this moment, the Yin Yang master's heart was trembling. His body was covered in cold sweat as he felt the sharp aura at his throat. He didn't dare to move. A drop of sweat slid down his nose and dripped onto the arrow. The Yin Yang master's gaze followed the drop of sweat. However, he could only see the arrow shaft. He couldn't see the arrow at his throat. The more he couldn't see, the more terrified he was. The cultivators of the Sun Moon sect were all agitated at this moment. The Yin Yang master was a monstrous prodigy that was hard to come by in 1,000 years in the entire Qingyun region. He had the potential to lead the Sun Moon sect to become a superior 1-star sect. If he was killed by Yixing's arrow, it would be a devastating blow to the Sun Moon sect. Therefore, when they saw that Yixing's arrow was already at the Yin Yang master's throat, the enlightened masters of the Sun Moon sect were all furious. They instantly unleashed a terrifying aura. The arrow was too fast. They couldn't help, but if Yixing dared to kill the Yin Yang master, he would definitely be torn into pieces by the furious enlightened masters of the Sun Moon sect. When they saw that the arrow had stopped in front of the Yin Yang master's throat, the enlightened masters of the Sun Moon sect heaved a sigh of relief. Yixing's attainments in archery had reached the 2nd stage, follow your heart. He could control the arrow to change its direction in the air. Of course, he could also control the arrow to move forward or stop. If he didn't have the confidence to stop the arrow, Yixing wouldn't have dared to shoot at the Yin Yang master's throat. He was very clear that if he killed the Yin Yang master, the enlightened masters of the Sun Moon sect would definitely kill him. No one would be able to save him. Yixing put away the purple firmament bow. He looked at the Yin Yang master, who was drenched in cold sweat under the threat of the arrow. He said, "Yang Ming, you've lost." The Yin Yang master swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His heart pounded rapidly. He said, Yes, I've lost. Please move the arrow away." Lost. Yin Yang Master had been defeated. In this 10-sect grand tournament, the Dark Horse, Yixing's results had exceeded the expectations of all the martial artists. At the beginning, Yixing was firmly in the top 3. The martial artists were already very shocked, but in their hearts, they also believed that Yixing had reached his limit and could only be third. However, young Master Tianluo's admission of defeat shocked the crowd. Yixing had actually jumped to second place, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Now, even the Yin Yang Master had been defeated by Yixing. Yet, Yixing had actually won first place in the 10-sect grand competition. This wasn't just unexpected, it was simply unimaginable. All the martial artists looked at the young man in the field. He was only 17 years old, but he was already a 7-star martial saint. Moreover, he had the terrifying battle prowess of a half-step Taoist master. He had surpassed the Yin Yang Master in one fell swoop and became the new number 1 of the younger generation in the Qingyun region. At such a young age, with such cultivation, with such strength, he had not only broken the 1,000-year record of the Qingyun region. Perhaps in the history of the Qingyun region, there had never been such a heaven-defying monstrous genius. At this moment, Yixing suddenly became lofty in the eyes of the crowd. His strength made them have no choice but to admit that he was indeed a peerless genius of the same generation in the Qingyun region. Yixing waved his hand and the arrow turned into a stream of light, flying back into Yixing's hand and disappearing. Yixing took a step forward. His eyes were like arrows, piercing through everything. He looked at the Yin Yang Master and said, "Yang Ming, it's time for you to fulfill the bet." The Yin Yang Master's expression changed. He wanted him to slap himself 10 times in front of the crowd and call himself a lowly pig or dog 10 times. Before the battle, the Yin Yang Master was full of confidence, thinking that victory was in his grasp. He thought that he would definitely defeat Yixing, so he proposed this bet. His goal was to defeat Yixing and humiliate Yixing after Yixing. However, he had never expected that the battle would end like this. Slapping himself 10 times and calling himself a lowly pig or dog 10 times. When this happened to Yixing, the Yin Yang Master felt very satisfied. However, now that it was his turn to complete the bet, he knew how humiliating it was. No, no. The Yin Yang Master took a step back and said, "No," twice. He had no intention of fulfilling the bet. Yixing's eyes narrowed and said, "Yang Ming, this is the bet you proposed. All the cultivators here can be witnesses. Why, do you want to be a coward in front of the most elite cultivators in the Qingyun region? Do you want to be a shameless person who goes back on his words?" In the distance, the Sun Moon Sect Master shouted, "Yang Ming, come back." When the Yin Yang Master heard this voice, it was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He shouted, "I'm coming, Sect Master." Then he dashed towards the Sun Moon Sect. The cultivators were stunned. The Sun Moon Sect Master Yin Wudao actually let the Yin Yang Master back down just like that? Yixing's heart was burning with anger. If he had lost, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. He would have been slapped 10 times and cursed 10 times. However, the Yin Yang Master had lost and retreated just like that. Was he going to let it go just like that? Yixing looked towards the Sun Moon Sect and shouted, "Is this how the Sun Moon Sect handles things? Going back on your words in front of everyone, despicable and shameless. Do you have any shame?" The spectators all around started to jeer. Obviously, they looked down on the Sun Moon Sect's actions. Especially the cultivators from the Sun Moon Sect and the Blue Thunder Sect. They all sneered. The Sun Moon Sect's actions were indeed despicable. The Celestial Net Sect Master Luo Zhan sneered and said, "The Sun Moon Sect is really thick-skinned. Your words are like farts." The Sun Moon Sect Master Yin Wudao snorted angrily. The Sun Moon Sect was indeed unreasonable. Yin Wudao couldn't refute the Celestial Net Sect Master's mockery. He vented all his anger on Yixing. Yin Wudao stared at Yixing like a venomous snake. He said coldly, "Brat, do you want to die?" Yixing ignored Yin Wudao. He looked directly at the Yin Yang Master and said, "Yang Ming, remember this. You owe me 10 slaps and 10 sentences. If you don't pay me back today, one day I will make you pay me back double." Yin Wudao snorted and a terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. He said, "Brat, I'm afraid you won't have that chance." When the cultivators heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. Everyone could understand the meaning behind Yin Wudao's words. In the future, Yixing would definitely not be safe in the Green Cloud region. Hee hee. The Celestial Net Sect Master Luo Zhan laughed and said, "Little friend Yixing, if you have any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to ask me. The Celestial Net Sect will definitely help you." Yin Wudao was a threat to Yixing. On the other hand, Luo Zhan was trying to rope him in. Yixing smiled at Luo Zhan and said, "Thank you, Celestial Net Sect Master." Luo Zhan waved at Yixing and said, "No need to be so polite. Little friend Yixing, the Celestial Net Sect will always welcome you as a guest." Yixing nodded and said, "I will." Luo Zhan nodded at Yixing. Then he looked at the 4 judges and said, "The 10 sects grand competition has ended. Yixing is first, Yang Ming is second and Luo Lai is third. It's time to give out the rewards." The judges of the Sun Moon sect and the mysterious underworld sect looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with depression. The judge of the Celestial Net sect was very happy. He had a bright smile on his face. The judge of the Blue Thunder sect was happy and disappointed. If it were not for the dark horse Yixing, the Thunder Prince of the Blue Thunder sect would have been third in the 10 sects grand competition and would have been rewarded. Now he was fourth and had missed out on the rewards. Regardless of whether they were happy or depressed, the rankings of the 10 sects grand competition were clear. The Sun Moon sect could only follow the rules and could not act shamelessly like before. Soon the rewards for the top 3 were given out. Yixing was rewarded with 300,000 lower star crystals, Yin Yang Master was rewarded with 200,000 lower star crystals, and Tian Luo Master was rewarded with 100,000 lower star crystals. 300,000 low-grade star crystals was almost equivalent to a small star crystal mine. This was definitely a huge sum of money. Even if Yixing had to hand over half of it to the sect, with 150,000 low-grade star crystals, he was definitely a wealthy person among the martial sages. There will be a new update tonight. Chapter 336. After the 10 sect grand competition ended, the top 10 sects left the old site of the Azure Cloud sect and returned to their respective sections. Not long after they left the old site of the Azure Cloud sect, the sect leader of the Tianluo sect, Luo Zhan, sent 2 enlightened masters to monitor the whereabouts of the Sun Moon sect and the mysterious underworld sect. Yixing had won first place in the 10 sect grand competition and became the top junior genius in the Azure Cloud region. This undoubtedly made the cultivators of the Sun Moon sect and the mysterious underworld sect unhappy. Luo Zhan had to be on guard. The experts of the Sun Moon sect and the mysterious underworld sect might harm Yixing on the way back to the Falling Star sect. He was only 17 years old and was only a 7-star martial saint. However, he had surpassed the 8-star martial saint Yin Yang Master, who was 21 years old. Regardless of Yixing's talent, his current performance was monstrous and had great potential. Yixing was already on the opposite side of the Sun Moon sect and the mysterious underworld sect. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the Tianluo sect. Of course, Luo Zhan would not let Yixing be harmed by the people of the Sun Moon sect and the mysterious underworld sect. As for the battle between the Falling Star sect and the Dongfu sect, it was not good for the Tianluo sect to interfere. In the world of martial artists, there were rules in the world of martial artists. Under the situation that each sect had their own backing, it was taboo for a sect of a higher level to interfere in a battle between sects of the same level. This was because it would immediately expand the scope of the battle and force the backing sect behind the other party to have no choice but to interfere in order to protect their interests. What was originally a battle between low-level sects would evolve into a battle between high-level sections. This was the same principle as the elders not interfering in the battle between the younger generation of the sects, no matter how intense it was. Hence, if the Sun Moon sect and the mysterious underworld sect attacked, the Tianluo sect would interfere. If the Dongfu sect attacked, the Tianluo sect could only watch from the sidelines and let the two sects fight. Even if Luo Zhan thought highly of Yixing and wanted to nurture Yixing, he could only protect Yixing's life if he interfered. He could not interfere in the survival of the Falling Star sect. Otherwise, it would cause the Sun Moon sect or the mysterious underworld sect to interfere and expand the scope of the battle. The 2 enlightened masters that Luo Zhan sent out followed the Sun Moon sect and the profound underworld sect's teams from afar. They didn't notice that anyone from the 2 sects' teams had left. Everyone from the Falling Star sect sat on their Violet Flame Monarch Eagles and flew towards the Falling Star sect from the old site of the Azure Cloud sect. Yixing was, of course, the focus of the group. The strength that he had displayed had indeed astonished everyone. The fact that he had come first in the 10 sects grand competition made the people of the Falling Star sect extremely excited and proud. All the disciples congratulated Yixing. Even the elders were full of praises for him. However, for some reason Yixing felt as if there was something stuck in his heart and he felt a little annoyed. An hour after leaving the old site of the Azure Sky sect, Lu Qinyuan's face suddenly warped in shock, and he exclaimed, "This is bad. The sect is under attack. At this moment, Lu Tianyuan was holding a communication bead in his hand as he received news that his sect was under attack. Hearing this, everyone on the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle's back was shocked. The martial artists present were all from the Falling Star sect. Some were seniors and some were juniors. The sect being under attack was the most important thing for each of them. Qi Doxing, whose temper had plummeted, immediately roared, "Who is attacking the sect? Is it the Dongfu sect? Kill them all. Burn the bastards of the Dongfu sect to ashes." Several disciples waved their fists and shouted loudly. However, Yixing was startled. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if an ice-cold hand had touched him all the way to the bottom. Yixing had been paying attention to Lu Tianyuan's expression. He saw that Lu Tianyuan's face suddenly turned pale, and then, it turned gray, full of pain and despair. The enlightened masters and elders obviously noticed the change in Lu Tianyuan's expression and were shocked. The law-enforcing elder Yu Pinghai was so excited that he grabbed Lu Tianyuan's arm and asked, "Sect leader, what happened to the sect?" Lu Tianyuan roared and clenched his fists. Tears filled his eyes as he said, "The sect has been breached. The Grand Elder, the Array Elder, the Martial Pavilion Elder, and the Elixir Pavilion Elder died in battle. The sect has been taken over by the Dongfu sect leader, Watanabe Xiong." Whether it was the enlightened masters or the younger disciples, everyone was petrified on the spot. Lu Tianyuan's words were like a bolt from the blue, ringing in their minds. The sect was breached and taken over by the Dongfu sect? All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone could not believe it. The enlightened masters and elders had just come out of the sect this morning. How could the sect be breached in less than a day? This is impossible. Lin Fengjue, the sect leader, roared in a shrill voice. He was a descendant of the Lin clan. How could he believe that his cousin Lin Fenghua and uncle Lin Shiyuan had both died in battle? Everyone's faces were as pale as Lu Tianyuan's. Moments ago, they had been overjoyed and proud of Yixing's achievements. But now they felt as if they had fallen from heaven to hell, and their hearts were dripping blood. Yixing only felt a buzzing sound in his mind. He almost lost his balance and fell. He finally understood why he had been panicking and why he felt suffocated and depressed when he should have been happy. It turned out that he had a feeling that the sect was breached and his master was dead. The figure of his master, Lin Fenghua, appeared in Yixing's mind. It was so clear as if he was right in front of him. Lin Fenghua took him in as a disciple in the Star Crystal Mine. Lin Fenghua helped him enter the Fallen Star secret territory in the Fallen Star sect. Lin Fenghua taught him array formation in the Array Elder's mansion. Scenes of the past flashed across Yixing's mind. His eyes could not help but moisten. He had never thought that one day the sect would be attacked and destroyed. Even more so, he had never thought that his master, Lin Fenghua, would die. This news was like a heavy hammer that struck Yixing hard. It made Yixing experience the cruelty of the martial arts world once again. Yixing's eyes burned with anger. The anger in his heart was like a volcanic eruption that rushed up his body. At this moment, the killing intent in Yixing's heart was extremely strong. He seemed to have returned to the battlefield in Zishan County. When he saw Yang Yun, Lu Qin, and Wan Xingliang, his three comrades, die in front of him, that monstrous anger burned fiercely in his body. It was as if it wanted to burn everything. Yixing could not wait to kill everyone in the Dongfu sect. The aura in Yixing's body was affected by the flames of anger. In an instant it went berserk. It instinctively moved quickly in his body and merged with the invisible flames of anger. His aura became stronger and stronger. Yixing's cultivation had already been consolidated at the peak of the 7th-star martial saint realm in the Yama Sea of Flames. However, his state of mind was not complete. Therefore he could not break through to the 8th-star martial saint realm. Today Yixing had participated in the 10-sect grand tournament and fought fiercely with experts like young Master Tian Luo and young Master Yin Yang. During the battle, Yixing's state of mind had been greatly tempered, causing it to gradually become complete. Now, under the anger of his sect being destroyed and his master's death, the door in Yixing's heart was completely blown open by the flames of anger. The flaw in his state of mind that prevented him from increasing his cultivation was instantly burned away by the flames of anger. At this moment, Yixing's heart was only left with the desire to become stronger and take revenge. His cultivation surged mightily toward the 8-star martial saint realm. Almost without any obstruction, Yixing broke through the cultivation barrier of the 7-star martial saint realm and broke through to the 8-star vortex realm in one fell swoop. At this moment, all the martial artists were completely shocked by the news that Lu Tianyuan had said. No one paid attention to the changes in Yi Xing's cultivation. The veins on Qi Doxing's neck bulged. This sudden cruel news had almost made him go berserk. Qi Doxing tried hard to control his emotions so that he would not go crazy and go berserk. He roared in a low voice. The Supreme Elder is a 3-star martial sage. How could he die in battle? Unless it was a mid-level martial sage from the 4 northern sects, who could kill him. Also, the Supreme Elder, the Formation Elder, the Martial Pavilion Elder, and my father have all died in battle. What about the Weapon Pavilion Elder and the Sect Affair Hall Elder Li Hongguang? How are they? Did they manage to escape? There was extreme pain in Lu Tianyuan's eyes. Obviously there was something that he could not believe. It was even more unbelievable than the sect being breached. Lu Tianyuan gritted his teeth and said, Hua Tianshu and Li Hongguang have already betrayed the sect and colluded with the Dongfu sect. The sect was breached and the 2 of them are the main culprits. The Dongfu sect master Watanabe Xiong has already broken through to the 4-star martial sage. The Supreme Elder died in the hands of Watanabe Xiong. A 4-star martial sage. The eyes of the martial sages and elders suddenly widened. The junior disciples revealed looks of despair. I'm sorry that I couldn't finish 5 chapters today. The plot is at a turning point, and I don't know how to start writing. Secondly, I was angered by that bastard, Aaron Targaryen in the forum. I'm always easily affected by it. This is wrong. I shouldn't step on the dog when it bites me and then take it to heart. I will correct myself and try not to be affected by this dog in the future. Up until today the Archer God still lacks 2 chapters. This is very distressing for me. I also want to finish it quickly so that I can release more chapters. Although I've been releasing chapters most of the time, I haven't released for many days. I've been working hard. Since I can finish 49 chapters, then I can be sure that I can finish the last 2 chapters as well. Since I can finish 51 chapters in a little more than a month, then I can be sure that I'll be releasing more than 51 chapters this year. Please give me some time. I'll release more chapters if I don't release more chapters. If you're willing, please give me a vote to support me. If it makes me feel better, then I'll release more chapters. If you're not willing, please read quietly. Don't scold people. This will only disturb my emotions and cause me to release fewer chapters. Lastly, I'm really sorry that I couldn't finish 5 chapters today. I wanted to finish 5 chapters today and ask for monthly votes after I've finished my chapters. Sigh, I don't have the face to ask for votes now. Chapter 337. 3-star sage was already at the peak of the 6 southern sects. A 4-star sage was rare in the southern part of the Azure Sky region. Every 4-star sage had the ability to establish a sect in the southern part of the Azure Sky region. The founding masters of the 6 southern sects were all 4-star sages. Watanabe Xiong had broken through to become a 4-star sage, which meant that he had reached the same level as the founder of the Fallen Star sect. Now that the Fallen Star sect had been breached and lost its barrier, the remaining people couldn't fight against the Dongfu sect. Enforcement Elder Yu Pinghai looked dazed. Hua. Elder Hua. Madam Sect Master. How could she have colluded with the Dongfu sect and betrayed the sect? Everyone was equally shocked and shocked, but they didn't dare say it in front of Lu Tianyuan. Lu Tianyuan's expression turned to stone. His eyes were dull and lifeless. This was also a question that he found hard to accept and hard to believe. This morning, Hua Tianshu had told him that she was pregnant with his child, but now she had become a traitor of the Fallen Star sect. She had colluded with the Dongfu sect and attacked the Fallen Star sect. How could Lu Tianyuan accept this? Lu Tianyuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and swayed. Sect Master. Everyone exclaimed. Qi Doxing supported Lu Tianyuan and said, Overlord, you can't fall now. As long as you're here, the Starfall sect will rise again one day. After spitting out the blood that had accumulated in his heart, Lu Tianyuan felt much better. His eyes regained their vigor. He just couldn't accept it, so he was a little dazed. But as the sect master, how could he fall now that the sect was in danger? Even if he fell, it wouldn't be because of himself, but because of the battle with the enemy. Lu Tianyuan pulled himself together and quickly regained his spirit, suppressing the pain in his heart to the deepest part. Lu Tianyuan said, The Star Crystal Mine is protected by the Formation Elder's Level 3 formation, so it hasn't been destroyed yet. Elder Gu Tianshang is controlling the formation in the Star Crystal Mine, so the Dongfu sect won't be able to take it down in a short time. Let's change our route and head to the Star Crystal Mine. Under Lu Tianyuan's command, the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle changed its direction slightly and flew towards the Star Crystal lode that Yi Xing had discovered. When Yi Xing had discovered the star crystal vein, he had never imagined that the day would come when the star crystal vein would become the falling star sect's last bastion. The purple flame monarch eagle soared through the air, causing the wind to howl. On the eagle's back, the warriors of the falling star sect sat quietly. They were all silent, immersed in the grief and resentment of losing their sect and their friends and family. Deep worry could be seen in the depths of Lu Tianyuan's eyes. They were the future of they, and it was still unknown whether or not they would be able to reach the star crystal vein safely. If this group of people was also gone, even if the falling star sect still had those people guarding the star crystal vein, it would only exist in name. With those people, there was no chance for the falling star sect to rise again. If they wanted the falling star sect to rise again, they would need at least one condition. That was, in the future, the falling star sect must have a genius who could contend with a 4-star sage. Only then would they be able to lead the falling star sect back and rise again. With this thought in mind, Lu Tianyuan's gaze instinctively fell on Yi Xing. As of now, Yi Xing was the only genius of the younger generation who had such potential. At this moment, Yi Xing was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The aura in his body was circulating. After breaking through the barrier of the 7-star martial saint realm, his cultivation was rising steadily in the 8th-level star vortex realm. He had absorbed too much flame energy in the sea of Yama flames. As his physical body strengthened, he had stored the energy in his flesh and bones. When Yi Xing was a 7-star martial saint, his cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level. The star vortex in his dantian and the meridians in his body had been filled with dense star essence. He could no longer absorb the energy stored in his flesh and bones. Now that he had broken through to the 8-star martial saint realm, Yi Xing's capacity for star essence had increased by a lot. There was also room for improvement in his star vortex. Naturally, he would quickly absorb the flame energy in his flesh and bones to consolidate his cultivation. Furthermore, Yi Xing's state of mind was greatly affected, and he almost went berserk. However, when he adjusted his emotions and suppressed all his anger, unwillingness and resentment, and turned them into calmness, Yi Xing felt his entire state of mind rising to a higher level. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water. The aura in his body was not controlled by anger and resentment. This was thanks to the powerful superbrain and the black hole astrology in his glabella. Although his heart was calm, it did not mean that Yi Xing was not angry or resentful. It did not mean that Yi Xing did not care about the survival of the sect and the life and death of his master. All these were engraved in Yi Xing's heart. However, he did not lose control of his aura and go berserk because of this madness. Instead, his heart was as calm as a mirror. Everything was engraved in his heart. Once he had the chance, he would eliminate the entire Dongfu sect in one fell swoop. Yi Xing's state of mind was improving. For the first time, he could clearly feel the power of his mind. The second level of archery was follow the heart. At this level, the stronger one's heart, the higher one's attainments in archery would be. Yi Xing did not deliberately cultivate or comprehend it. However, his cultivation and archery were rising rapidly. Lu Tianyuan looked at Yi Xing. At first he did not feel anything. Yi Xing was sitting with his eyes closed. He was very calm and normal. However, when Lu Tianyuan looked at Yi Xing and observed him with his heart, a trace of surprise flashed in his heart. At this moment, Yi Xing's body seemed to be in harmony with the Tao. His entire body was flowing with a trace of Tao rhyme. Astral energy gathered in Lu Tianyuan's eyes as he focused on Yi Xing. Under his careful observation, he could finally see that Yi Xing's cultivation had broken through another level. He had become an 8-star martial saint. Moreover, the Tao rhyme in Yi Xing's body seemed to be related to his mind. Lu Tianyuan was astonished by this. The first level of archery was transformation. The second level was follow the heart. In fact, this could be applied to other martial arts as well. Sword Tao, Saber Tao, Fist Tao. Which one did not emphasize transformation first and then spiritual comprehension later? Astral realm enlightened masters focused on spiritual comprehension when they cultivated martial arts. Only when one's spiritual comprehension was high could they cultivate martial arts to a higher level. The second level of archery, follow the heart, was divided into 9 transformations. This represented the power of spiritual comprehension. It was divided into 9 levels. With each level, when the arrow was shot in the air, it could change direction according to the archer's thoughts. The performance of archery was the change of direction. The performance of other martial arts was the improvement of one's martial arts attainment and the increase of one's martial arts power. When an enlightened master with the power of the spiritual perception performed a perfect stage lower-tier spiritual martial force, its power would definitely be much stronger than a martial saint performing a perfect stage lower-tier spiritual martial force. It was because once the power of the spiritual perception reached a certain level and merged with the martial arts, then the perfect stage martial arts would increase to the transformation stage. When the spiritual martial art reached the transformation realm, spiritual comprehension was the key. Yi Xing was now in the state of spiritual comprehension. Moreover, the Tao rhyme had appeared in the state of spiritual comprehension. This meant that Yi Xing's spiritual comprehension was extraordinary. The reason why Lu Tianyuan was shocked was that even for an enlightened master, the appearance of Tao rhyme during spiritual comprehension was something that could only be encountered but not sought. Compared to this, Yi Xing's cultivation breakthrough to the 8-star martial saint realm did not seem so special. During the 10-sect grand competition, he was still a peak 7-star martial sage. It seems that he had accumulated enough cultivation at that time. What he lacked was the comprehension of his mental state. Now that he is comprehending his mental state will improve and his cultivation will naturally break through. Lu Tianyuan thought for a while and guessed most of Yi Xing's situation. Looking at Yi Xing, who was possessed by the Tao rhyme, Lu Tianyuan's heart revealed a gratified expression. He thought to himself, an 8-star martial saint's spiritual comprehension has reached such a level. I wonder what level he will reach. Such a genius is indeed a God's favored one. The small stage of the green cloud region cannot accommodate him. Perhaps even the true Shen domain is only a small pond to him. Such a God's favored one should shine in the entire East Divine Continent, or even the Star Land. As long as Yi Xing is protected, the falling star sect will not be destroyed. Moreover, there is hope that it will become a super force that dominates a region. Chapter 338. Lu Tianyuan was right to be worried. They were intercepted when they were still 10,000 miles away from the Star Crystal Mine. Dongfu sect was not the only one who intercepted the Falling Star sect. Flying Cloud sect, Holy Wind sect, and Blood Ghost sect each had 2 perfected masters. There was also a 3-star perfected master from Sun Moon sect. Dongfu sect had 5 perfected masters. Flying Cloud sect, Holy Wind sect, and Blood Ghost sect each had 2 perfected masters, and Sun Moon sect had 1 perfected master. There were 12 perfected masters in total. Among them there were 2 3-star perfected masters, Grand Elder Dubian Tan and Sun Moon sect's Qizhua. There were 5 2-star perfected masters, 2 from Dongfu sect, and 1 each from Flying Cloud sect, Holy Wind sect and Blood Ghost sect. There were 5 1-star perfected masters, the same as the 2-star perfected masters. Everyone from the Falling Star sect was shocked. There were only 6 perfected masters on the Falling Star sect's side. Moreover, among the 6 enlightened masters of the none of them was a 3-star enlightened master. There were only 3 2-star enlightened masters: Sect Master Lu Tianyuan, War Pavilion Elder Qi Doxing, and Law Enforcement Elder Yu Pinghai. Lin Fingjue, Tang Yuntian, and Wei Yang were all 1-star perfected masters. As for the 10 younger disciples, although they were the most elite of the younger generation of the none of them was an immortal, and none of them was even a 9-star martial saint. In this battle they were of no use at all and could even be said to be a burden. Comparing the two, it was obvious that the difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. Even with Yi Xing's Fire Cloud Lion, the difference could not be reversed. The purple flame monarch eagle felt threatened. The feathers on its neck stood up and it looked fierce. Under Lu Tianyuan's command, the purple flame monarch eagle landed on a hill. Dongfu sect also had level 3 demonic beasts as mounts. If they fought in the air, the purple flame monarch eagle would not be able to take care of so many people on its back. Lu Tianyuan asked everyone to go down, but he stopped Yi Xing, sect leader. Yi Xing looked at Lu Tianyuan. Yi Xing, you are the hope of our sect. The purple flame monarch eagle will take you out. What you need to do is to survive. As long as you are here, so is the Falling Star sect. As he spoke, Lu Tianyuan took off his storage ring and stuffed it into Yi Xing's hand. Yi Xing knew about this ring. It was a keepsake belonging to the sect master of the Falling Star sect. It had the sect master's symbol on it. Furthermore, this headmaster's ring was a middle-grade storage ring. Its space was much larger than a low-grade storage ring. Just this point alone made it 100 times more valuable than a low-grade storage ring. The people who had yet to get off the eagle's back were all startled. Lu Tianyuan had given the sect leader's ring to Yi Xing, which was equivalent to passing the position of sect leader to Yi Xing. Moreover, from Lu Tianyuan's words, everyone could tell that Lu Tianyuan wanted to give the purple flame monarch eagle to Yi Xing alone, so that he could bring Yixing out of the encirclement. As for the rest, they could only fight to the death with the enemy. With such a great disparity in strength, this was a battle to the death. Among the younger disciples, a few of them immediately fell to the ground. If they stayed, they would die without a doubt. Sect Master, the younger disciples here are all the elites of our sect. How can we only protect Yixing and abandon them all? The law enforcement elder immediately objected. He said, "The 6 of us are perfected beings. If we stay and fight to the death, we will have no regrets even if we die. However, they are the future of our sect. We must protect them all." Lu Tianyuan's eyes were filled with struggle. But soon he revealed a ruthless expression. With each extra person, the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle will have to send out more energy to protect them, and it will slow down a bit. Only by protecting Yixing will we have the highest chance of getting out of here. If everyone is safe, then none of us will be able to get out. Even the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle will die here. Then our sect will have no chance to rise again, and will be completely wiped out. Yixing's heart was bleeding. Even though he was calm and did not go berserk, he could not stop his blood from boiling. At this moment, everyone was going to fight to the death, but he was the only one who could escape on the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle. How could he be afraid of death? If he could control his blood, he would rather stay and fight to the death with the sect master and the others. However, his mind was calm. He was not affected by his blood. Rationally, he knew that he could not stay. He had to try his best to escape. If he stayed, he would definitely die. He would only be fulfilling the enemy's wish. This was the result that the enemy wanted to see the Falling Star sect completely destroyed. There would be no chance for them to rise again. If he could escape, then he would be the hope for the Falling Star sect to rise again. He would become the enemy's nightmare and make them unable to eat or sleep in peace. Lu Tianyuan was right. As long as Yixing was alive, the Falling Star sect would still exist. Therefore Yixing had to stay alive. At this moment Yixing could not say anything. Letting the other disciples die here while he escaped on the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle was in the interest of the sect. However, he did not have the right to let others die for him. Yixing only looked at Lu Tianyuan with determination in his eyes. Lu Tianyuan nodded with a gratified look on his face. He saw the answer in Yixing's eyes. The sect master is right. If Yixing doesn't make it out alive, the Falling Star sect will no longer have a chance to rise again. We have to do our best to let the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle carry Yixing and escape. Only if Yixing escapes this calamity will our deaths not be in vain. Qi Doshing said loudly. Then he came to Qi Jingyang and jumped off the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle's back. Qi Doshing patted Qi Jingyang's shoulder and said, "I'm sorry, son. I can't save your life today. The blood of the Qi clan flows in our veins. Don't be afraid of death. Today we will live and die together. Even if you disappoint me in terms of cultivation, you are still a good man of the Qi clan." "Father, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Get me out. Let the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle get me out." At this moment, Qi Jingyang was scared out of his wits. How could he still be hot-blooded? He hugged Qi Doshing's leg and cried. "Sigh." Qi Doshing shook his head and sighed. Disappointment flashed in his eyes again. His face was ashen. No matter how Qi Jingyang begged, his expression did not change at all. In order to let Yixing escape, Qi Doshing even brought his own son off the eagle's back. The rest of the disciples were unwilling, but they knew that there was nothing they could do. They dispiritedly got off the eagle's back. Yixing also let the Fire Cloud Lion get off the eagle's back. Soon, only Yixing was left on the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle's back. Beside the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle, Lu Tianyuan patted Ma Ren's shoulder and said, "Ren, your talent is not bad either. Do you blame me for being cruel?" Ma Ren shook his head and said with determination, "Master, I understand. If I were in your position, I would make the same decision. The Fallen Star sect cannot be destroyed like this. There must be hope. I believe in Yixing. He will definitely rebuild the Fallen Star sect and bring it to greater heights. Even if I die, I will watch from above and watch Yixing take revenge for the Fallen Star sect." At the end of his sentence, Ma Ren's gaze had already shifted to Yixing. In fact, his words were also directed at Yixing. "Yixing, don't disappoint us and die with everlasting regret." Ma Ren looked at Yixing and said. The few enlightened masters and elders all looked at Yixing with hopeful eyes. Yixing clenched his right fist and said, "As long as I am here, so will the Fallen Star sect. One day I will make all the enemies of the Fallen Star sect, no matter which sect they are from, disappear from the world. I will make the Fallen Star sect the #1 sect in the Green Cloud region." This was Yixing's promise. Lu Qinyuan's pupils suddenly dilated. He had heard some hidden meaning from Yixing's words. Becoming the #1 sect in the Green Cloud region meant that the Fallen Star sect would surpass the Northern Four sects in the future. And this was not something that could be achieved with words. However, since Yixing had said it, it was definitely not a lie. This meant that Yixing already had a martial technique that could surpass the Northern Four sects. A complete upper-tier martial technique of the Fallen Star technique? Or an upper-tier martial technique of the Fallen Star technique? Lu Tianyuan realized that Yixing's gains in the Fallen Star secret territory were definitely not as simple as what Yixing had revealed. Lu Tianyuan was the lord of the Fallen Star sect. Therefore, when Yixing said this, he immediately thought from the Lord's point of view and realized this possibility. The others did not react in time. Lu Tianyuan looked at Yixing with a questioning gaze. The moment their eyes met, they seemed to have a tacit understanding. Yixing nodded. Chapter 339. Watanabe Tan's laughter came from the front. He was standing on the head of the four-winged flying snake, looking at the Falling Star sect with a smile. Watanabe Tan said loudly, "Little Lu, are you done with your funeral arrangements? Unfortunately, it's useless. Today is the day of your Falling Star sect's destruction. Everyone in your Falling Star sect will die." Ah! The four-winged flying snake landed 1,000 meters away from the purple flame monarch eagle. Watanabe Tan continued to stand on the four-winged flying snake's head. The other four enlightened masters of the Dongfu sect stood in a row on either side of the four-winged flying snake. The two enlightened masters of the Wind sect stood on the left, the two enlightened masters of the Blood Ghost sect on the right, and the two enlightened masters of the Flying Cloud sect at the back. They were 1,000 meters away from the surrounding them from four directions. As for the Sun Moon sect's three enlightened master Qizhua, he stood on a mountain peak a few miles away, looking down at the Falling Star sect's people. It seemed that he didn't plan to fight. Watanabe Tan and the other enlightened masters, plus the four-winged flying snake, were enough to deal with the Falling Star sect's 6 enlightened masters, 1 Fire Cloud Lion, 1 Purple Flame Monarch Eagle and 10 junior disciples. After all, the Sun Moon sect was one of the 4 northern sects. They were 1 level higher than the 6 southern sects. If he were to make a move, it would be hard to avoid rumors that the Sun Moon sect was bullying the Falling Star sect. It would damage the Sun Moon sect's reputation. The Sun Moon sect didn't send him here to participate in the battle. Instead, they wanted him to be a spectator and witness the destruction of the Meteor sect. Of the 6 southern sects, the Flying Cloud sect had changed sides, the Falling Star sect had been destroyed, and the Spirit Moon sect was not worth mentioning under the pressure of the East supporting sect, the Wind sect, the Blood Ghost sect, and the Flying Cloud sect. As long as the Sun Moon sect controlled the East supporting sect, the Wind sect, the Blood Ghost sect, and the Flying Cloud sect, it would be equivalent to controlling the southern part of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range. This was a strategy that had been planned long ago. They had been waiting for the day of the 10 sects grand competition. And while the enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect were in 2 different places, they would attack separately and destroy the Falling Star sect. On the hillside, Lu Qinyuan's eyes were burning with anger. He wanted to rush up to Watanabe Tan and cut all the Dongfuzong Jinren into meat paste. However, this was clearly impossible. Lu Tianyuan could only restrain his anger and shouted, "Everything the Dongfu sect has given to the Falling Star sect will be returned 100-fold one day." Watanabe Tan sneered, "After today the Falling Star sect will be removed from the list. Ah, only death awaits you. Go in peace. However, the heavens are virtuous and my Dongfu sect is merciful. I will give you a chance. Those who surrender will not die, and those who resist will be killed without mercy. We of the Falling Star sect are all iron-blooded men. We will die standing up, not live kneeling. Bring it on. If I can kill one of you, it'll be worth it. If you want to kill us, you'll have to see blood." "That's right," the enforcement elder Yu Pinghai yelled. After hearing Yu Pinghai's words, the people of the Falling Star sect became spirited, and the blood in their bodies began to boil. Yu Pinghai circulated his astral energy to the limit, erupting with a terrifying aura. The strength of a 2-star enlightened being was fully unleashed. A middle-grade spiritual spear appeared in Yu Pinghai's hand, increasing his aura. Yu Pinghai roared, "I'll kill you all." In the next moment, the spiritual weapon spear in Yu Pinghai's hand emitted a dazzling light. He stabbed out with his strongest attack. Most of the martial artists of the Falling Star sect thought that Yu Pinghai was going to kill the people of the Dongfu sect, but they were wrong. The spear radiance pierced through the air, stabbing towards the purple flame monarch eagle's throat. Yu Pinghai had actually launched a sneak attack on the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle. The Purple Flame Monarch Eagle clearly did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack on it. Shock flashed through its eyes as it let out a sharp cry and quickly retreated. However, Yu Pinghai's attack was too sudden. Even though the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle was comparable to a 3-star enlightened being, it could not dodge this unexpected attack. Yu Pinghai, what are you doing? The enlightened being elders were shocked. Qi Dosheng was even more furious. If the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle was injured by Yu Pinghai, then how could they escape with Yixing? This was simply destroying the Falling Star sect's hope of making a comeback. Unfortunately, Qi Dosheng and the others did not expect that Yu Pinghai would attack the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle after his righteous words. It was too late to stop him. However, not everyone did not expect this. Boom. As soon as Yu Pinghai attacked with his spear, the enlightened being elders cried out in surprise. Lu Tianyuan seemed to be prepared. He channeled the celestial essence in his body and a layer of lightning appeared on his body. He performed the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist and punched towards Yu Pinghai. The Purple Lightning Thunder Fist was a middle-grade spiritual martial art. However, Lu Tianyuan had already trained it to perfection. Its power was no weaker than an upper-grade spiritual martial art at initial success. The power of his punch was earth-shattering. A purple fist aura flashed across the void in an instant. Bang! Before Yu Pinghai's spear could hit the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle, Lu Tianyuan's punch hit him directly. After all, Lu Tianyuan was closer to Yu Pinghai than Yu Pinghai was to the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle. The Purple Lightning Thunder Fist was known for its speed. With the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist, Lu Tianyuan could defeat enlightened beings of the same level. He could even compete with enlightened being 3-star. This punch hit Yu Pinghai's back. How terrifying would the damage be? Yu Pinghai immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell forward and his spear attack towards the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle was broken. In the distance, Watanabe Tan's pupils shrank. He wanted to help, but it was too late. Lu Tianyuan appeared next to Yu Pinghai in a flash. With the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist in his hand, he grabbed Yu Pinghai by the neck and lifted him up. Yu Pinghai was severely injured and his internal organs had been ruptured. Now that the purple astral lightning had invaded his body, it rampaged through his meridians and destroyed them, making it impossible for him to circulate his astral energy. He was powerless against Lu Tianyuan. Everyone from the Falling Star sect heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lu Tianyuan in shock. They did not know how Lu Tianyuan knew what Yu Pinghai was going to do. Lu Tianyuan raised Yu Pinghai in front of him and said coldly, "Speak. Why did you betray the sect and become the East supporting sect's dog?" Yu Pinghai's mouth was filled with blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and confusion. He said, "How did you know what I was going to do?" Yu Pinghai's original plan was to stab the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle when it least expected it to escape. After stabbing the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle, he would immediately leave the Falling Star sect's group. The Falling Star sect's group was surrounded on all sides, so once he left, he would be safe. However, before he could stab the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle, he was hit by Lu Tianyuan's fist. All of his plans were ruined. Now that he was in Lu Tianyuan's hands, only death awaited him. How could he not accept this? At the same time, Yu Pinghai was also puzzled. How did Lu Tianyuan know what he was going to do? Lu Tianyuan stared at Yu Pinghai with sharp eyes. The sect was destroyed because there was a traitor who colluded with the East supporting sect. Otherwise, with the array elder controlling the sect's array, Watanabe Xiong would not be able to break into the sect even if he was a 4-star enlightened being. Since there is a traitor in the sect, the chances of there being a traitor around me is also very high. Ever since I received the news of the sect being destroyed, I have been observing who exactly is the traitor around me. Although you have hidden very well, there are still many flaws. First, you purposely mentioned Hua Tianshu to provoke me. Second, the Purple Flame Monarch Eagle had the highest chance of escaping with Yixing. But you stopped it. Third, Watanabe Tan wanted us to surrender. Did you need to speak so righteously to stabilize everyone's belief? Don't you think you've gone too far? You have good reasons for these 3 points, but I only talk about the result. The result you want is not in line with the position of the Falling Star sect. If there is a traitor around me, who else could it be but you? Yu Pinghai smiled bitterly. I see. I should have kept quiet. The more I show, the easier it will be to expose myself. The Falling Star sect has been destroyed. You hate traitors to the core. Now that I am in your hands, you will not let me live no matter what. Lu Tianyuan said, "It's good that you know." Yu Pinghai knew that he was going to die. There was no hope for him to survive. He threw the fear of death to the back of his mind and laughed. You want to know why I betrayed you? If it wasn't for that slut Hua Tianshu who seduced me, how could I have ended up like this? But your wife is really slutty. Die. Lu Tianyuan roared furiously, twisting Yu Pinghai's mind in an instant. Chapter 340. Watanabe Tan was unfazed by Yu Pinghai's death. Yu Pinghai used to be an elder of the Fallen Star sect. Now that he had betrayed the Dongfu sect, it was impossible for him to be put in an important position. Watanabe Tan only felt that it was a pity that the Dongfu sect would lose a good fighter. After all, a two-star perfected being was rare in the southern part of the Qingyun region. The Fallen Star sect only had 6 perfected beings. Now that they had a traitor, a two-star perfected being at that, the Fallen Star sect's strength was greatly reduced. The gap in strength between the two sides widened again. Yi Xing will open a gap for the purple flame eagle. You just have to hold on to its feathers and don't fall off its back. It'll take you to the Star Crystal Mine. The future of the Fallen Star sect depends on you. Lu Tianyuan didn't lose control of his anger after killing Yu Pinghai. Instead, he calmed down quickly and sent a message to Yi Xing. As the sect master, Lu Tianyuan was undoubtedly outstanding. The fall of the Fallen Star sect wasn't his fault. Unfortunately, his wife Hua Tianshu was from the Dongfu sect. She had been a spy in the Fallen Star sect since he was a baby and had ruined everything for him. Who would have thought that the Dongfu sect had purposely arranged for an outer elder to pick up an abandoned baby when he was adventuring in the North Four sects? Yi Xing nodded at Lu Tianyuan. He could understand the pain in Lu Tianyuan's heart. Don't worry, sect master. It won't be long. I'll use that bitch's blood as a sacrifice to the souls of the Fallen Star sect. Watanabe Tan's voice came from afar again. What I said just now still counts. Those who surrender will be spared. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Those who don't surrender will be killed. In the world of martial artists were a kind of resource. In fact, killing the people of the Fallen Star sect was far less beneficial than having them surrender and serve the Dongfu sect in the future. Martial artists would lose everything if they died. As long as they were alive, they could still create benefits. 10. Watanabe Tan began to count. Sect leader, I beg you, please let us live. Watanabe Tan had just started counting when Qi Jingyang and Wu Qinggang knelt down at the same time, kowtowing to Lu Tianyuan and begging for mercy. You unfilial son, you dare to surrender to the East Fu sect and become their slave? I'll kill you right now. Qi Doxing roared furiously when he saw that Qi Jingyang was begging for mercy in order to surrender to the East Fu zone. Qi Jingyang just kowtowed to Lu Tianyuan, ignoring Qi Doxing's curses. Sect leader, please let us live. After Qi Jingyang and Wu Qinggang begged for mercy, Li Yuanqing and the other disciples also knelt down and begged for mercy. Lu Tianyuan looked at them coldly and sighed. You're still young. If you're really afraid of death, then surrender. I won't blame you. Thank you, sect master. Thank you, sect master. Everyone was overjoyed as if they had just been pardoned. They got up and ran towards the Dongfu sect cultivators. Qi Jingyang was the first to run. Qi Doxing raised his arm and condensed a thick astral energy in his palm. He glared fiercely at Qi Jingyang, so angry that he really wanted to rush up and slap his son to death. The Qi clan had always had an irreconcilable enmity with the East Fu sect. Qi Doxing's grandfather, Qi Zhantian, had died saving Lin Shiyuan more than 100 years ago. Moreover, Qi Zhantian was only one of the Qi clan cultivators who had fallen. There were many Qi clan cultivators who weren't as famous as Qi Zhantian who had also died in the Falling Star sect's calamity. Not long ago, Qi Doxing's father, Qi Jinchao, an elder of the Dan Pavilion of the had died in the battle. Qi Jinchao was not the only one who had died. There were many other warriors of the Qi clan who had died in the battle. Many more warriors of the Qi clan had died in the hands of the Dongfu sect. Now Qi Doxing wanted to fight to the death with the East Fu sect, but his son was kneeling and kowtowing, surrendering to the East Fu sect. This made Qi Doxing extremely angry. However, Qi Jingyang was his son after all. Qi Doxing's hands trembled as he watched Qi Jingyang leave. In the end, he couldn't do it. Qi Jingyang, Li Yuanqing, Wu Qinggang, a total of 6 Falling Star sect disciples had surrendered to the East Fu sect and came to the East Fu sect. Apart from Yi Xing, there were only 3 disciples including Ma Ren who stayed behind to live and die with the sect. 3, 2, 1. Watanabe Tan counted to 1 and waved to Qi Jingyang and the others who had surrendered. Good, this old man will keep his word. Stand aside and watch the fate of those who resisted. Watanabe Tan's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, the Sun Moon Sect's 3-star sage Qijua's voice came from afar. Yixing, I'll give you a chance. Enter the Sun Moon Sect and you'll survive. You'll also become the focus of the Sun Moon Sect. Although Qijua didn't go to the old site of the Azure Sky Sect to watch the 10 Sects Grand Tournament, he received a message from the Sun Moon Sect Sect Master Yin Wudao. Yixing's potential was indeed extraordinary. If he could enter the Sun Moon Sect, Yin Wudao would let bygones be bygones and nurture him with all his might. Watanabe Tan was stunned. He was certain that the East Fu Sect's disciples had been wiped out because of Yixing. He hated Yixing to the bone and had to kill him. However, if Yixing became a disciple of the Sun Moon Sect, the East Fu Sect would never be able to take revenge. Moreover, if Yixing survived, the East Fu Sect would face a great calamity in the future. If the Sun Moon Sect chose Yixing, it meant that they could give up on the East Fu Sect. Clearly, Yixing's potential made the Sun Moon Sect feel that he was more valuable than the entire East Fu Sect and the entire southern region. Watanabe Tan stared at Yixing, his heart thumping. At this moment, Yixing's decision would affect the future of the East Fu Sect. Yixing's gaze landed on the 3-star spiritual master, Qijuo, who was a few miles away. Qijuo was also looking at him from afar, waiting for his answer. Yixing said, "If you let the people of the Falling Star Sect leave safely, I'll agree to join the Sun Moon Sect." Qijuo said from afar, "I'm saving your life. How dare you talk about conditions?" Yixing looked away, ignoring Qijuo. After a while, Qijuo snorted and said, "Since you're willing to join the Sun Moon Sect, you shouldn't be disloyal. The Falling Star Sect can no longer exist. They must die." Yixing also snorted and said, "If you can't save the lives of the Falling Star Sect warriors, what right do you have for me to join the Sun Moon Sect?" Qijuo said, "If you had suggested that the Sun Moon Sect help you rebuild the Falling Star Sect before you would join the Sun Moon Sect, I might have believed you a little. That would mean that you were willing to join the Sun Moon Sect. However, you only want them to live. Once they leave alive, you will definitely betray the Sun Moon Sect in the future. Since that is the case, it is better for you to die." Watanabe Tan and the other spiritual masters who were attacking the Falling Star Sect let out a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yixing would join the Sun Moon Sect. Watanabe Tan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He waved his hand and said, kill them all." Other than Watanabe Tan, the other 10 spiritual masters all attacked at this moment. They performed all kinds of upper spiritual martial skills and attacked the people of the Falling Star Sect. When a spiritual master attacked, it was terrifying. It was easy to destroy mountains. When 10 spiritual masters attacked at the same time, it was even more shocking. Lu Qinyuan's body started to burn. He knew that there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides, so he directly burned his astral energy. The other 4 spiritual masters also burned their astral energy and used their own astrological aspects. Lu Tianyuan shouted, "Stop them. Brother Eagle, run." The dazzling astral energy collided in the void, creating a deafening explosion. The void was shaking and the earth was cracking. Lu Tianyuan, Qi Doxing, and the other 5 spiritual masters of the Falling Star Sect all spat out blood. Even though Watanabe Tan had not attacked, the combined attack of the 10 spiritual masters was much more powerful than them. However, although Lu Tianyuan and the others were injured, they managed to block the attacks of the 10 spiritual masters with the power of the burning astral energy. Whoosh! Seizing this opportunity, the purple flame monarch eagle soared into the sky. With a flap of its wings, it carried Yixing away at a rapid speed. "Do you think you can escape?" Watanabe Tan shouted. The 4-winged flying snake under his feet had already targeted the purple flame monarch eagle. At the same time, it soared into the sky and charged toward the purple flame monarch eagle. On the back of the purple flame monarch eagle, Yixing's eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of mist. He performed the eyes of blue cloud and looked at the 4-winged flying snake. Chapter 341. The Eye of Blue Cloud had the greatest effect on monster beasts. Yixing's Eye of Blue Cloud could already affect the thoughts of beginner 3rd-tier monsters, which were equivalent to beginner perfected ones. His state of mind had been elevated, and his entire body was enveloped in the aura of humanity. His body and Tao had become one, and his attainments in the Eye of Blue Cloud had increased significantly. In the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, Yixing had successfully controlled the Fire Cloud Lion Leader, which was equivalent to a 2-star perfected ones. Now Yixing's attainments in the Eye of Blue Cloud had reached a new level, and the four-winged flying snake under Watanabe Tan was only equivalent to a 3-star perfected ones, and a beginner 3rd-tier monster at that. How could it resist the attack of the Eye of Blue Cloud? In the blink of an eye, cloud-like vortexes appeared in the four-winged flying snake's eyes. It was instantly confused, and with a sharp hiss, its body flung violently. Watanabe Tan, who was standing on the four-winged flying snake's head, did not expect the snake to suddenly attack him, and his body was thrown 1,000 meters away. The four-winged flying snake hissed again, baring its venomous fangs and looking ferocious. Its four wings flapped fiercely, and the four-winged flying snake shot through the air like an arrow, rushing toward Watanabe Tan. Whoosh! The four-winged flying snake opened its mouth, and a water arrow pierced through the air, attacking Watanabe Tan. The four-winged flying snake's sudden change in allegiance was beyond Watanabe Tan's expectations. However, Tan Watanabe's strength as a 3-star spiritual master was not to be underestimated. Even though he was in a hurry, he reacted in an instant. He operated his star gang and struck out with his palm, blocking the water arrow that the four-winged flying snake had launched. The four-winged flying snake came with a ferocious momentum. Although Watanabe Tan blocked the water arrow, it was not easy for him, and he hurriedly retreated. He had not noticed Yixing's eyes earlier, and was extremely shocked by the four-winged flying snake's sudden madness. With the four-winged flying snake attacking him, Watanabe Tan did not have the time to chase after Yixing. However, the purple flame monarch eagle did not slow down, and like a beam of light, it flew rapidly into the distance, rushing out of the encirclement in the blink of an eye. Lu Tianyuan, Qi Doxing, and the other perfected masters saw that Yixing had succeeded in breaking out of the encirclement. Even though they were all injured and vomiting blood, their eyes were filled with joy. However, no one noticed that a bow and arrow had suddenly appeared in the hands of Reverend 3-star Qizhua on the mountain peak several miles away. The bow was a treasured bow and the arrow was a treasured arrow. Light radiated in all directions, resplendent and dazzling. In an instant, Qizhua knocked an arrow and pulled the bow into a full moon, pointing the arrow at the purple flame monarch eagle. When the bow and arrow were raised, the sharp aura instantly shot out in all directions, causing the spiritual masters who were fighting fiercely a few kilometers away to be startled. A layer of cold sweat appeared on their backs. All the enlightened masters looked at Qizhua, who was several miles away. When they saw the bow in Qizhua's hand, the 5 enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect were shocked. A high-grade spiritual bow. The bow in Qizhua's hand was actually a high-grade spirit bow, and the arrows were also shining with treasure light. It was not much different from a treasure bow, and could be compared to a mid-grade spirit weapon. If such a bow was shot by a Reverend 3-star, how terrifying would its power be? A perfected master of the same level would definitely not be able to block it. If Qizhua's attainments in archery were high, even a Reverend 4-star would be in danger under the attack of his arrows. Whoosh! The arrow left the bow and instantly streaked across the void, shooting 7 to 8 miles away. In the blink of an eye, the arrow caught up with the purple flame monarch eagle. The arrow contained extremely terrifying power. The purple flame monarch eagle's protective demonic power could not block it at all, and its huge body could not dodge it. The arrow instantly shot into the purple flame monarch eagle's body. Boom! The arrow's power was extremely terrifying. It exploded in the purple flame monarch eagle's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The purple flame monarch eagle let out a mournful cry. Its body trembled violently in the air, and it could no longer maintain its stability. It fell unsteadily to the ground. No! Lu Tianyuan and the other perfected masters of the Falling Star sect instantly turned pale as they cried out in alarm. It's over. It's completely over. Lu Tianyuan and the other 4 were instantly filled with despair. The purple flame monarch eagle was severely injured, and it could not even fly. There was no way it could escape with Yixing. How could Yixing escape from the pursuit of a perfected master by himself? If Yixing died, the Falling Star sect would have no hope of rising again. At this moment, Lu Tianyuan and the other 4 were filled with despair. The perfected masters who surrounded Lu Tianyuan and the other 4 were also looking at the purple flame monarch eagle in the distance, and they all laughed sinisterly. Yixing's potential was heaven-defying. If he escaped, they would not be able to live in peace in the future. Only when Yixing died would they be able to eliminate the source of trouble. Although the Falling Star sect still had the last bit of star crystal mine, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things without outstanding juniors. It would be destroyed sooner or later. However, just as Lu Tianyuan and the other four were in despair and the other perfected masters were rejoicing, a ray of light suddenly flashed across the back of the purple flame monarch eagle. This ray of light was as fast as an arrow piercing through the sky. Even the astral realm perfected masters present could not see it clearly. They could only see a blurry shadow. They could only judge from the blurry shadow that it was a pair of wings, and it was a flying spiritual tool. There was no way to judge the grade of the flying spiritual tool. However, from the speed of the flying spiritual tool, it was at least a high-grade flying spiritual tool. Flying spiritual tools were very rare. In the Azure Sky region, even low-grade and mid-grade flying spiritual tools were rare. This was because there were no blacksmiths in the Azure Sky region that could make flying spiritual tools. If one wanted a flying spiritual tool, they would have to find it in the primordial ruins or buy it in the bustling cities of the True Shen domain. There were not many materials that could be used to make flying spiritual tools, but there were many martial artists who wanted one. Therefore, once a flying spiritual tool was put on sale, it would be sold out immediately. Therefore, even if one went to the bustling cities of the True Shen domain, it would be difficult to buy a flying spiritual tool. In the Azure Sky region, a mid-grade flying spiritual tool was a rare treasure. In terms of value, it could be compared to a high-grade spiritual weapon. After all, once an perfected master had a flying spiritual tool, as long as his astral energy was not depleted, he could fly continuously in the sky. A mid-grade flying spiritual tool could greatly increase the flying speed of an perfected master. A mid-grade flying spiritual tool was already so valuable, let alone a high-grade flying spiritual tool. In the entire True Shen domain, a high-grade flying spiritual tool was a rare treasure. There were only a few perfected masters who owned one. Of course, no one would have thought that Yixing's Azure Sky Wings was a grade higher than a high-grade flying spiritual tool. It was a supreme-grade flying spiritual tool. Regardless of the attributes that the Azure Sky Wings could upgrade, just the value of a supreme-grade flying spiritual tool had already surpassed all spiritual weapons. Even the venerables of the 9 high sects would dream of owning one. In terms of value, a supreme-grade flying spiritual tool could be compared to a legendary profound weapon. Yixing pushed the Azure Sky Wings with all his strength. His speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye he was several miles away. In another blink of an eye he was 10 miles away. Qizhuo was 7 to 8 miles away from the purple flame monarch eagle. When he shot an arrow at the purple flame monarch eagle, he thought that Yixing would have no chance of escaping and would definitely die. Who knew that? Yixing actually had a flying spiritual tool, and his speed was much faster than the purple flame monarch eagle's. He flew out of Qizhuo's arrow range in an instant. Qizhuo was stunned on the spot. The smiles on the faces of the perfected masters of the Dongfu sect, Divine Wind sect, Blood Spectre sect, and Flying Cloud sect froze as they looked at each other. As for the 5 perfected masters of their despair turned into joy as they revealed gratified smiles on their faces. At this moment they all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yixing escaped, they would have no regrets even if they died in battle. Who has a flying spiritual tool? Chase after him quickly. We can't let this kid escape. Hurry up and chase after him. In the distance, Qizhuo stood on the peak of the mountain and shouted furiously. Yixing's current speed was faster than the flying demonic beasts. Even the 4-winged flying snake would have a hard time catching up with him. Moreover, the 4-winged flying snake was affected by Yixing's Azure Sky Eyes and attacked Watanabe Tan fiercely. In the fierce battle, it had been injured by Watanabe Tan. Now that Yixing was far away, the 4-winged flying snake regained its consciousness and did not resist Watanabe Tan's attack. Moreover, it was seriously injured by Watanabe Tan. It had no strength to chase after Yixing. Therefore, if they wanted to chase after Yixing, only perfected masters who also had flying spiritual tools had a chance. Yun Zhanfei of the Flying Cloud sect, chase after him. We must bring back that kid's head. A 1-star perfected master of the Flying Cloud sect shouted. In an instant, a pair of wings appeared on his back. He spread his wings and flew, turning into a stream of light to chase after Yixing. Chapter 342. Yun Zhanfei, a 1-star enlightened being, was the cousin of the Flying Cloud sect's leader Yun Zhanfei. 30 years ago, Yun Zhanfei had broken through to the astral realm and became an enlightened being. He left the Green Cloud region to explore the True Shen domain and returned a few years later. During this period of time, Yun Zhanfei's greatest gain was the middle-grade air transportation spiritual weapon he had found in an ancient ruin. Of course, this middle-tier flying spiritual tool was not discovered by Yun Zhanfei alone. it was discovered by his two one-star enlightened being friends. After discovering this middle-grade flying spirit tool, Yun Jianfei decisively launched a sneak attack. He killed his two friends and obtained this middle-grade flying spirit tool alone. After that, he returned to the Flying Cloud sect and rarely left the sect since then. After returning to the Flying Cloud sect, Yun Jianfei rarely used the middle-tier flying spiritual tool. At least, he never used it when there were other people around. Even the Flying Cloud sect's enlightened being did not know that he had a middle-tier flying spiritual tool. If it was not for Yi Xing's heaven-defying potential, Yun Jianfei would not have exposed that he had a middle-tier flying spiritual tool. However, he had to kill Yi Xing no matter what. Moreover, Yi Xing had a flying spiritual weapon that was at least of high grade. Killing Yi Xing would not only prevent future troubles, but he could also obtain a rare treasure. Of course, Yun Jianfei had to kill Yi Xing even if he had to expose his medium-grade flying spiritual weapon. Yun Jianfei made up his mind. After killing Yi Xing, he would not return to the Flying Cloud sect but leave the Green Cloud region. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep the high-tier flying spiritual tool and the Flying Cloud sect would not be able to keep it. It would definitely be taken away by the Sun Moon sect. After leaving the Green Cloud region, he could go to the 9 great sects to trade. Even the 9 great sects' esteemed beings rarely had a high-tier flying spiritual tool. He could use the high-tier flying spiritual tool to trade for other treasures. For example, treasures that could increase his cultivation. Treasures that could increase an enlightened being's cultivation were definitely priceless. However, the value of a high-tier flying spiritual tool was no less than a supreme-tier spiritual tool. It was enough to trade for treasures that could increase an enlightened being's cultivation. Although a high-grade air transportation spiritual artifact was fast, it also consumed a lot of energy. How long could an 8-star martial saint last? Yun Jianfei had a smile on his face. He was extremely happy in his heart. His gaze locked onto Yi Xing who was flying at high speed in the distance. He circulated his astral energy and flapped his wings continuously, increasing his speed to the limit as he chased after Yi Xing. Yi Xing, you must escape. You must. Lu Tianyuan prayed silently in his heart. Suddenly his hair stood on end. He looked over at Qizhua who was several kilometers away, and saw that Qizhua had knocked another arrow on his high-grade spirit bow and had locked onto him. Qizhua was furious that Yi Xing had escaped from Qizhua's hands. Although he had not attacked the perfected persons of the Falling Star sect due to his status, he was now venting his anger on them. Yi Xing knew that an enlightened master was chasing after him from behind. Pushing the celestial essence within his body to the limit, he desperately flapped his blue cloud wings and flew away at top speed. In the blink of an eye, he had flown a few kilometers. In another blink of an eye, he had flown 10 kilometers. In about 20 breaths, he had flown 100 kilometers away. As a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact, the blue cloud wing speed was indeed extraordinary. Even though Yi Xing's current cultivation was far from being able to display the true speed of the blue cloud wings, his speed was still faster than Yun Jianfei, a 1-star enlightened master who was flying with a middle-grade air transportation spiritual artifact. This caused Yun Jianfei, who was chasing after Yi Xing, to be extremely surprised. This was because even though he was flying at top speed, the distance between him and Yi Xing was still increasing. How is this possible? An 8-star martial saint, even if he is flying with a high-grade air transportation spiritual artifact, can't be faster than me. Yun Jianfei was deeply shocked. His eyes were filled with confusion. For a moment, he did not think that it was a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact. He really did not dare to imagine that an 8-star martial saint would have a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact. After 200 breaths, the two of them had flown for more than 1,000 kilometers. The distance between them had increased from the initial 10 kilometers to dozens of kilometers. Damn it! Damn it! Yun Jianfei cursed as he chased after Sua Mo. He was almost burning his astral energy as he flew, but he still could not shorten the distance between them. Suddenly Yun Jianfei's heart jolted and he was shocked. Could this lad's air transportation spiritual artifact be a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact? Yun Jianfei did not dare to think about it before. Now that he thought about it, he immediately reacted. Perhaps this was the only reason why Yi Xing's speed was so fast. If it is a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact, this is a real peerless treasure. It is comparable to the legendary dark weapon that only the honorable martial artists are qualified to own. When Yun Jianfei thought of this, his heart immediately became excited and his heart thumped. If I can obtain a supreme-grade flying spiritual weapon and sell it, won't I become one of the richest perfected persons in the Trushan region? At that time, what kind of treasures can't I buy? Yun Zhanfei became even more excited. The only pity was that the speed of the top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact was too fast. Even in the hands of an 8-star martial saint, Yi Xing's flying speed was faster than Yun Zhanfei's middle-grade air transportation spiritual artifact. The distance between them was already dozens of miles. Although the view in the sky was wide and it was very difficult for Yi Xing to rely on obstacles to block Yun Zhanfei's vision to escape, if the distance between them was further, no matter how high they flew, there would still be many blind spots. Yi Xing could really use the obstacles in the mountains, valleys, and forests to escape from Yun Zhankong's pursuit. Yun Zhanfei was excited and anxious at the same time. He was afraid that Yi Xing would escape from under his nose. Compared to Yun Zhanfei, Yi Xing was even more anxious. As a top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact, the clear sky wings were fast enough. However, Yi Xing's cultivation was too low and he could not unleash the true speed of the clear sky wings. Moreover, Yi Xing's consumption of his celestial essence was too great. If he continued to fly like this, he was afraid that it would not be long before Yun Zhankong caught up with him and he would die of exhaustion due to the exhaustion of his celestial essence. In order to last longer, Yi Xing had to adjust the circulation of celestial essence in his body to reduce the consumption of his celestial essence. However, his flying speed also decreased. Behind Yi Xing, Yun Zhanfei's eyes suddenly brightened. A sage's sense of distance was extremely sensitive. When Yi Xing's speed slowed down, he immediately felt it. The distance between the two of them did not continue to increase. Instead, it was gradually decreasing. Ah, this kid finally can't hold on anymore. A mere 8-star martial saint wants to keep driving the top-grade air transportation spiritual artifact. It's simply wishful thinking. Today I have a big harvest. Yun Zhanfei was overjoyed. Yi Xing controlled the consumption of his celestial essence within a bearable range, but his speed was still slower than Yun Zhanfei's. The distance between the two gradually decreased. When the distance between the two reached its initial length, they had already flown more than 2,000 miles. Yi Xing suddenly changed his direction. He no longer continued to fly forward but fell down. Like a meteor falling, Yi Xing quickly landed on a mountain peak. In the end, he couldn't escape. He might as well fight with the enemy while he still had the strength. Otherwise, if he kept flying, his strength would be greatly consumed, and he couldn't get rid of the enemy. In the end, he could only quickly capture the enemy. Wuxia starlight rushed out from Yi Xing's glabella, turning into a huge flaming star suspended in the air. Yi Xing's eyes were firm. At this moment there was nothing to say. No matter what method he used, he had to kill the enemy. Even if he had to expose all his trump cards, he would not stop. If he couldn't kill the enemy, there would only be one result, and that was his death. If he was going to lose his life, he naturally had to use all his trump cards. Everything would be to kill the enemy. Of course, he had to use his trump cards at the right time. He couldn't expose them all at the beginning. Although Yi Xing had broken through to the 8-star martial saint realm, his strength had increased a lot compared to when he was a 7-star martial saint. He didn't care about any half-step enlightened masters. However, a Star Dipper enlightened master was far from a half-step enlightened master. Even a 1-star enlightened master was a strong threat to his life. When dealing with an enemy who was far stronger than him, he couldn't erupt his strength to the limit at the beginning. He had to first paralyze the enemy and then find an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Yi Xing instantly took out the purple firmament bow and purple gold arrow. He used the azure dragon arrow style and shot an arrow at Yun Zhanfei, who was rushing toward him. Chapter 343. The arrow pierced through the air. It turned into a huge azure dragon and roared as it charged toward Yun Zhanfei. This arrow contained the power of the fire astral form, the power of the celestial origin, and the power of the heart of archery. Coupled with the greater mastery of the azure dragon arrow style, its power was terrifying. Even without using the Sagittarius constellation, it was more than enough to kill a half-step perfected person. The arrow pierced through the air and shot out a few miles in the blink of an eye. It collided with Yun Zhanfei, who was flying toward it. However, this arrow did not hurt Yun Zhanfei at all. Yun Zhanfei circulated his astral energy and stretched out his hand to grab the arrow that was flying toward him. His hand was like an iron clamp. The purple gold arrow was caught in his hand. The tail of the arrow was shaking, but it could not move forward anymore. A perfected person in the astral realm would have converted all of their celestial origin into astral energy. A half-step perfected person would only have 50% astral energy. There was a huge difference between 50% astral energy and 100% astral energy. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. This arrow was enough to kill a half-step perfected person, but it was caught by Yun Jianfei easily. If a martial saint was someone who had just stepped onto the path of martial arts, then a perfected person would be an expert in the path of martial arts. There was a huge gap between a martial saint and a perfected person. It was like the gap between a martial saint and an ordinary martial artist. Moreover, a martial saint was afraid of being surrounded by ordinary martial artists. A one-star martial saint had a high chance of dying when surrounded by a large number of ordinary martial artists. A perfected person was a high-end combat power. A martial artist could not win with numbers. Even if 109-star martial saints worked together, they would not be a match for a one-star perfected person. In front of a one-star perfected person, even a half-step perfected person would not be able to withstand a single blow. It did not matter if there were 10 of them or dozens of them. If he wanted to kill them, it would be like chopping vegetables. Your archery skills are not bad. You can kill a half-step perfected person. Unfortunately, you cannot withstand a single blow from a real perfected person. Yun Jianfei snorted and threw the arrow away. Then he pressed his palm down from the sky toward Yi Xinggai. Die, kid. The arrow was instantly thrown several hundred meters away by Yun Jianfei. Yi Xing did not pay attention to the arrow that Yun Jianfei threw out. Instead, he focused on the palm strike that came from the sky. The speed of Yun Jianfei's descent from the sky was already fast enough, but the astral light from the palm strike was even faster. The surging celestial essence condensed into a palm-shaped astral light, which instantly grew in size until it was more than 10 feet tall and several feet wide. It was like a boulder the size of a house. Under the pressure of the palm, the airflow in the air started to distort. The airflow splashed in all directions and the wind blades were as sharp as knives. One could see how terrifying the power of this palm was. What was even faster than the energy palm was the wind generated by the palm strike. While the palm strike was still in the air, the ground was already stirred up by the wind. Sand and pebbles were sent flying. Yi Xing felt as though an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Heavenly Bat Steps. Yi Xing used the wind force of the minute subtlety realm and executed the heavenly bat steps. He took a step forward and his body turned into a stream of light, disappearing in a flash. With the heavenly bat steps at the perfection realm and the wind force of the minute subtlety realm, it was extremely fast. It was as if he had teleported. In terms of speed, Yi Xing was not inferior to a perfected being of the astral realm. Bang! Yun Jianfei's palm strike missed and hit the ground where Yi Xing had just stood. A loud explosion rang out, causing the earth to shake. The ground was instantly shattered. The ground where the palm strike hit caved in, forming a deep palm print that was the same size as the palm strike. The mud and stones turned into dust under this palm strike. If Yi Xing had been hit, even if his body was stronger than any martial saint, he would have been seriously injured. Any martial saint would have been smashed into meat paste under this palm strike, regardless of whether it was one or several of them. Yi Xing stood a few hundred meters away with a look of horror in his eyes. Even though he had dodged the attack, he still felt a lingering fear from the power of the attack. The attacking power of a perfected being was terrifying. Yi Xing was no match for him in a head-on confrontation. Yun Jianfei landed on the ground and stood beside the palm print. His gaze was like a sword as it shot toward Yi Xing. His aura locked onto Yi Xing. Although he had not made a move yet, Yi Xing already felt as if his body was being cut by a sharp blade. Yi Xing's body was so strong that ordinary weapons could not penetrate it. However, Yun Jianfei's gaze was stronger than any weapon, causing Yi Xing to feel threatened. Yun Jianfei looked excited, but his gaze was filled with disdain. He said, "Your speed has surprised me. It is even faster than many perfected beings. Unfortunately, it is still not enough for me." As he spoke, Yun Jianfei raised his hand and a dazzling sword appeared in his hand. It was a top-notch middle spiritual weapon. No wonder Yun Jianfei's gaze was so sharp. It turned out that he was a swordsman. With the spiritual weapon in his hand, Yun Jianfei's aura surged. He was like a sword. Just his terrifying aura alone was enough to cut the surrounding air into pieces. Die! Yun Jianfei shouted. In an instant, his entire body was like a flash of sword radiance as he charged toward Yi Xing. It was the sword step. Young Master Tianluo's sword aura was strong enough and his sword step was fast enough. However, compared to Yun Jianfei, he was still a few levels behind. Sword radiance flashed. To Yun Jianfei, the distance of a few hundred meters was nothing. With a swing of his sword, a sword aura rose like the rising sun. It was unstoppable and it was about to hit Yixing fast. Too fast. Yixing did not even have time to dodge. He could only use the flame aura fist and punch out. Under the cover of the flame astral phenomenon, Yixing's flame astral energy surged and formed a flame aura fist in an instant. Although Yixing was not a perfected being, his attack was the same as a perfected being. It was gang chi and not chi radiance. However, Yixing's fist aura could not be compared to the sword aura of Yun Jianfei, a one-star perfected being. With a swoosh, the fist aura was cut in half by the sword aura. In the blink of an eye, the fist aura dissipated and turned into air currents that splashed to both sides. However, the sword aura did not lose its momentum and it hit Yixing's fist hard. They were both using the Sword of the Rising Sun from the middle stage changing sword technique. However, Yun Jianfei was much more powerful than Yun Feng in terms of sword techniques and cultivation. Sparks flew everywhere. Instantly Yixing spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a cannonball, his body shot backward and landed 100 meters away. Fortunately, he wore the burning flame gloves and blocked the sharpness of the sword aura. Otherwise, wherever the sword aura passed, not only his fist, but also Yixing's entire arm would have been cut in half. Upper stage spiritual weapon gloves. Yun Jianfei's eyes lit up and he looked even more excited. As a one-star perfected being, the most precious item he had was a middle-stage flying spiritual weapon. Its value was on par with an upper-stage spiritual weapon. However, he did not have a real upper-stage spiritual weapon. However, Yixing, an 8-star martial saint, had first revealed that he had a supreme flying spiritual weapon. Now he had revealed that he had an upper-stage spiritual weapon gloves. This had made Yun Jianfei surprised and happy. He had treated Yixing as a huge treasure vault. Kill this kid and all his treasures will be mine. All mine. Ah. Yun Jianfei could not help but laugh wildly. His aura surged and his sword aura pierced the sky. However, at this moment, the heavens and the earth suddenly darkened. Everywhere was shrouded in darkness and one could not even see their own fingers. Yixing had used the black hole astrology. Both he and Yun Jianfei were shrouded in darkness and they had entered the dark world created by the black hole astrology. Yun Jianfei was shocked and he stopped laughing. In an instant he put up a defensive sword aura and raised his spirits. He looked around and realized that he could not see anything. There was only darkness. However, when he looked at the sky, he saw a huge black hole maelstrom spinning slowly in the sky. The black hole maelstrom was huge and its center was as black as ink. It was daunting and seemed to lead to another world. What is going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It should still be early before the sky turns dark. Yun Jianfei was bewildered. He looked at the black hole maelstrom in the sky and a thought flashed through his mind. He was even more shocked. Could this be that kid's astrology? However, he has the flame astrology. How can he have two astrology? Yun Jianfei quickly found the flame astrology beside the black hole maelstrom. It was also high in the sky but was pushed to the corner by the black hole maelstrom. Therefore it did not look eye-catching. When Yun Jianfei saw the flame astrology, he was finally sure that the black hole maelstrom was Yixing's astrology. Chapter 344. Yun Jianfei's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly recalled the time 9 months ago when the sun was shining brightly but the sky suddenly turned dark. The feeling back then was exactly the same as it was now. Could it be that the sky turned dark back then was also caused by Yixing's astrology? Yun Jianfei was extremely shocked. At that time he was in the Flying Cloud sect, which was tens of thousands of miles away from the Falling Star sect. How could Yixing's astrology cause the sky to turn dark from tens of thousands of miles away? Moreover, Yun Jianfei was not the only one who felt the sky turning dark back then. The other martial artists in the Flying Cloud sect also felt it. Yun Jianfei immediately raised his guard. Yixing's black hole astrology made him feel terrified and alarmed. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot out from between Yun Jianfei's eyebrows and turned into a golden star that floated in the sky. The golden star shone brightly and tore apart the darkness around Yun Jianfei, causing everything within a 100-meter radius to be covered in golden light. As an astral realm enlightened being, Yun Jianfei had an absolute advantage over Yixing in terms of cultivation. Therefore, his astrology could break apart the world of darkness created by the black hole astrology. However, Yun Jianfei's suppression of Yixing's cultivation was limited. The golden star could not break apart the world of darkness completely. It could only illuminate the area within a 100-meter radius. For Yun Jianfei, being able to see the area within a 100-meter radius was already enough. It It was much better than being blinded by darkness. As soon as Yun Jianfei's golden star tore apart the darkness, Yixing took out the purple firmament bow and shot out an arrow. Whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air. A few hundred meters was not a distance at all. As soon as it left the bow, it was already in front of Yun Jianfei, aiming straight for his throat. Hee hee. Yun Jianfei sneered and waved his spiritual weapon. A ray of sword energy flashed and knocked the arrow away. He said disdainfully, "Weak archery." Whoosh, as he spoke, Yun Jianfei swung his sword. A sword light instantly broke through the air currents and shot towards Yixing. Even though Yun Jianfei's range of vision was limited and he couldn't see Yixing's exact location, as a real person, Yun Jianfei's senses were extremely sharp. The moment Yixing shot the arrow, Yun Jianfei was able to determine Yixing's location. At the same time, Yun Jianfei also used his sword steps. His entire body was like a shining sharp blade. In a flash, he appeared where Yixing was standing just now. The sword energy sliced through the void, and the golden stars shone in all directions. Yun Jianfei's counterattack was extremely fierce. With his strength, even if his opponent was also a one-star enlightened master, he could easily crush most of them. As a sword Dao expert, Yun Jianfei's strength was definitely top-notch among one-star enlightened masters. However, Yun Jianfei's lightning-fast counterattack missed. Not only did Yixing circulate the heavenly bat steps technique at the consummate level, he also used the azure cloud wings, causing his speed to reach an astonishing level. In an instant he had retreated several miles away. Whoosh, another ray of starlight shot out from between Yixing's eyebrows. It turned into a giant starlight bow in the sky. Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation and finally revealed his trump card. He was going to shoot his strongest arrow at Yun Jianfei. The grand momentum of wind, fire, and darkness. Yixing used the three grand forces of heaven and earth and merged them into the arrow. At the same time, there was also the terrifying Sagittarius constellation's star power and the power of his archery attainment. It made the arrow's power even more terrifying. Yixing's current archery attainment was almost catching up with his master, Jianghu. Moreover, he had the Sagittarius constellation, so the arrow he shot was only stronger than Jianghu's. Just like how Jianghu killed the Dong Fuzong enlightened master, Yixing also circulated the azure cloud eyes when he shot the arrow. Instantly, two clouds whirlpools appeared in his eyes. Jianghu's azure cloud eyes only cultivated the upper part of the azure cloud eyes. On the other hand, Yixing's azure cloud eyes was a complete extreme grade spiritual martial art. Other than the azure cloud eyes, he also cultivated the cloud eyes. Naturally, Yixing's azure cloud eyes had a greater effect on the target's thinking. In terms of archery power and eye technique, Yixing had already surpassed his master, Jianghu. If Yixing's opponent was Watanabe-ing, his arrow would definitely kill him. However, Yixing's opponent was not Watanabe-ing. They were both one-star enlightened masters. Yun Jianfei was an expert in the sword Dao and his strength was at the top level. On the other hand, Watanabe-ing was only an ordinary one-star martial saint. Their strengths were not at the same level. Just as the clouds whirlpools appeared in Yun Jianfei's eyes, two rays of sword light suddenly flashed and his eyes instantly became clear again. A powerful swordsman had a heart as firm as a mountain. He had an unshakable will and his mind was unshakable. Unless Yixing's strength was able to completely suppress Yun Jianfei, he would not be able to use his azure cloud eyes to suppress Yun Jianfei's will. However, it was obviously impossible now. Yun Jianfei had already blocked two of Yixing's arrows. He did not think highly of Yixing's archery skills. During the battle, he did not notice that in the sky, another Sagittarius constellation had appeared beside the black hole constellation. Facing Yixing's arrow, Yun Jianfei revealed a disdainful smile. He did not dodge or even retreat. Instead, he moved forward and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand to meet the arrow. Useless. Yun Jianfei's voice was filled with disdain. He originally wanted to say, useless archery skills. However, he had obviously underestimated the power of the arrow. Before he could finish his words, a crisp sound rang out. The spiritual weapon was instantly deflected and the spiritual weapon was instantly deflected. However, the power of the arrow was still extremely terrifying. It continued to shoot towards Yun Jianfei's throat. Yun Jianfei's expression changed drastically. His hair stood on end and he felt a chill on his back. If the arrow pierced through his throat, Yun Jianfei would definitely die. Ah! Yun Jianfei let out a loud roar. It was not a scream that came from being shot by the arrow. At this moment, his essence, qi and spirit merged as one. The star energy in his body burned and the middle-grade flying spiritual weapon flapped on his back. In an instant, his speed had reached its limit. With a loud roar, Yun Jianfei's body turned into a shadow. In an instant he had dashed a few miles away. The arrow had hit his neck. However, it only hit the edge of his neck and caused a line of blood. It did not hit the vital part of his throat. At this moment, Yun Jianfei's burst of speed was extremely fast. He managed to dodge this sure-kill arrow. However, he was not out of danger yet. With a thought, Yixing changed the direction of the arrow and continued to shoot towards Yun Jianfei. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yun Jianfei's gang qi was extremely thick. When he felt the sharp aura behind him, he knew that the danger was still there. In an instant he changed the direction of the arrow 3 times. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrow moved according to the thought. Yixing's arrow also changed 3 times in the air. Yun Jianfei had used up all his gang qi, but he was still unable to dodge the attack of the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the arrow had caught up with Yun Jianfei's body and shot into his back. 3 changes according to the thought. Yixing's state of mind had been upgraded. His mental strength had increased and he had reached the same level as his master, Zishanho. Moreover, this was only the initial upgrade. With the addition of Yixing's Taoist connotation, there were still many comprehensions that he had not digested yet. If he was given a period of time, he would only need 10 days to half a month to digest all the comprehensions and use them for his own use. Regardless of whether it was his martial arts attainment or the level of his mental strength, there would be more improvements. The arrow contained an extremely terrifying force. After it had shot into Yun Jianfei's body, it exploded instantly. The terrifying force was almost like a cannonball exploding. If a martial sage had been hit by Yixing's arrow, his body would have definitely been torn apart by the force contained in the arrow. Although a perfected person's physical body was not much stronger than a martial sage's, the quality of the astral energy in his body was extremely high. When the astral energy was locked, it would be tougher than an ordinary spiritual weapon. When the terrifying force exploded in Yun Jianfei's body, it did not explode him into pieces. Instead, it had firmly pierced into his back. Of course, the terrifying force contained in the arrow had caused great damage to Yun Jianfei. Although his body was protected by the astral energy, the place where the arrow had hit had his internal organs shattered and his meridians severed. The place where the arrow had hit was not far away from his heart. Due to the impact of the arrow, his heart had also been damaged. This was almost a fatal injury. Yun Jianfei spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as ash. Yun Jianfei raised his head and saw the Sagittarius constellation in the sky. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he said, "So you still have a trick up your sleeve. You are actually a monster who possesses 3 types of astral energy. I hate you. I hate you. Will my monthly votes exceed 100 today? I'm looking forward to it." Chapter 345. With Yun Jianfei's strength, if he had not underestimated Yixing and had gone all out, he would have had an 80 to 90% chance of blocking that arrow. The arrow just now was Yixing's strongest attack. If it had been blocked by Yun Jianfei, Yixing would have had no chance to turn the situation around. He would most likely have lost this battle. This was not a duel in a grand competition. This was a battle of life and death. Losing meant death. Yun Jianfei was severely injured after being hit by the arrow. His body was in excruciating pain and he could not circulate the astral energy in many parts of his body. His strength had been reduced by half. The outcome of this battle had been decided. Yun Jianfei would definitely die. As a perfected 1-star cultivator, Yun Jianfei should have been the winner of this battle of life and death. However, because he had underestimated Yixing, he had sent himself to the path of death. Yun Jianfei's heart was filled with unwillingness. Yixing drew his bow again and shouted coldly, "Go to hell." Swoosh, the arrow left the bowstring and the dragon roared. It was the Azure Dragon arrow style again. Yun Jianfei had unleashed his strength to the limit. "Let's die together." Yun Jianfei knew that he was going to die. He immediately burned all the astral energy in his body. He was overdrawing his life force to increase his strength. Swoosh, a ray of sword light pierced through the void. Yun Jianfei's entire body was shining brightly. He faced the arrow and rushed toward Yixing. With a clink, the sword energy and the arrow collided. The Azure Dragon's shadow dissipated. The purple-gold arrow turned into a ray of cold light and shot into the distance. Yun Jianfei was burning his astral energy and life force to increase his strength. Not only did it make up for the loss of strength due to his severe injuries, but it also made his strength stronger than usual. When a perfected one went all out, it was extremely terrifying. This was especially true for Yun Jianfei, who was one of the top perfected ones in the same realm. At this moment, Yun Jianfei could defeat anyone in the same realm. Even a perfected one-star cultivator would have to avoid him. The azure cloud wings flapped and Yi Xing retreated explosively. At this moment, Yun Jianfei's perception had reached an unheard-of level. He could sense the airflow and sound that Yi Xing created as he moved through the void. Even if he couldn't see Yi Xing, he could still lock onto Yi Xing's body. At this moment, both Yun Jianfei's strength and speed had increased by a level after burning his life force. The distance between him and Yi Xing was rapidly closing. The scorching sun in the sky. Yun Jianfei was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he had a crazed expression on his face. The spirit artifact sword in his hand shone even more resplendently. It was like a scorching sun, making it hard for people to look at it directly. In an instant he caught up to Yi Xing and thrust his sword at him. The golden constellation in the sky poured down an endless amount of astral power, which was absorbed by Yun Jianfei's sword. This was the strongest sword strike of his sublimated life force. After this sword strike, whether his target lived or died, Yun Jianfei would die. This sort of terrifying attack that erupted without regard for one's life was the most terrifying. Even someone with similar strength might perish together with it. As he drew back, Yi Xing put away his bow and took out the high-grade spirit artifact, the Black Dragon Spear. If Yun Jianfei were still conscious, he would be shocked once more. Yi Xing actually had 2 high-grade spirit artifacts on him. However, Yun Jianfei had already gone mad and his mind was no longer clear. There was only a single thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yi Xing and perish together with him. As for the Black Dragon Spear in Yi Xing's hand, he completely ignored it. Darkness Spear Curtain. With the Black Dragon Spear in hand, Yi Xing focused his mind like never before. His might erupted to the limit as he used a defensive spear move. The Black Dragon Spear danced about, turning into a curtain of spears that collided with Yun Jianfei's sword. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Darkness Spear Curtain was instantly torn apart. With a puff, Yi Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. Yun Jianfei's spirit artifact continued to erupt with a dazzling light as it thrust forwards. However, Yi Xing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Yi Xing had already clearly scanned the sword's trajectory, weakness, and flaws. As he used the Darkness Spear Curtain to resist, he had already dodged to a safe area. Yi Xing's speed erupted with incredible speed. Although Yun Jianfei's mutual destruction sword strike had wounded Yi Xing, it hadn't caused any fatal injuries to Yi Xing. Whoosh! Yi Xing's blue cloud wings flapped. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed several miles. Yun Jianfei's sword missed. With a loud roar, he slashed out with his sword again, chasing after Yi Xing. However, just as this sword thrust out, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could no longer withstand the burning astral energy within his body, causing his life to rapidly fade away. Bang! The burning astral energy within Yun Jianfei's body went out of control and exploded, causing his body to explode into pieces. The sword light instantly disappeared. With a clank, the spirit artifact sword was thrown forward and fell to the ground. A few miles away, Yi Xing stopped. He retracted his astrology and slapped his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His body went limp and he sat on the ground, panting heavily. This battle was extremely dangerous for Yi Xing. If Yun Jianfei hadn't looked down on him, an 8-star martial saint, and hadn't used his full strength during the battle with Yi Xing's arrow might not have been able to injure him. The result could have been reversed. The one who died might have been Yi Xing. Moreover, if Yun Jianfei wasn't just a 1-star martial saint, if he was a 2-star martial saint, Yi Xing would have died in this battle. Luckily, the one who chased after me wasn't a 2-star martial saint. Luckily, Yun Jianfei was conceited and looked down on me. Yi Xing rejoiced in his heart. After taking a healing elixir, Yi Xing immediately took out 2 low-grade star crystals to heal his injuries and restore his celestial essence. Yi Xing's injuries weren't serious and he recovered quickly. However, his celestial essence recovery was slower. It would take him at least half an hour to fully recover. He didn't dare to stay here for half an hour. The other party had a Class 3 flying demonic beast, and it wouldn't take long for it to catch up. After Yi Xing recovered from his injuries, he got up and walked towards Yun Jianfei's corpse. Middle grade spirit artifact sword. Middle grade flying spirit artifact. Yi Xing picked up all of them, including Yun Jianfei's storage ring. The first thing Yi Xing did was to refine Yun Jianfei's middle grade flying spirit artifact. The owner of the middle-grade flying spirit artifact was dead, so refining it wasn't difficult. After about 20 breaths, Yixing refined the middle-grade flying spirit artifact and put it into his body. His celestial essence surged, and a pair of black wings appeared on Yixing's back in an instant. Very good. The clear sky wings is a top-grade flying spirit artifact, but it consumes too much energy for me. I can't fly for a long time, so I can only use it when escaping. This middle-grade flying spirit artifact is just right for me. I'll give it a name, Black Feather Wings. The clear sky wings is too precious. If exposed, even the masters of the 9 great sects would covet it. I can't let others know about it. It's better to use the black feather wings at ordinary times. Yixing secretly said in his heart. Yixing used his star fire to burn Yun Zhanfei's corpse to ashes. He then tore his blood-stained clothes and threw them on the ground, pretending that he was dead. Then he took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on. With a flap of the black feather wings, he instantly soared into the sky. Shortly after Yixing left, the 4-winged flying snake arrived with Chizhua, Tan Watanabe, and the other enlightened masters. There should have been 12 of them. Excluding Yun Zhanfei, who was chasing after Yixing, there were still 11 of them. However, there were only 9 of them on the 4-winged flying snake and 2 enlightened masters were missing. When enlightened masters fought with their lives on the line, they could unleash extraordinary combat strength by burning their astral energies and overdrafting their life force. Even though Tan Watanabe had more enlightened masters on his side and was stronger, they had to pay a huge price to kill the 5 enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect. Lu Tianyuan and Qi Doxing had dragged the enlightened master of the Dongfu sect down with them before their deaths. Although the other 3 did not manage to kill their targets, they were severely injured. The 5 enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect were dead, while the other party had 2 dead and 3 injured. Although it seemed like the number of casualties was unequal, it was extremely difficult to cause casualties in a situation where there was a huge disparity in strength. Of course, if not for Chizhua's arrows from afar, the casualties would have been much higher. However, Chizhua's arrows were too powerful. Even enlightened masters of the same cultivation realm could not withstand them, let alone those below 3 enlightened masters. Because of Chizhua's arrows from afar, the 5 enlightened masters of the Falling Star sect had no hope of escaping even if they managed to break out of the encirclement. They could only fight to the death. The enlightened masters jumped off the 4-winged flying snake's back and observed the traces of the battle. There were bloodstains, burning ashes, and Yixing's blood-stained clothes. Yixing is dead. Where's Yun Zhanfei? Why didn't he join us? Did he want to take the superior-grade air transportation spiritual artifact for himself and run away? To make up for yesterday's second update, looking for recommendations on Monday. Chapter 346. The Flying Cloud sect was in great trouble. Yixing and Yun Zhanfei fought, but no one thought that the one who died was Yun Zhanfei. The true sages thought that the person who was burned to ashes was Yixing. As for Yun Zhanfei, he had snatched away Yixing's treasures and wanted to take them all for himself, thus he had run away. On Yixing's body, there was not only a high-grade flying spirit artifact, but also a high-grade spirit artifact, the blazing flame set and the black dragon spear. These were all items that had been revealed at the 10-sect grand competition. Moreover, as for the 4-winged flying snake's madness, no one had been able to react at first. But as they thought about it, they realized that Yixing must have obtained the top-grade spirit weapon, the Eye of Blue Cloud, in the Blue Cloud ancient land. Thus, he was able to interfere with the thoughts of monster beasts. The Eye of Blue Cloud was a top-grade spirit weapon. In the Blue Cloud region, it was a priceless treasure. If so many treasures were obtained by Yun Zhanfei, then as the true sages thought about it, no matter who obtained these treasures, there was no reason for them to be shared with others. Thus, it made sense for Yun Zhanfei to take all the treasures and run away. This was what the true sages thought. Although they understood Yun Zhanfei's feelings, if they were in his shoes, they would also do the same. But the true sages were unhappy. Extremely unhappy. As they thought about how so many treasures had been taken away by Yun Zhanfei, the true sages hated Yun Zhanfei to the bone. Poor Yun Zhanfei. Even after his death he was hated by everyone. However, Yun Zhanfei's initial thought was to take all the treasures and run away. The true sages didn't wrong him. However, no one expected that Yun Zhanfei, a 1-star true sages, would chase down Yixing, an 8-star martial saint, and in the end die under Yixing's hands. An 8-star martial saint killing a 1-star true sages? Moreover, he was a top-class 1-star true sages? Of the 9 true sages present, not a single one of them had this thought. Occasionally this thought would flash through their minds, but they would immediately reject it. If Yun Jianfei hadn't caught up with Yi Xing, then it would be possible. But if he had caught up with Yi Xing and fought with him, then Yi Xing would have absolutely no reason to escape. The enlightened masters were certain that the dead person was Yi Xing, and they were certain that Yun Jianfei had taken all the treasures for himself and escaped. Because of their hatred for Yun Jianfei, all the spiritual masters were filled with anger towards the other spiritual master of the Flying Cloud sect. Chou Buohong was a 2-star sage of the Flying Cloud sect. He had a high position in the Flying Cloud sect, and his position was comparable to the sect master Yin Jianghu. He was one of the top 3 powerhouses in the Flying Cloud sect. However, at this moment Chou Buohong's back was drenched in cold sweat. Chizhuo Watanabe Tan and the rest of the 8 perfected masters were glaring at him angrily, causing his hair to stand on end. Chou Buohong cursed Yun Jianfei 1,000 times in his heart. Yun Jianfei had taken so many treasures for himself, he would definitely not return to the Flying Cloud sect. However, if these people could not find Yun Jianfei, the Flying Cloud sect would have to take the blame for Yun Jianfei. Chou Buohong said with fear, "Everyone, Yun Jianfei was only blinded by the treasures for a moment, and his mind was muddled. He will return, he will definitely return, and our Flying Cloud sect will also find him and make him hand over the treasures so that we can divide them equally." Chou Buohong was afraid that the 8 spiritual masters would vent their anger on him. If they were to make a move on him, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Chizhuo's face was very ugly. He was a spiritual master of the Sun Moon sect. If Yun Jianfei took out Yi Xing's treasures and distributed them, the Sun Moon sect would get the best things. However, Chizhuo did not even get a single thing. Even the Falling Star sect master's ring, Lu Tianyuan had already given it to Yi Xing. It could be seen that Yun Jianfei had it as well. Chizhuo looked at Chou Buohong coldly and said, "Everyone listen up. Put Yun Jianfei on the wanted list in the entire Qingyun region. If he hands over the treasures, everything will be fine. Otherwise, the Flying Cloud sect will pay the price." Kunyan Mountain Range, Star Crystal Vein. Yi Xing used the black feather wings to fly all the way here. After reporting his identity, Gu Qianshang opened the array and Yi Xing entered. There were multiple level 3 arrays set up by Lin Fenghui here. It was the last fortress of the Falling Star sect. Of the 14 spiritual masters of the 6 went to the old site of the Azure Cloud sect, 6 stayed in the sect, and 2 guarded the Star Crystal Vein. This was the last strength of the Falling Star sect. The 2 spiritual masters guarding the Star Crystal Vein were both 1-star spiritual masters. They were the War Pavilion Elder Lin Dongxing and the Affairs Hall Elder Zhang Maoxing. When Yi Xing passed through the array, the first person he saw was Zishan Ho. "Master." Yi Xing immediately ran up, looking surprised and happy. Hua Tianshu and Zishan Ho had a grudge against each other. Now that the Falling Star sect was destroyed, Hua Tianshu would not let Zishan Ho go. Therefore Yi Xing had always thought that his master, Zishan Ho, was doomed. He did not expect to see Zishan Ho in the Star Crystal Vein and was pleasantly surprised. Zishan Ho's eyes were also full of surprise. Good. Yi Xing, it's great that you can come here safely. My Falling Star sect is not destroyed, and there is hope for a comeback. However, in the depths of Zishan Ho's eyes, there was a hint of sadness. The Fallen Gate had been broken, and his most respected Grand Elder Lin Xiyuan had died in battle. Even when he saw that Yi Xing was safe and was pleasantly surprised, the sadness in the depths of his heart did not dissipate. After the surprise, Yi Xing also showed a sad expression. "I was lucky to escape, but the sect master and the elders, they..." Yi Xing thought of the scene where Lu Tianyuan and the others let the purple flame monarch eagle carry him to escape, while they fought the enemy to the death. He was extremely angry and sad, unable to speak. Zishan Ho patted Yi Xing's shoulder and said, "We already know that you Pinghai betrayed the sect, and the sect master and the others died in battle in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, but they did not regret it. Their last concern was whether you could come back safely. Now that you are here, it proves that they did not die in vain. They can rest in peace in the underworld." Before Lu Tianyuan died, he used the communication bead to send a message to the Star Crystal Vein, asking Gu Qianshang to keep an eye on the outside and wait for Yi Xing to come back. Gu Qianshang and Zishan Ho had already discussed this matter, so Zishan Ho naturally knew what happened to Lu Tianyuan and the others. On the side, Gu Qianshang also walked over. His hair was still white, but the wrinkles on his face were gone. His skin was much smoother and he seemed to be dozens of years younger. Gu Qianshang walked to Yixing, patted Yixing's shoulder and said, Yixing, the future of the Falling Star sect depends on you. You have to work hard to drive the East Fu sect out of the Falling Star Kingdom as soon as possible, and rebuild the Falling Star sect. Yixing nodded. He looked at Gu Qianshang with surprise and said, Elder Gu, you have broken through to the astral realm? A perfected cultivator in the astral realm had a lifespan of 200 years. Gu Qianshang was a half-step perfected cultivator in his 80s, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Now he was dozens of years younger. Without looking at his hair, he looked like he was in his 40s. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had broken through and increased his lifespan. That was why he looked younger. Gu Qianshang nodded, and there was a look of enlightenment in his eyes. He said, I was lucky to break through, Sai. It seemed that Gu Qianshang was not happy about breaking through to the astral realm. Zishanho said, there was also a traitor in the star crystal mine. Elder Zhang Maoxing of the affair hall suddenly attacked and severely injured Elder Lin Dongxing. He wanted to destroy the formation of the star crystal mine from the inside, and kill Elder Gu. If the Falling Star sect was taken over by the East Fu sect, then the Falling Star sect would lose its last piece of land. At the critical moment of the sect's survival, Elder Gu broke through the bottleneck of decades and became a level 3 array master, a perfected cultivator in the astral realm, and killed the traitor Zhang Maoxing. Zishanho sighed and continued, Elder Gu achieved enlightenment, breaking through both the Tao of formations and the Tao of martial arts. This should be a joyous occasion, but the price is too great. Elder Gu's voice was melancholy. He said, if I could choose, I would only want the Falling Star sect to be safe and sound. I would have no regrets if I could not break through in martial Tao and array Tao in this generation. Gu Qianshang had been stimulated by the life and death of his sect. He had been enlightened and resolved the inner demons that had imprisoned him for decades. A great talent matured slowly, and he had made breakthroughs in both martial arts and formations. If it were not for this experience, Gu Qianshang would not be able to make any progress in either array Tao or martial Tao at his old age. The cause and effect of this was indeed costly. No wonder Gu Qianshang was not happy even though he was enlightened. He would rather not be enlightened at all. Looking for recommendation votes ++++++1. Chapter 347. Yixing was silent. Like Gu Qianshang, his cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the Star Vortex realm because of the destruction of his sect. His state of mind had sublimated and he had broken through. Although this had greatly increased Yixing's cultivation speed, Yixing and Gu Qianshang had the same idea. If the Falling Star sect was not destroyed, and if Master Lin Fenghua and sect leader Lu Tianyuan were not dead, Yixing would rather not break through. Sigh. Yixing was touched and sighed. Zishanho patted Yixing's shoulder again and said, the sect has been destroyed. You are the only hope of the Falling Star sect. The future of the Falling Star sect is in your hands. You must be strong and pull yourself together. Yixing nodded. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said, my family? Although Yixing had burned Yun Zhanfei's body to ashes and left a false impression that Yun Zhanfei had killed him, the other party might not believe it. If the other party knew that he was not dead but couldn't catch him, then his family might be in danger. Although Yixing's feelings for the Ye family and his parents were very faint, or even close to none, he didn't want the Ye family to suffer because of him. The Ye family was his starting point in the Star Continent. Yixing only wanted the Ye family to develop better and better. Zishanho comforted Yixing and said, Chu Jingyue told me that Hua Tianshu had betrayed the sect. After the sect was destroyed, I went to your family immediately and brought your parents here. As for the entire Yi clan, because there are too many people, there's no time and there's no need for that. You've already left your clan, and you're a disciple of the Falling Star sect. Even if the Dong Fu sect wants to force you, they will only target your parents, not your clan. The East Rising Star sect was one of the 6 southern sects, while the Ye family was only a small family in the Falling Star Kingdom. There was a world of difference between the two. For a family like the Ye family to have such an accomplished warrior like Yixing, other than their own family members, the rest of the family members were not close. The East Rising Star sect knew that they couldn't use the Ye family to force Yixing out. Using a Rising Star sect to deal with an ordinary warrior's family was simply lowering their status. The only possibility was that the Dong Fu sect had captured Yixing's family and used them to force Yixing. However, that wouldn't have much of an effect as the chances of the Dong Fu sect doing something like that were very low. However, Zishan Ho eliminated that possibility and immediately brought Yi Feihong and Lu Yi to the Star Crystal Mine to protect them. Yixing was surprised. Chu Jingyue? Did she escape? Zishan Ho nodded. Because she is Hua Tianshu's disciple, she managed to escape the calamity. The moment her sect was destroyed, she escaped on a black-feathered eagle and came to Zishan County to tell me the news. Otherwise, I would have been encircled by Hua Tianshu's men and died. Now Chu Jingyue isn't doing well. Hua Tianshu has taken her life essence. She's now pale as if she's 70 or 80 years old. I'm afraid she won't live for more than a few years. Yixing was shocked. How could this be? Zishan Ho sighed. I heard from Chu Jingyue that she's practicing a technique called the art of marrying beauty. This technique should be a kind of evil technique. It's very smooth to practice, but there's a disadvantage. After practicing it, one's life essence will be sucked away. Hua Tianshu must have practiced a beauty cultivation technique that can restrain the art of marrying beauty. She absorbed Chu Jingyue's life essence just to preserve her appearance. Hua Tianshu again. Yixing's heart surged with an extremely strong murderous intent towards Hua Tianshu. Yixing said, "Where is she now? I'll go see her." In Yixing's heart, Chu Jingyue was one of his few friends. She was much more important than Yi Feihong and Lu Ao. Yixing only wanted to hear the news of Yi Feihong and Lu Ao's safety. He didn't want to meet them, but after hearing news of Chu Jingyue, he couldn't help but want to visit. Zishan Ho waved his hand. She definitely doesn't want to meet you now. You'd better not go see her. Yixing frowned. How can she be cured after losing her life essence? Zishan Ho said, this isn't an injury but the loss of her life essence. Even a pill that can revive the dead can't save her. However, some heavenly treasures that can prolong her life and replenish her life essence may be able to restore her youth. However, this is the same as the pill that can revive the dead. It only exists in legends and is something that can only be encountered but not sought. Yixing said, sigh. This can only depend on luck. If I encounter a heavenly treasure that can prolong her life in the future, I'll try to get it and help her. Not to mention his friendship with her, just the fact that Chu Jingyue had informed Zishan Ho immediately after the sect's destruction allowed Zishan Ho to escape from Hua Tianshu's revenge. Moreover, she had also allowed his cheap parents to safely arrive at the Star Crystal Mine. Yixing had to do his best to repay her kindness. These things will depend on the future. Let's talk about it later. Gu Tianshang interrupted their conversation and said to Yixing, now your first task is to increase your cultivation and quickly break through to the astral realm. Increase your strength and drive the East Fu sect out of the Falling Star Kingdom as soon as possible. Then rebuild the Falling Star sect. Yixing nodded and said, I understand, but cultivation can't be rushed. I've just broken through to the 8-star Martial Saint realm. No matter how much I cultivate, it's hard to increase my cultivation in a short time. I'm going to cultivate martial skills and increase my strength first. In 3 months, the Young Hero Assembly held by the 9 sect alliances will begin. I want to represent the Falling Star sect and fight for a good ranking. Both Gu Tianshang and Zishan Ho laughed. Gu Tianshang said, I can guarantee that your cultivation will reach a higher level very soon. Zishan Ho nodded at the side. Yixing asked in surprise, why? Gu Tianshang said, there are joys and sorrows in life. Today the sect's destruction is heartbreaking. However, what happened today is not all bad. There is also a good thing. Yixing looked at Gu Tianshang and Zishan Ho in surprise. If it could be called a good thing at this time, then it must be a great thing. Gu Tianshang said, today there was another discovery in the star crystal lode. In the depths of the lode there are higher quality star crystals. Below that there is a middle grade star crystal lode. In the middle grade star crystal lode, there is a higher quality star crystal spiritual milk. Originally, I planned to distribute the star crystal spiritual milk to the 10 elite disciples who entered the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Now only you have returned. Moreover, you are the hope of reviving the Falling Star sect. All the star crystal spiritual milk in the middle grade star crystal lode belongs to you. It will allow you to increase your cultivation at the fastest speed and rebuild the Falling Star sect as soon as possible. Yixing's eyes widened as he exclaimed, middle grade star crystal lode? Star crystals were divided into low, middle, and high grade. One high-grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade star crystals. One middle-grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade star crystals. In the Azure Cloud region, high-grade star crystals were a legend. Middle-grade star crystals were extremely precious. Setting up a level 3 array and restoring astral energy would require a lot of them. In the entire Azure Cloud region, no one had heard of a middle-grade star crystal lode. The middle-grade star crystals in the hands of the top 10 sects were all exchanged from other places in the Trushen domain. For the 6 sects in the southern part of the Azure Cloud region, the middle-grade star crystals of the enlightened masters and elders of the sects were probably only a few thousand. Even the richest sect only had tens of thousands of middle-grade star crystals. However, a mid-grade star crystal vein would contain an enormous amount of mid-grade star crystals. There would be at least 1 million mid-grade star crystals. In other words, a middle-grade star crystal lode was worth more than 100 sects of the same level as the 6 southern sects. One could imagine how much wealth this was. Not to mention the 6 southern sects, even the 4 northern sects were worth less than half a middle-grade star crystal lode. It was no wonder that Gu Tianshang said that it was a good thing when the falling star sect was going through a calamity. It was indeed a great thing. Even the 9 upper sects might not have a middle-grade star crystal lode. The falling star sect had a middle-grade star crystal lode, so it would not lack financial resources to rebuild the sect in the future. What it lacked was strength. As long as it had the strength to rebuild with the financial support of the middle-grade star crystal lode, the falling star sect would definitely develop rapidly and become the overlord of the Azure Cloud region. Compared to the value of the entire medium-grade star crystal lode, the star crystal spiritual milk that was produced along with the lode was something that could only be found by chance, but it didn't shock Yixing as much. After all, Yixing had seen star crystal spiritual milk before. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Chapter 348. The low-grade star crystal vein was located between 100 and 1,000 meters underground. 1,000 meters underground was the mid-grade star crystal vein. As for how deep it was, it had not been explored yet. The star crystal spiritual milk produced by the mid-grade star crystal lode was about 1,000 meters underground. However, Yixing had to walk a few miles to get to this place. The star crystal spiritual milk was located in a natural underground hall. It was very spacious, more than 10 zhang high, and almost 100 meters wide. When the miners excavating the low-grade star crystals found the star crystal spiritual milk in the center of the hall, they reported it to the person in charge of the star crystal vein, Gu Tianshang. Lin Dongxing and Zhang Maoxing were perfected persons who were in charge of the star crystal vein. Gu Tianshang was only a half-step perfected person, so his position was lower than theirs. However, the formation of the star crystal vein was completely controlled by Gu Tianshang. Therefore, Gu Tianshang was the real person in charge of the star crystal vein. The 2 perfected persons were responsible for guarding the star crystal vein. Therefore, they only reported the mid-grade star crystal vein to Gu Tianshang. When Gu Tianshang heard about it, he immediately blocked the news. At the same time, he also sealed the hall where the mid-grade star crystal vein was located and sent his trusted subordinates to guard it. No one was allowed to enter. Now, Gu Tianshang had let Yixing absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. After bringing Yixing here, he naturally dismissed the guards. Yixing looked at the star crystal spiritual milk in the center of the hall. The amount was about the same as the low-grade star crystal vein, but the quality was 1 level higher. The star crystal spiritual milk in the low-grade star crystal vein allowed Yixing to break through from a half-step martial saint to a 2-star martial saint. It seemed that the star crystal spiritual milk here could help him break through to the 9th level star spiral realm, or even higher. Yixing withdrew his gaze from the star crystal spiritual milk pool and said, "Master Elder Gu, there are many things I haven't fully comprehended yet. I may need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. If I don't come out, you don't need to worry." Zishanho nodded. Gu Tianshang said, "You can cultivate in seclusion for as long as you want. I'm waiting for you to soar to the sky." After Zishanho and Gu Tianshang left, Yixing did not rush to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk pool. He had just broken through to the 8-star martial saint realm today. Although his mental state was strong enough to continue improving his cultivation, and he could use the star crystal spiritual milk to replenish his energy and make another breakthrough, it was too fast. After all, his foundation was unstable. Moreover, when Yixing's state of mind was sublimated, Taoist connotation was added to his body. He had a lot of enlightenment, but he didn't fully understand it. He had to strengthen his comprehension while he still had the feeling and completely transform it into his own. Otherwise, if too much time passed, the feeling would disappear, and it would be extremely difficult to comprehend anything again. His greatest gain during these few days was that his comprehension of thought force had once again increased by a level, and it had attained the 4th level. Zishanho's power of heart was only at the 3rd stage. When Yixing fought with Yun Zhanfei, his power of heart was also at the 3rd stage. 9th stage of heart force. The first 3 levels were of 1 grade and were relatively easy to raise. The middle 3 levels were also of 1 grade and were much more difficult to raise than the first 3 levels. The last 3 levels were of 1 grade and were extremely difficult to raise. Yixing's heart force broke through from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. This was a qualitative breakthrough, a huge breakthrough. This meant that Yixing's archery had reached the level of 4 transformations. As his attainments in archery improved, Yixing's attainments in the 4 symbols archery technique also improved. Although he had yet to practice archery, his intuition told him that his 4 symbols archery technique had reached the consummate realm. The power of thought was closely related to a cultivator's martial attainments. With the 4th stage of heart force, it was not difficult for Yixing to cultivate the 4 symbols archery art to perfection. This also included the dark spirit spear art and heavenly bat footwork art that had long reached perfection. Yixing stopped comprehending. The 4th stage of heart force was an extremely high level of comprehension among astral realm sages. Yixing was only an 8-star martial saint. He had only reached this level by chance. Now that he had passed the state, it was impossible for him to continue improving his comprehension of heart force. Yixing was not in a hurry to cultivate martial arts. Instead, he sat down beside the star crystal spiritual milk and absorbed it, preparing to break through to 9-star martial saint. Although Yixing had only broken through to 8-star martial saint for a short time, the battle with 1-star martial saint Yun Zhanfei had allowed him to completely familiarize himself with the cultivation state of an 8-star martial saint. After 5 days and 5 nights of comprehension, it was also very beneficial to his consolidation of cultivation. Although his cultivation foundation was not very stable now, it was enough for him to break through to 9-star martial saint. The Young Hero Assembly would be held in 2 months. At that time, Yixing would be facing the younger generation of the entire True Shen domain. Many of them would be true human realm geniuses with great strength. Yixing knew that it would be difficult for him to compete with the younger generation of true human realm geniuses with just the cultivation of an 8-star martial saint. Therefore, he had to improve his cultivation. Yixing used the black hole astrology and the high-grade falling star art to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. His cultivation increased rapidly. The quality of the star crystal spiritual milk was different, so the speed of absorption was very different. When Yixing was a half-step martial saint, it only took him a little more than 2 hours to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk in the low-grade star crystal vein. Now that he was an 8-star martial saint, it took him a whole day to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk around him, but he had only absorbed 1/3 of the total amount. After a whole day, Yixing's cultivation finally had a qualitative breakthrough. The star vortex in his dantian expanded and reached the limit of the star vortex realm. The strength of the star essence in his body continued to increase. The higher the strength of the star essence, the closer it was to the star essence. It would be easier to transform it into star essence in the future. 9-star martial saint, the last stage of the celestial vortex realm. Yixing had never dared to dream of reaching this stage in the past. Now he had already reached this stage before he was even 18 years old. Some dreams and goals seemed very far away at first. However, after a period of time when one looked back, one would realize that one had unknowingly reached or even surpassed one's dreams or goals. At this time, when one thought about the past, one would realize that it was silly to be confused and worried about the future. When Yixing thought about the past, he became even more confident. Since he could reach his goal now, then one day in the future he would definitely reach his current goal and become the most powerful warrior in the star continent, reaching the peak of the martial Tao. After breaking through to the 9-star martial saint, Yixing continued to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. The next realm breakthrough was from the star vortex realm to the astral realm. The half-step enlightened being in between was just a transitional stage. It could not be considered a cultivation breakthrough. Therefore, Yixing could consolidate his cultivation to the half-step enlightened being in one fell swoop. He could stop cultivating before the next cultivation breakthrough and wait until he had completely adapted to the half-step enlightened being's cultivation before breaking through to the astral realm. Breaking through to the astral realm is easier said than done. I'm afraid that even if I absorb all the star crystal spiritual milk here, I still won't be able to break through. I'll just absorb it boldly. Let's talk about it later. Yixing observed the amount of star crystal spiritual milk and thought to himself. 2 days later, not a drop of star crystal spiritual milk was left. All of it had been absorbed by Yixing. Yixing's cultivation had stabilized to the half-step enlightened being. Moreover, half of the astral energy in his body had been transformed. He was at the peak of the half-step enlightened being. Thanks to Yixing's continuous cultivation, the high-grade falling star incantation had risen another level, reaching the 4th layer. This caused Yixing's astral stars to be extremely condensed and of extremely high quality. Compared to enlightened 1 star's astral stars, they were only inferior in terms of quantity. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Yixing was confident that with his current strength, he would not be inferior to Yun Zhanfei in a head-on battle. If he used all his trump cards, he would be able to kill Yun Zhanfei in a matter of minutes. This was not blind arrogance but genuine confidence. He had fought Yun Zhanfei head-on before, so he was clear about Yun Zhanfei's strength. In terms of martial arts, he was not inferior to Yun Zhanfei. In terms of astral energy, he was not inferior to Yun Zhanfei. Moreover, Yixing's comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was far superior to Yun Zhanfei. Other than the fact that his astral energy was inferior to Yun Zhanfei's and that he could not fight for a long time, he surpassed Yun Zhanfei in all other aspects. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is slow. With your potential, you will grow sooner or later. It won't be too late to rebuild the Meteor Fall sect when you have full confidence. Zishanho also nodded and said, Yixing, you are the hope of the safety first. Yixing shook his head and said, if a warrior hides in a place to cultivate, not only will his cultivation speed be slow, it will also be difficult for him to achieve anything. Only by growing through experience can he become a true expert. There is something I need at the Young Hero Assembly, so I must go. Master Eldergu, don't stop me. Although I am alone, I have my own means to protect myself. Most of the true human rank experts can't do anything to me. Yixing was eyeing the Young Hero Assembly's first prize, the Resurrection Pill. Although he felt that with his half-step true human rank cultivation, the chances of him winning the first place were not high, he still had to work hard. Moreover, Yixing also wanted to see the outside world and compete with the young geniuses of the true mystic region. The world was very big, and if one wanted to become a true expert, they had to go out and explore. If one wanted to become a powerhouse in this world, they had to at least get to know this world and understand the martial artists in this world. If one didn't even understand the outside world and only knew how to cultivate bitterly in one place, how could one become a powerhouse if one didn't even know how strong one was? Yixing had made up his mind, so Gu Tianshang and Zishanho didn't stop him. They told Yixing to be careful outside and gave him a large amount of mid-grade star crystals to let Yixing leave the star crystal lode. Yixing left the star crystal lode after dusk. He traveled in the night without anyone noticing. Even if someone was watching outside the star crystal lode, they wouldn't be able to find him. After he was far away from the star crystal lode, Yixing dispersed the dark aura and a pair of black wings grew out from his back. Wu Shixing spread his wings and flew as fast as lightning towards the depths of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range. The night of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range was the world of demonic beasts. Beasts roared continuously and Yixing often saw the silhouettes of demonic beasts in the sky. To Yixing, the Blue Cloud Mountain Range was like his back garden. No matter how many demonic beasts there were, he was not afraid. Firstly, Yixing had a flying spirit tool and could fly in the sky. If it wasn't a flying spirit tool, no matter how many demonic beasts there were, they wouldn't be able to touch him. Secondly, Yixing had the eyes of Blue Cloud. Unless it was a mid-rank 3 demonic beast or above, it wouldn't be a threat to Yixing. Instead, it would be controlled by Yixing. Thirdly, if Yixing used his Blue Cloud wings to escape, even a mid-rank 3 demonic beast wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Therefore, in the Blue Cloud ancient land, be it day or night, Yixing was very safe. Yixing came to the depths of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range for 2 reasons. Firstly, there was no human habitation in the Blue Cloud Mountain Range, which was suitable for Yixing to practice martial arts. Secondly, Yixing wanted to find a demonic beast equivalent to a 3-star venerable and use his eyes of Blue Cloud to control it as his pet. Although Yixing had a flight-type spiritual artifact, the flight-type spiritual artifact consumed his celestial essence and energy. Moreover, the journey to the 9 Heavens City was very long, and it wasn't something that could be reached in a day or 2. Therefore, Yixing preferred to ride on a demonic bird. Although it wasn't slow, it was much easier. There weren't many demonic beasts equivalent to a 3-star venerable in the Blue Cloud Mountain range. The closer one was to the center, the easier it was to encounter one. Yixing flew for a few hours and reached an area deeper than the old site of the Blue Cloud sect before stopping. The area where Yixing was located was a rare flatland in the Azure Cloud Mountain range. It spanned several li in radius and the view was vast. Regardless of whether it was practicing spear arts, light martial arts, or archery, it was an ideal location. What surprised Yixing was that he didn't find a single monster beast in this area. This place is suitable for practicing martial arts. I'll cultivate my martial arts here to the boundary of perfection and then look for a flying mount. Yixing thought to himself. Whoosh! After a long time, Yixing used his black feather wings and shot into the skies. He flew dozens of miles before finding a 3rd-level monster beast. Using his eyes of blue cloud to control it, he brought it to the flat area. This was a black-armored iron bull, equal to a 1-star venerable. The reason Yixing brought this monster beast here was to have it stand guard at his side. Whether it was resting or practicing martial arts, Yixing didn't want to be disturbed. Although there weren't any other monster beasts here, Yixing still had to be on guard. With a 3rd-level monster beast black-armored iron bull standing guard, it would save him a great deal of trouble. With the black-armored iron bull standing guard at his side, Yixing took a nap. After dawn arrived, he ate some food from his storage ring and then took out the black dragon spear. Using the black hole star avatar, he began to practice the dark spirit spear arts. Now Yixing had a half-step true master cultivation and 50% of his celestial essence had been transformed into astral energy. When he used his spear, the spear shadows that erupted turned from energy to astral light. The power behind them was terrifying. With every move he used, the air in front of him would surge. Sand and stones would fly into the air, and wind blades would tear through the air, emitting whistling sounds. Chapter 350. The black-scaled demonic bull cried out in warning. Someone or a demonic beast was coming this way. Yixing looked towards the direction of the black-scaled demonic bull. After a short while, a demonic bird crossed a mountain ridge and appeared in Yixing's field of vision, arriving in the sky above the plains. Yixing looked into the distance and his face changed. His eyes suddenly shot out a beam of light. This demonic bird was a level 2 overlord demonic beast, red-tailed eagle, which was equivalent to a half-step enlightened master. What made Yixing's face change was not the red-tailed eagle, but a 2-star enlightened master standing on the back of the red-tailed eagle. In the depths of the Azure Cloud Mountain range, in the heart of the demonic beast territory, it was a coincidence to see a human martial artist. What was even more coincidental was that Yixing recognized this 2-star enlightened master. 10 days ago, the Falling Star sect was attacked by several enlightened masters, and this person was one of them. Yixing remembered very clearly that he was together with the Flying Cloud sect's Yunjianfei. At that time, the enlightened masters and elders of the sect all transmitted the names of these enemies to Yixing. This person was the Flying Cloud sect's elder, Chou Buohong. Yixing never expected that in just 10 days he would meet one of his enemies, Chou Buohong, in the depths of the Azure Cloud Mountain range. After a trace of surprise, Yixing's eyes naturally flashed, revealing his killing intent. Chou Buohong rode the red-tailed eagle and quickly flew over. When he saw Yixing, his expression was also surprised, but then he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. In these 10 days, the Flying Cloud sect was pressured by the Sun Moon sect, East Supporting sect, Blood Spectre sect, and Wind God sect to hand over Yunjianfei. Otherwise, the Flying Cloud sect would compensate Yunjianfei for the treasures he took from Yixing. On Yixing's body, there were 2 high-grade spirit weapons. One was suspected to be a high-grade flying spirit weapon. Its value was at least equal to a top-grade spirit weapon. The Falling Star sect Master's ring was a middle-grade storage ring. Its value was no less than a high-grade spirit weapon. The Flying Cloud sect couldn't afford it even if they lost all their property. Therefore, these days the Flying Cloud sect was burning with anxiety, looking for Yunjianfei everywhere. At the same time, the other sects were also looking for Yunjianfei in the Qingyun region. However, there was no news of Yunjianfei. Therefore, they suspected that Yunjianfei was still hiding in the Qingyun mountain range. For this reason, the Flying Cloud sect dispatched many Taoist masters and elders to search the Azure Cloud Mountain range. However, how vast was the Azure Cloud Mountain range? Looking for a person inside was equivalent to looking for a needle in a haystack. Every Taoist master of the Flying Cloud sect was responsible for searching a very large area. Yi Xing's current location was within the area that Qiu Buohong was in charge of searching. Today, Qiu Buohong was searching not far away when he was attracted by the commotion caused by Yi Xing practicing the dark spirit spear arts. He flew over on a red-tailed eagle. However, instead of Yun Jianfei, he saw Yi Xing. How could he not be shocked? Seeing Yi Xing, Qiu Buohong instantly understood that the person who was burned to ashes should be Yun Jianfei. Their previous judgment was completely wrong, ridiculously wrong. However, after the shock, Qiu Buohong's mood quickly turned into pleasant surprise. Yi Xing didn't die. This meant that Yi Xing's treasures were still on Yi Xing's body. Furthermore, Yun Jianfei's mid-grade flying spirit tool was also on Yi Xing's body. Looking at Yi Xing, Qiu Buohong's eyes were filled with joy as if he was looking at a big treasure. Qiu Buohong didn't want to share this big treasure with others. Therefore, when he saw Yi Xing, he was filled with pleasant surprise and didn't use the communication pearl to inform others. Like Yun Jianfei, he wanted to take all the treasures on Yi Xing's body. 2 high-grade spirit weapons, a high-grade flying spirit tool, a mid-grade storage ring, and a mid-grade flying spirit tool. With these treasures, he could leave the Qingyun region and live a comfortable life in other places. He could even use these treasures to exchange for heavenly treasures that could increase his cultivation. Even if his potential was exhausted, he could still forcefully become a 3-star sage or even a 4-star sage. In the Star Land, strength represented status. If he became a 4-star sage, he would be a middle sage. How glorious would that be? As for whether he could kill Yi Xing, Yun Jianfei didn't even consider it. Even if Yun Jianfei died in Yi Xing's hands, Qiu Buohong was still confident that he could kill Yi Xing. He was a 2-star sage, his strength was far from Yun Jianfei's. Moreover, Qiu Buohong didn't believe that Yi Xing killed Yun Jianfei with his true strength. Yun Jianfei must have underestimated his opponent. Moreover, Yi Xing must have used some kind of forbidden artifact or array disc that could threaten a sage's life. If Yi Xing killed Yun Jianfei and used up those treasures, Qiu Buohong didn't believe that Yi Xing would have more. Treasures that could kill a sage were extremely precious. Even Qiu Buohong, a 2-star sage, didn't have them. Therefore, even if Yi Xing had more, it would only be by chance. It was impossible for him to have more than one. The red-tailed eagle stopped 1,000 meters away from Yi Xing. Qiu Buohong stared at Yi Xing coldly. Yi Xing also stared back at him coldly. Both of their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. They both thought of each other as a dead man. Before his dark spirit spear art reached the transformation stage, Yi Xing was already fearless of a 2-star sage after using all his trump cards. Now that his dark spirit spear art had reached the transformation stage, its power was incomparable to the perfect stage. It was comparable to an upper stage spiritual martial art. As for a 2-star sage, it was extremely difficult to cultivate an upper stage spiritual martial art to the initial stage. Yi Xing believed that even if there was a gap in cultivation, he could make up for it with his martial attainment and comprehension of the heaven and earth. Even if he did not use his 2 trump cards, the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation, Yi Xing had absolute confidence to fight against a 2-star sage. On the red-tailed eagle, Qiu Buohong looked down at Yi Xing from above and said, "Kid, you are not dead. The person who was burned to ashes was Yun Jianfei. You purposely tore your clothes and scattered them nearby so that we would think that you were dead. We would think that Yun Jianfei had taken all your treasures and ran away, so that we would shift our attention to the dead Yun Jianfei. Then we would not be able to find Yun Jianfei to prove it. Kid, you are so scheming." Yi Xing looked at Qiu Buohong coldly and said, "Isn't this the result that you want? Why are you pretending to be dissatisfied?" Qiu Buohong laughed and said, "That's right, this is the result that I want. Kid, you are a smart person. You know what the result will be if you fall into my hands. I will give you a chance to end it quickly so that I don't have to do it myself." Yi Xing laughed coldly and said, "I'll end it myself? Are you an idiot? Don't tell me that I can't beat you down from that damn bird. Then I will slap your mouth and break your limbs. Finally, I will use my spiritual weapon to pierce your heart and make a big hole in your body. Or I will also give you a chance to end it quickly so that I don't have to do it myself. You know what the result will be." Qiu Buohong narrowed his eyes and the corners of his eyes twitched. Yi Xing was more unyielding than he had imagined. Although he knew that Yi Xing would not commit suicide because of his words, he would at least be afraid. However, he could not see the slightest trace of fear from Yi Xing. As a 2-star sage, he did not have the slightest bit of prestige in front of an 8-star martial saint. This made Qiu Buohong very unhappy. At this time, with Yi Xing's astral energy locked down, Qiu Buohong was unable to see through his specific cultivation. However, 10 days ago Yixing had just broken through to 8-star martial saint. Qiu Buohong naturally thought that Yixing was still an 8-star martial saint. He never imagined that Yixing had already used the star crystal spirit milk produced in the middle grade star crystal vein to rapidly increase his cultivation to a half-step true sage. Moreover, he was a half-step true sage with 50% astral energy transformed. Of course, even if Qiu Buohong knew that Yixing was a half-step true sage, he still had no fear. A half-step true sage could jump ranks and fight a 2-star sage? In Qiu Buohong's life, in the history of the Clear Sky region, there had never been a monstrous genius with such a heaven-defying combat strength. You are courting death. Qiu Buohong leapt down from the red-tailed eagle's back. He took out a middle-grade spirit spear and pointed it at Yixing, coldly saying. Yixing grasped the black dragon spear in his right hand and pointed it at the sky. You dare to use your spear in front of me? Die. Qiu Buohong roared out in anger. In that instant, the middle-grade spirit spear in Qiu Buohong's hand erupted with a brilliant light. With a flash of light, the air was torn apart and the spear thrust towards Yixing. Thank you brothers for your monthly votes. Chapter 351. Medium-grade Spirit Martial Art, Gale Spear Art. Qiu Buohong's Gale Spear Art had already reached perfection. This was a spirit martial art that emphasized speed. Moreover, Qiu Buohong's comprehension of the potential of the wind was extremely profound. This increased the speed of the Gale Spear Art. With a thrust of his spear, the distance of 1,000 meters was like a ruler. Although Qiu Buohong was confident in himself and looked down on Yixing in terms of strength, because Yun Jianfei had died under Yixing's hands, Qiu Buohong didn't relax his tactics. Instead, he remained vigilant, attaching great importance to this battle. In this spear strike, Qiu Buohong had used at least 80% of his strength. Let alone a half-step true master, even a 1-star true master would be frightened out of their wits by this spear strike. But Yixing was not an ordinary half-step true master, nor was he someone a 1-star true master could compare with. In particular, speed. In this aspect, any early true master could forget about gaining an advantage in front of Yixing. Dark Spirit Spear Art. The black dragon spear in Yixing's hands moved. In an instant, a dark spear light shot out. He used the Dark Spirit Spear Art and thrust out his spear. Qiu Buohong's spear was fast, but Yixing's spear was even faster. The two spirit spears were like two needles against each other, their spear points thrusting together. Bang! A terrifying astral collision emitted explosive sounds. In that instant, a mass of energy rapidly spread out in all directions. Yixing and Qiu Buohong's bodies shook at the same time. They were sent flying back 100 meters by the impact of this energy before falling to the ground. The medium-grade spirit spear in Qiu Buohong's hands buzzed and trembled. As for the black dragon spear in Yixing's hands, it remained motionless, completely silent. One was a medium-grade spirit spear and the other was a high-grade spirit spear. In a collision of equal strength, it was clear which was stronger and which was weaker. The black dragon spear had dissolved the impact of the collision. Yixing's arm hadn't been impacted by the other's strength. But Qiu Buohong's arm had been impacted by Yixing's spear, causing his arm to feel numb from the shock. Qiu Buohong stared at Yixing. His eyes were filled with shock as he exclaimed. He said, "Half-step true master? This was impossible. You just broke through to 8-star martial sage 10 days ago. In just 10 days, how could you break through again and become a half-step martial sage?" Yixing's eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he said, "Impossible? Whether you believe it or not, the truth is the truth, just like your life. Even if you don't want to believe it, you can't change the fact that you will die today." Qiu Buohong's eyes burned with anger as he shouted, "Hiding your cultivation, you must have hidden your cultivation before. No wonder you were able to kill Yin Jianfei. It turns out that you are a half-step enlightened being, and your strength is not any weaker than a 1-star enlightened being. However, in front of me, Qiu Buohong, your strength is not enough." Who instantly, Qiu Buohong's aura surged. He circulated his astral energy to the limit, wanting to go all out against Yixing. Before this, Qiu Buohong thought that 80% of his strength would be enough to kill Yixing. However, through the exchange just now, he had already tested out Yixing's strength. If he didn't go all out, there was no hope of killing Yixing. Facing Qiu Buohong's surging aura, Yixing's expression was indifferent as he said, "A 2-star enlightened being is only SOSO. You are much weaker than I thought. Did you think that I went all out just now? I only used 60% of my strength to play with you. Yi Xing's aura also skyrocketed. The grand force of wind, the grand force of fire, and the grand force of darkness, the three grand forces of heaven and earth, caused Yi Xing's aura to be even stronger than Qiu Buohong's. Qiu Buohong's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of astonishment. A half-step enlightened being could actually release such a terrifying aura. This was simply more terrifying than most of the two-star enlightened beings he had met. At this moment, cracks began to appear in Qiu Buohong's confidence in winning. He regretted not notifying the other enlightened beings. If he were alone, it would be difficult for him to swallow up all the treasures on Yi Xing's body. Now Qiu Buohong wanted to notify the others, but Yi Xing wouldn't give him the time. He shouted, "You also want to try my spear." Dark Spirit Spear Art, Flash of Light. This spear was the Manifestation Realm Dark Spirit Spear Art. It had reached perfection. With the minute wind force added on, its speed reached the extreme. With the minute fire force and darkness force added on, its might was terrifying to the extreme. With a whoosh, a light flashed and the black dragon spear arrived in front of Qiu Buohong. Compared to Qiu Buohong's Gale Spear Art, this spear was much faster and much stronger. As this spear arrived, Qiu Buohong's heart tightened. A cold sweat dripped down his back as he felt a fatal threat. Qiu Buohong's figure was like a bolt of lightning. He drew backwards, the medium-grade spirit spear in his hands thrusting forwards. Bang, two spears collided. With a loud explosive sound, energy exploded outwards. Qiu Buohong's body shook and his retreating speed doubled as he shot backwards for over 1,000 meters. As for Yi Xing, he only paused for a moment. He didn't take half a step back. He used the heavenly bat steps and his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning. The black dragon spear erupted with a brilliant dark spear light once more as it thrust towards Qiu Buohong. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing shouted out loud. He used the Dark Spirit Spear Art's ultimate killing move. The dark spear light shot forwards, occupying Qiu Buohong's entire field of vision. The Manifestation Realm Dark Spirit Spear Art contained the rhythm of the Tao. Its moves were like divinity, possessing an unfathomable might. Even if it was a one-star enlightened being whose cultivation was higher than Yi Xing's, in front of Yi Xing's spear, they still wouldn't have the strength to resist. They would instantly die. Qiu Buohong was a two-star enlightened being. Beneath this spear he also felt an intense sense of death. However, the strength of a two-star enlightened being was far from what a one-star enlightened being could compare with. In front of this spear, a one-star enlightened being had no ability to resist. A two-star enlightened being. Qiu Buohong bit down on the tip of his tongue. The pain caused him to instantly awaken from the illusion of divinity. However, the black dragon spear was already close to his throat. Qiu Buohong didn't have time to use his spear skills to resist. He could only instinctively block with his spear. Clang! The black dragon spear's spear point ruthlessly struck the middle-grade spirit spear shaft, emitting a loud explosive sound. A terrifying strength instantly sent Qiu Buohong flying backwards. Qiu Buohong spat out a mouthful of blood as he shot backwards for over 1,000 meters. Whoosh! As Qiu Buohong was still retreating, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into a star surrounded by a hurricane. This was a wind attribute astral image. Its star force surged and from its intensity, it could be considered a high-grade astral image. Qiu Buohong had used his astral image, but he didn't launch a counterattack against Yi Xing. Instead, he followed the strength of Yi Xing's spear and fled into the distance. Beneath the cover of the hurricane astral image's wind star force, Qiu Buohong's speed doubled. Astral wind turned into wings and he rapidly glided through the air. His speed was at least twice as fast as when he rode the red-tailed eagle. At the same time, Qiu Buohong took out the speed communication bead. Yi Xing's strength was far too formidable, causing him to be frightened out of his wits. As for Yi Xing's treasures, he no longer had the courage to take them all for himself. He had to notify the other enlightened beings so that they could besiege Yi Xing. How could Yi Xing give Qiu Buohong the chance to notify the others? His lips curled up and a pair of blue wings instantly sprouted from his back. These weren't wings condensed from astral essence, but a true flight-type spirit artifact. Moreover, they were a top-grade flight-type spirit artifact, the Azure Cloud Wings. At this time, Yi Xing was striving to stop Qiu Buohong as quickly as possible. Naturally, he had to erupt with his maximum speed. With a flap of the Azure Cloud Wings, Yi Xing instantly turned into a beam of light, vanishing from where he stood. Qiu Buohong's speed was fast enough, nearly reaching the speed of a third-level monster bird. But compared to Yi Xing's speed when he used the azure cloud wings, he was far too slow. He was at least twice as slow. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing crossed several miles and appeared behind Qiu Buohong. The black dragon spear in his hands emitted an intense dark spear light that ruthlessly stabbed towards Qiu Buohong's back. Qiu Buohong grasped the medium-grade spirit spear in one hand and the speed communication bead in the other. He had already activated the azure cloud stars to activate the speed communication bead. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill from behind him. His heart trembled as he felt the aura of death. At this time, Qiu Buohong didn't have time to speak. He quickly looked behind him and his hair stood on end. He saw that Yi Xing's black dragon spear had already pierced towards his back. Qiu Buohong's astral essence erupted to the limit. His body was covered in a layer of flames and his astral essence was already burning. His speed erupted as he wanted to avoid this spear. But even so, Qiu Buohong's speed was still inferior to Yi Xing's spear. In that instant, an icy chill penetrated his heart. Qiu Buohong didn't feel any pain. But as he looked down, he saw that the spear point had pierced through his chest. Chapter 352. As Qiu Buohong saw the spear point in his chest, he realized that he had been pierced through by this spear. Because this spear was too fast, even though it pierced through Qiu Buohong's body, he didn't feel any pain. It was only at this moment that he saw the spear point pierce through his chest, dripping with blood. Only then did he feel the intense pain that came from his body. Qiu Buohong opened his mouth wide and cried out in fear. But his throat wasn't able to emit any shrill sounds. All he could do was emit a hoarse roar. The black dragon spear had pierced through Qiu Buohong's heart. This was a fatal wound. Qiu Buohong's vitality rapidly faded away and he didn't even have the time to cry out. Blood gushed out from Qiu Buohong's mouth. In just several breaths of time, his head tilted to the side and he died. In the skies, Yi Xing's blue cloud wings spread open behind him. He calmly stood in the void, grasping the black dragon spear and thrusting forwards. The spear point pierced through Qiu Buohong's body, fixing his corpse in the air. Even as Qiu Buohong died, his eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. When he fought Yi Xing, he didn't lower his guard because he underestimated Yi Xing. But it couldn't be denied that he had underestimated Yi Xing far too much. It was because he underestimated Yi Xing that he thought Yi Xing was only a genius of the younger generation, someone who hadn't stepped into the sage realm yet. It was impossible for him to be a match for a two-star sage like him. Thus, when he saw Yi Xing, he didn't notify anyone. Instead, he wanted to kill Yi Xing and take all the treasures for himself. Ultimately, this had led to his own death. In truth, Yun Zhanfei dying under Yi Xing's hands was a very bad omen. This should have caused Qiu Buohong to place more importance on Yi Xing and avoid a one-on-one battle with Yi Xing as much as possible. Unfortunately, Qiu Buohong was attracted by the treasures and wanted to take all of Yi Xing's treasures for himself. Thus, he made an irrational move and naturally had to bear serious consequences. Yi Xing put away the black dragon spear and Qiu Buohong's corpse fell from the skies. The black dragon spear shook and a cold light flashed on the spear point, leaving not a single drop of blood on it. When Yi Xing landed on the ground, he retracted his azure cloud wings and collected Qiu Buohong's storage ring and mid-grade spirit spear. With a wave of his hand, he burned Qiu Buohong into ashes with the star fire. Qiu Buohong, you're not the first and you won't be the last. East Fu sect, Flying Cloud sect, Blood Spectre sect, Divine Wind sect and Sun Moon sect. Just you wait. It won't be long before I uproot all of you. This is the price you have to pay for attacking my Falling Star sect. Seeing Qiu Buohong turn into ashes, Yi Xing said coldly. In the distance, Qiu Buohong's red-tailed eagle flapped its wings and flew away. Yi Xing took out the purple firmament bow and a purple gold arrow. With a single shot, the arrow cut through the void for several miles and instantly struck the red-tailed eagle's head, instantly killing it. Yi Xing waved his hand towards the distance. The third-level monster beast, the black-armored iron bull, quickly ran over to the red-tailed eagle's corpse and began to enjoy its meal. Yi Xing continued to practice his martial arts. The dark spirit spear art had already reached the manifestation boundary. What he needed to practice next was the heavenly bat steps and the 4 divisions arrow art. Wind potential had a great effect on the cultivation of the heavenly bat steps. In addition to the 4th level of heart force, it didn't take long for his attainments in the heavenly bat steps to reach the manifestation boundary. With the heavenly bat steps reaching transcendent perfection, Yi Xing was no longer constrained by the situation. Every step he took had a terrifying speed. Speed was his advantage to begin with, and now it had risen to another level. As for the four symbols arrow technique, because Yi Xing's heart force was closely related to the art of archery, it was a piece of cake for him to cultivate it. In less than 2 days he had reached the transformative stage. When one's martial arts reached the manifestation boundary, they were no longer constrained by the moves. Each of their moves contained unpredictable power. Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art, heavenly bat steps, and 4 divisions arrow art had all reached the manifestation boundary. Compared to when he had just reached the half-step enlightened person, his strength was incomparable. After reaching the manifestation boundary of the 4 divisions arrow art, Yi Xing continued to practice the upper-tier spiritual martial art, Flame Dipper Fist. As an upper-tier spiritual martial art, the Flame Dipper Fist was much harder to practice than middle-tier spiritual martial arts such as the Dark Spirit Spear art. However, Yi Xing had the help of the super brain. His body had already formed the Star Dipper and he also had the 4th level of heart force. Thus, he was able to practice the Flame Dipper Fist very quickly. 3 days later, Yi Xing stopped practicing the Flame Dipper Fist. His attainment in the Flame Dipper Fist had far surpassed the small success stage. He was only 1 step away from the greater success stage. However, the greater success stage of the upper-tier spiritual martial art required too much of the Star Dipper. It was not that Yi Xing could not comprehend it, but his cultivation was too low. At the half-step enlightened person level, it was basically impossible for him to break through that last step. Thus he could only give up for now. As long as Yi Xing's cultivation broke through to the Star Dipper realm, the greater success stage of the Flame Dipper Fist would follow naturally. Yi Xing sat on the ground and took out a big piece of frost python meat from his storage ring. He pierced it with a lower-tier spiritual sword. Then he waved his hand and ignited the star fire on the ground. He placed the frost python meat on top of the star fire and started to roast it. In the past few days, Yi Xing had been practicing martial arts and eating the dry food he had brought with him. Today, after he had finished practicing all the martial arts, Yi Xing's appetite had been aroused. He was preparing to roast some frost python meat for a big meal to reward himself. Yi Xing's star fire was extremely tyrannical. The frost python meat could not come in contact with the star fire directly, or else it would be burned to ashes. It could only be roasted on top of the star fire and let the heat slowly roast it. Not long after, oil dripped from the frost python's meat, emitting an appetizing aroma. The frost python meat was a natural top-grade ingredient. It did not need any seasoning. When roasted, it was already an exceptional delicacy. Soon, the frost python meat was roasted until it was golden and shiny. The aroma assailed the nostrils. Yi Xing was already salivating when he smelled the aroma. Whoosh! Yi Xing waved his hand and put away the star fire. The frost python meat had been completely roasted. Looking at the roasted frost python meat, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and prepared to enjoy the delicious meal. Smells so good, good food. Yi Xing was about to eat when a voice suddenly came from behind him. It was mixed with the sound of someone sniffing. Yi Xing heard the voice and his hair stood on end. He turned his head and saw that a bearded man with long hair and a bare upper body had appeared behind him at some unknown time. This man looked like a barbarian. He had a strong body and was 2 meters tall. His 2 arms were like a normal person's thighs. His muscles bulged like dragons. His entire person was filled with a sense of wildness and power. Whoosh! Yi Xing instantly shot up. Like a flash of light, he rushed forward several hundred meters. This barbarian-like strong man had actually appeared behind Yi Xing without making a sound. This made Yi Xing's hair stand on end. The black-armored iron bull didn't sound a warning. This meant that it didn't notice the barbarian's arrival. This barbaric man was able to evade the black-armored iron bull's vigilance, and was even able to silently appear behind Yi Xing. If he didn't make a sound, Yi Xing wouldn't have been able to detect him. This caused Yi Xing to be extremely shocked and scared. What kind of cultivation did this barbaric man have? If this barbarian had wanted to harm him, he could have launched a sneak attack from behind and killed Yi Xing in an instant. Yi Xing turned around and looked at the barbarian from afar. He asked, "Who are you?" The barbarian cracked a smile. "Ah, you don't have to be afraid. I don't have any evil intentions. If I did, you would have been dead before you could even sense my presence." The barbarian spread his hands, indicating that he was talking about something big. Even so, Yi Xing was still scared. He used his super brain to scan the barbarian, but he couldn't detect his cultivation. The barbarian saw that Yi Xing was very vigilant. He said, I was cultivating in seclusion in the dark canyon, comprehending the power of darkness. I smelled the fragrance of your barbecue. Ah, it's too fragrant. My favorite thing in this life is delicious food. Although I only smelled the fragrance, I can guarantee that the barbecue in your hand must be a peerless delicacy. After saying that, the barbarian realized that he hadn't answered Yi Xing's question. He said, I'm He Biao. You can call me He Biao. I want to eat the peerless delicacy in your hand. Of course, I won't eat it for free. I'll use my collection of peerless wine to exchange with you. How about it? He Biao raised his hand and a dark green bottle appeared in his hand. It was about 3 inches tall. Yi Xing looked at the dark green bottle and thought, how much wine can such a small bottle hold? He Biao saw Yi Xing's expression and said, don't look down on my wine bottle. Even if it's a house full of wine, it can still hold it all. I'm about to leave the Qingyun region and expand the map to the entire True Xian domain. The 9 great sects and the sects in other regions have a lot of new settings and new characters. Then, I have to use the plot to connect these new settings, sects and characters. It's very troublesome and I'm stuck in a very miserable situation. Moreover, some readers said that the plot isn't good recently. This made me even more flustered. I don't know what to write next. Sweat. Yesterday and today I've been thinking hard about the plot for the next 2 days. Now I've finally straightened it out a little. How is it going? When it's done, please verify it. I'll update 1 chapter today. I won't use the previous chapters to make up for the missing chapters. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Adding chapters is adding chapters. Making up for the missing chapters is making up for the missing chapters. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Your support is the motivation for me to work hard. Thank you. Chapter 353. Yi Xing was shocked. The green wine bottle in He Biao's hand was actually a spatial treasure. Storage rings were the most common type of spatial treasure. The only spatial treasure Yi Xing had ever seen was a storage ring. However, the storage ring space was not big. A low-grade storage ring space was only 1 meter in length, width, and height. Could not store many things. A mid-grade storage ring was 100 times more precious than a low-grade storage ring. Its space was also 100 times larger. It was about 5 meters in length, width, and height. It could store a large room's worth of things. He Biao said that the green wine bottle in his hand could store a room's worth of wine. A room must have more than 1 room. The space was probably bigger than a mid-grade storage ring. It was very extraordinary. Of course, Yi Xing's super brain could not detect He Biao's cultivation. This was enough to prove that he was not an ordinary person. It was normal for him to have extraordinary treasures on him. During the grand tournament of the 10 sects, Yi Xing was able to scan the cultivation base of the 4-5 celestial enlightened masters of the northern 4 sects. It was obvious that He Biao's cultivation base was higher than the northern 4 sects' sect leaders. According to Yi Xing's inference, He Biao was at least a high-level enlightened master. He could be called an esteemed master. In the entire True Xian domain, an esteemed master stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. Of course, an esteemed master was Yi Xing's lowest estimation of He Biao. He Biao's cultivation should only be higher. He might even be a venerable. However, Yi Xing obviously did not believe that this savage He Biao in front of him was a venerable. Not to mention in the Qingyun region, even in the entire True Xian domain, venerables were legends. Yi Xing did not believe that he would meet a venerable in the Qingyun mountain range. He Biao did not have any malice towards Yi Xing. This made Yi Xing feel relieved. His expression changed from panic to calmness. Yi Xing tossed the roasted frost python meat over to He Biao and said, "There's no need for Senior to exchange wine for this frost python meat. If Senior insists on exchanging, then why don't you tell me where Dark Gorge is? I want to comprehend the force of darkness as well." Yi Xing heard an important point from He Biao's words. He Biao said that he comprehended the darkness force in the dark canyon. Yi Xing's grand force of wind and grand force of fire had long since stepped into the initial stage of force, the advanced stage. This was especially true for the grand momentum of wind, which was already quite a distance away from the realm of intricacy. Only Yi Xing's dark force was still at the first level of force, which was still a bit away from the subtle realm. If Yi Xing could comprehend the dark force to the minute subtlety realm, then the dark spirit spear art as a dark martial art would definitely have a huge increase in power. Yi Xing's strength would also increase by another level. Yi Xing was not someone who liked wine. He naturally wanted to comprehend the power of darkness more than coveting the fine wine in He Biao's hands. He Biao took the frost python meat and put it in front of his nose to smell it, revealing a look of enjoyment. After sniffing a few times, He Biao revealed a very satisfied expression and said, "Good meat, ha! Exceptional meat." While talking, He Biao took out a dagger. With a swoosh, he cut the frost python meat into 2 halves. He Biao threw half of it to Yi Xing and said, "I'll bring you to the dark canyon. I'll also give you the fine wine to drink. One person happy is not as good as 2 people happy. Come, let's drink fine wine while eating good meat." Yi Xing took a step forward. Several hundred meters were like a square foot. He arrived in front of He Biao in 1 step and said, "Deference is no substitute for obedience. Many thanks, senior." "Sa, He Biao. I'm called He Biao. Within the 4 seas all are brothers. Meeting is fate. Don't call me senior, senior. Let's drink wine together and eat meat together. We're brothers. Just call me He Biao." He Biao was clearly someone who did not care about status and seniority. Otherwise, in the martial arts world, based on cultivation and seniority, he was at least a high-level true master. In front of Yi Xing he could totally be considered a senior. While talking, He Biao took out a large container. It was a wine cup as white as jade. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on the wine cup. It looked very noble. The white jade wine cup was more than 4 inches tall. It was more than an inch taller than the dark green wine bottle. However, He Biao picked up the dark green wine bottle and poured it into the wine cup, filling it to the brim. It could be seen that the dark green wine bottle was indeed a spatial treasure. The space inside was much larger than the size of the bottle. He Biao handed the wine cup filled with fine wine to Yi Xing and said, "Come, come, come. This is my collection of exceptional wine, drunken immortal wine. It was brewed by a master winemaker over 100 years. Good meat must be accompanied by good wine. Come. What's your name? Let's drink." "I'm Yi Xing." "Many thanks, brother He Biao." Yi Xing took the wine cup. As an earthling, he did not have a strong sense of hierarchy. Since He Biao did not consider himself as a senior, Yi Xing naturally would not insist on being a junior and treat him as an equal. When one was outside, one should eat less of other people's food and drink less of other people's wine. Yi Xing had been in the Star Continent for almost 2 years. He naturally knew this. However, he took the wine cup from He Biao and did not hesitate. Instead, he directly drank a mouthful of wine. With He Biao's strength, if he wanted to harm Yi Xing, he did not need to use underhanded methods like poisoning the wine. He could just do it directly. Yi Xing would not be able to resist at all. Therefore, Yi Xing did not have any suspicions. He drank the wine in a free and easy manner. As the wine entered his mouth, it slid down his stomach. Yi Xing's heart was immediately filled with an extremely comfortable feeling. His mind shook, and in an instant Yi Xing's perception suddenly increased by a large level. He could clearly sense the movement of the wind, the movement of the grass, and the movement of the insects around him. Yi Xing had only experienced this feeling in the dark world because of the black hole astrology. But now, just by drinking a mouthful of wine, he actually reached such a state. It could be seen that the wine he drank was indeed extraordinary. Yi Xing let out a long breath and praised, "Good wine. This wine actually has such an effect. It's much more precious than my frost python meat." The frost python meat was only delicious. In terms of benefits, it could not be compared to the Zui Xian or wine. Although the frost python meat was a priceless treasure, this was only relative to foodies who focused on taste. To the vast majority of cultivators, the Zui Xian or wine had such a miraculous effect and was much more precious than the frost python meat. Even though Yi Xing was also a foodie who liked good food and paid attention to taste, he also thought that the Zui Xian or wine was more precious than the frost python meat. He Biao also drank a mouthful of the Zui Xian or wine and then ate a big mouthful of the frost python meat. His eyes suddenly lit up. That feeling was as if his soul had been upgraded. After swallowing the frost python meat, He Biao's expression was still in a state of excitement. After a while he said, "Good meat, it's really good meat. I, He Biao, have never eaten such good meat in my life, haha." "Yi Xing, you're wrong, very wrong. Although the Zui Xian or wine is good, compared to this meat it's a far cry, haha." For He Biao, although the Zui Xian or wine was precious, he had a lot of it and had drunk a lot of it. It no longer had the effect of increasing his perception like the first time he drank it. Therefore, although the Zui Xian or wine was good in He Biao's eyes, it was just a good wine that he could drink at any time. But the frost python meat was different. The first time he ate it, the feeling of eating it was almost like his soul had been upgraded. It was refreshing to the extreme. For a foodie who paid attention to taste, this was simply a priceless treasure. He Biao was a foodie who paid attention to taste. The frost python meat to Yixing was like the Zuasiana wine to He Biao. It was something that could be eaten at any time. Therefore, they naturally felt that the other's food was better. Yixing drank the Zuasiana wine while eating the frost python meat. He also felt as if his soul had been upgraded. Compared to just eating the frost python meat, it was indeed much more delicious. Moreover, with He Biao accompanying them, the two of them drank and ate while chatting. They felt incomparably happy, and it was much more refreshing than when they were eating alone. Just as He Biao said, it was better to have two people happy than one person happy. Yixing swallowed a piece of frost python meat and drank a mouthful of the Zuasiana wine. Then he burped loudly and said, "Brother He Biao, are you from the 9 great sects?" According to Yixing's knowledge, only the 9 great sects of the true Xian domain had high-level star realm masters. 9 great sects? You mean the 9 great sects of the true Xian domain? He Biao, who was eating the frost python meat, was stunned. He immediately reacted and shook his head. "I'm not from the true Xian domain. My sect is the Dark Star sect. It's located in a very distant place. Today my wife went to the hospital for a checkup. I only have time to write at night, so I can only maintain 2 chapters. The missing chapter will be filled tomorrow. The Heavenly Arrow God will also welcome its first ban. My brain is getting worse and worse. A few days ago I decided to go to the hospital today. I had already forgotten about it last night. I sleep late, usually after midnight. I also wake up late in the morning. Today my wife woke me up at 7 in the morning. I don't even know why I woke up so early. Damn, I was scolded. Thank you brothers for your support. I saw your comments in the book review section. Also, thank you rich readers for your support. In the last few days of this month I will work hard to explode. Chapter 354. The Dark Star sect was definitely famous in the Star Continent. It was a superpower that could rival the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the Qingyun region was too small compared to the entire Star Continent. Not many people knew about the Dark Star sect. Even though it was the ruler of the Star Continent, the number of people who knew about it was even fewer. If it was some perfected masters who had ventured outside, they might know about the Dark Star sect. However, Yixing didn't know much about the Star Continent. He didn't even know about the Great Yuan dynasty, so how could he know about the Dark Star sect? Therefore, when Yixing heard about the Dark Star sect, his expression was normal. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, without any ripples. Yixing drank a mouthful of Zuasiana wine and said, "Since the Dark Star sect is very far from here, why did Brother He Biao come to the Qingyun mountain range to cultivate? I was in the Qingyun region, but I didn't know about the Dark Canyon in the Qingyun mountain range to participate in the Dark Force." He Biao swallowed a piece of frost python meat and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, the Qingyun mountain range and the Dark Star sect are quite close. The founder of the Dark Star sect once walked out of here and later founded the Dark Star sect." Yixing's expression froze and he said, "Your esteemed cult's founding ancestor must be an extremely powerful figure, right? Has there ever been such a strong person in the Azure Cloud Mountain range? When did this happen?" He Biao was at least a perfected master. In Yixing's opinion, the sect he came from was at least at the same level as the 9 great sects of the true Xian region, or even higher. The founders of the 9 great sects were at least peak perfected masters, or even legendary honorables. Therefore, it could be inferred that the founder of the Dark Star sect was at least at this level. The Qingyun mountain range was desolate and uninhabited. However, 1,500 years ago, there was a superior 1-star sect in the Qingyun mountain range. Yixing couldn't help but wonder if the founder of the Qingyun mountain range was an expert who walked out of the Qingyun mountain range and founded the Dark Star sect. He Biao said, "The founder of our Dark Star sect is naturally powerful. About 2,000 years ago, our founder walked out of the Green Cloud Mountain range. However, he did not stay in the Green Cloud Mountain range. Instead, he traveled the world. 100 years later, he established the Dark Star sect. 2,000 years ago, the Azure Cloud sect still existed." Yixing was even more certain that the founder of the Dark Star sect was an expert from the Azure Cloud sect. However, what he did not expect was that the Dark Star sect was a power that could rival the Great Yuan dynasty. It was a 3-star power, far from what the Blue Cloud sect, a 1-star power, could compare with. A powerhouse from the Blue Cloud sect could establish a 3-star sect? This wasn't completely impossible. If this expert was a king-grade genius, after walking out of the Emerald Cloud sect, He would travel the world and eventually become a king who stood at the peak of the entire star continent. It would be reasonable for him to establish a 3-star sect. However, this was only a theoretical possibility. For a king-grade genius to appear in a 1-star sect, not to mention 10,000 years, it would be hard to come by even in 100,000 years. Moreover, if an expert from the Emerald Cloud sect stepped onto the peak of the star continent, became a king of a generation, and established a 3-star sect, then the Emerald Cloud sect, as the place where he came from, would definitely benefit from it. With the help of a king-grade genius and a 3-star sect, the Emerald Cloud sect could easily become a 2-star sect. However, 1500 years ago when the Emerald Cloud sect was destroyed, it was still a 1-star sect. This did not make sense. If Yi Xing knew how powerful the Dark Star sect was, he would definitely deduce that the founder of the Dark Star sect did not come from the Emerald Cloud sect. However, he now thought that the Dark Star sect was a power on the same level as the Emerald Cloud sect. Yi Xing did not get to the bottom of the matter. He believed that the relationship between the Emerald Cloud sect and the Dark Star sect was not shallow. Mentioning the destroyed Emerald Cloud sect was obviously impolite. Yi Xing did not continue to ask He Biao, but He Biao asked Yi Xing, "Which sect are you from? At such a young age, you have the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. Even in the entire star continent you are considered pretty good. In the true Shen domain, you should be a first-rate genius." Yi Xing's heart trembled. Those who had seen the world were indeed different. He was not even 18 years old and was already a half-step perfected person. This had already far surpassed the younger generation of the Emerald Cloud sect. Even in the entire true Shen domain, there were very few who could be compared to him in the younger generation. Even if they could beat him, they would definitely be over 20 years old. At his age, there was probably no genius in the true Shen domain who could reach the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. However, according to He Biao, among the geniuses in the entire star continent, Yi Xing was only considered pretty good. Of course, He Biao was only talking about cultivation. He was not clear about Yi Xing's strength. In terms of strength, to be able to kill a 2-star perfected person before the age of 18, he was also a first-rate genius in the entire star continent. "I am a disciple of the falling star sect." When Yi Xing mentioned that, his face suddenly revealed a disappointed expression. He then told He Biao about how the falling star sect had been annihilated by the other sections. He Biao sighed and said, "Whether it is a sect or an individual warrior, it is a cycle of life and death. When there is life, there is death. No matter how powerful a warrior or a sect is, there will be a day when it will be annihilated. The world of warriors is so cruel. In order to survive in this world, we can only follow the rules of this world. If someone kills your family, you will kill him. If a sect destroys your sect, you will destroy that sect. Yi Xing, we will drink wine and eat meat together. We are brothers. If you have any difficulties, I can help you. However, you have to take back your dignity. You have to avenge your hatred." Yi Xing nodded and said, "Of course. Brother He Biao, I have already drunk your wine. If you take me to the Dark Canyon, it will be the greatest help to me. In 2 months, the Young Hero Assembly will be held. The reward for first place will be something I need. I have to increase my strength as much as possible to participate in the Young Hero Assembly." He Biao was puzzled. "You are indeed a top genius in the true Shen domain. However, you are still too young. It is not easy to get first place in the Young Hero Assembly. I wish you good luck." After drinking the wine and eating the meat, He Biao stood up and clapped his hands. "Come with me to the Dark Canyon. I hope you can gain something." The Dark Canyon was only a few dozen miles away from the place where Yi Xing practiced martial arts. Yi Xing followed He Biao and soon arrived at the Dark Canyon. This was a canyon that was about 1,000 meters long and dozens of meters wide. Although it was daytime, the canyon was dim and it was difficult to see the bottom. Perhaps this was where the name of the Dark Canyon came from. Yi Xing scanned with his super brain and saw through the darkness of the canyon. He saw the bottom of the canyon, which was about 100 meters deep. The power of darkness in the Dark Canyon is very strong and of a very high level. How much you can comprehend will depend on your perception. You drank the drunken immortal wine for the first time. It should have a great effect on your perception and perception. Before the effect of the wine wears off, it is the best time to comprehend the power of heaven and earth." He Biao stood beside the Dark Canyon and said to Yi Xing. Then he jumped into the Dark Canyon. He Biao's voice came from the bottom of the canyon. "I am going into seclusion to comprehend. Don't disturb me. You can leave whenever you want." He Biao was attracted by the fragrance of the frost python meat. His heart itched and he stopped comprehending. All his previous efforts were wasted. Now that he was full, he was ready to go into seclusion to comprehend. He hoped to comprehend the power of darkness to perfection as soon as possible. Yixing also entered the dark canyon. He sat cross-legged and sensed the aura of darkness around him. With He Biao beside him, Yixing did not use the black hole astrology. Instead, he relied on his own perception to comprehend. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, soon more than 10 breaths passed. Yixing could not sense the slightest bit of the power of darkness. It was as if this was an ordinary canyon. If He Biao had not brought him here, Yixing would not have known that this was a suitable place to comprehend the power of darkness. However, because of He Biao's example, even if Yixing could not sense the power of darkness, he continued to calm his mind and focus on comprehending the aura around him. Time ticked by. An hour had passed, but Yixing still hadn't sensed the power of darkness. However, Yixing's heart was as calm as still water. He continued to sense it. Since He Biao could comprehend the power of darkness here, there must be something. After nearly 2 hours, Yixing finally gained something. Chapter 355. When Yixing sensed the darkness around him, he felt as if he had entered a world of darkness. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched them out. This scene was similar to Yixing using the black hole astrology. However, the world of darkness created by the black hole astrology was like Yixing's sense of touch. Yixing could clearly sense everything within a radius of 10 miles in this world of darkness. But now, the world of darkness was like a prison. It sealed off Yixing's vision and senses. Yixing couldn't see or sense anything in the darkness around him. What a terrifying darkness! Yixing was startled. He immediately understood that the reason he couldn't sense the darkness wasn't because there wasn't any in the canyon, but because the darkness in the canyon was too high level. With Yixing's level of comprehension of the darkness, it was very difficult to sense it. In the clear sky area, Yixing's understanding of the force of darkness was absolutely one of the best. Even he found it difficult to sense the force of darkness in the dark canyon. Naturally, other martial artists, even Dao masters of the older generation, wouldn't be able to sense it. Therefore, the martial artists in the Clear Sky region didn't know that there was a dark canyon in the Clear Sky mountain range where one could comprehend the darkness. Perhaps someone had come to this canyon before, but to the martial artists in the Clear Sky region, this was just an ordinary canyon. No one would care about it. Yixing was overjoyed. With his perception, as long as he comprehended the darkness, it was impossible for him to gain nothing. The darkness in the canyon was so high level. It was very likely that he would be able to comprehend the darkness to the minute subtlety realm here. As time passed, Yixing's senses slowly seeped into the surrounding darkness. Yixing's understanding of the dark force had reached an extremely profound level in the first stage. He was not far away from the second stage, which was the hyperfocus realm. This would be of great help to him in comprehending the dark force in the dark canyon. Time passed day by day. Yixing's comprehension of the dark force in the dark canyon increased day by day. Compared to the speed of martial arts cultivation, Yixing's comprehension of the dark force was extremely slow. However, the comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth obviously could not be discussed together with the cultivation of martial arts. The difficulty of the two was on a completely different level. Many true masters below the 7th level of the astral realm could train their upper-class spiritual martial force to the great completion. However, very few could comprehend the heavenly force to the subtle realm. Especially for a special heavenly force like the dark force, it was even more difficult to comprehend. Compared to Yixing's cultivation, Yixing's comprehension of the dark force could be described as advancing at a tremendous pace. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. As Yixing's understanding of the force of darkness grew deeper and deeper, Yixing's sensing range in the surrounding world of darkness grew wider and wider. 10 days later he could sense 5 meters away. 20 days later he could sense 10 meters away. 25 days later. Yixing's comprehension of the force of darkness finally showed a qualitative improvement. His mind moved and his entire body emitted a strong qi of darkness. His force of darkness had broken through the small completion and entered the subtle realm. Yixing's sensing range in the surrounding world of darkness suddenly increased and extended to 30 meters away. Within 30 meters, the darkness was like Yixing's sense of touch. It was clearly sensed by Yixing. In the middle of the canyon, He Biao was surprised when he sensed the qi of darkness emitted by Yixing. The force of darkness has reached the subtle realm? Good kid, he is only a half-step true master, but he can comprehend the force of darkness to this extent. He is even more monstrous than I expected. Yi Xing's comprehension of the force of darkness was beyond He Biao's expectations. He Biao thought to himself, even in the Dark Star sect, there are only a handful of geniuses who can comprehend the force of darkness to the subtle realm when they are only half-step true masters. Such a monstrous genius is actually hidden in a small place like the Qingyun region. I wonder how strong he is and what his potential is. Could he be a true dragon? He Biao opened his eyes and his eyes lit up. Originally, he wasn't interested in the true Xian region's young hero assembly. However, because of Yi Xing he was interested. It's still early. I will go and take a look when the young hero assembly begins. He Biao thought to himself and closed his eyes again. He continued to comprehend the force of darkness. His force of darkness was only one step away from perfection. However, this last step was extremely difficult to cross. With my cultivation, the force of darkness has already reached the subtle realm. It is extremely difficult to improve it further. There is only a month left before the young hero assembly. I should be on my way. Yi Xing thought to himself. He did not disturb He Biao and left the dark canyon. From the black armored iron bull's consciousness, Yi Xing found out about the nearby territories of some powerful demonic beasts. About 1,000 miles away, there was a demonic beast equivalent to the 3-star venerable, the silver-winged demonic condor. The silver-winged demonic condor was the descendant of the golden-winged demonic condor king. It was a rank 3 demonic beast. After reaching adulthood, most of the demonic beasts would become early rank 3 demonic beasts. Only a few of them could grow into mid-rank 3 demonic beasts. If its wings turned golden, it would become a golden-winged demonic condor. It could grow into a high-rank 3 demonic beast, equivalent to a high-rank star venerable. As for the golden-winged demonic condor king, it was a rank 4 demonic beast, equivalent to a human honorable. If it was a mid-rank 3 silver-winged demonic condor, Yi Xing would not dare to provoke it. However, this silver-winged demonic condor was an early rank 3 demonic beast. Its strength was equivalent to the 3-star venerable. Under the attack of Yi Xing's eye of clear cloud, it naturally could not withstand it. In just a few dozen breaths of time, it was completely subdued by Yi Xing riding on the silver-winged demonic condor. Yi Xing ordered it to fly towards the star crystal vein. The silver-winged demonic condor's flying speed was slightly faster than the purple flame monarch condor. The distance of several thousand miles was covered in less than half a day. Yi Xing did not enter the star crystal vein. Instead, he observed from afar. Seeing that the star crystal vein was still in the hands of he was relieved. He rode on the silver-winged demonic condor and flew towards the north. That was the direction of the 9-sect alliance's headquarters, 9 Heavens City. On the way, Yi Xing inquired about the news when he passed by a city. More than a month after the 10-sect grand tournament ended, the Clear Sky region had undergone great changes. First, it was the Falling Star sect that was destroyed. This was something that Yi Xing naturally knew. However, half a month after the Falling Star sect was destroyed, the Spirit Moon sect also suffered a calamity. They were annihilated in a single night, and it was said that there were only a few survivors. The martial artist who annihilated the Spirit Moon sect left behind 4 large words on the mountain gate of the Spirit Moon sect. Dayuan invincible, Demon Star must die. It was said that the annihilation of the Spirit Moon sect was related to the strongest force in the entire star mainland, the Dayuan dynasty. The reason seemed to be related to the Virgo constellation that appeared briefly in the Spirit Moon sect. This was the first time that Yi Xing heard news about the Dayuan dynasty. At the same time, he also remembered the Dayuan dynasty in his heart. This was because the Virgo constellation martial artist that the Dayuan dynasty was looking for, Yi Xing knew that it was none other than Wei Qingxian. Sage Yanyu had told Yi Xing that Wei Qingxian had caused a great commotion when she broke through to the martial saint realm and awakened her Virgo constellation. She was then taken away by a king on the grounds of safety. It seemed that the king had already predicted this outcome. The Spirit Moon sect would not be able to protect the peerless genius Wei Qingxian. Why would the Dayuan dynasty want to kill Wei Qingxian? Could it be because Wei Qingxian possesses a constellation? If that's the case, then I possess the Sagittarius constellation. Wouldn't that make me a target for the Dayuan dynasty? Yi Xing thought that if he revealed his Sagittarius constellation, he would probably end up like Wei Qingxian and be listed as a target for the Dayuan dynasty. What he did not know was that in reality he was the true target of the Dayuan dynasty. He was the demon star that the Dayuan dynasty had mentioned. Sai, the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect were annihilated within a month. The world of martial artists is indeed cruel. If one does not have enough strength, one would be in a precarious situation. Yi Xing was touched, and his desire to become stronger grew even stronger. Other than the annihilation of the Spirit Moon sect, the Flying Cloud sect did not have it easy either. Because of Qiu Buohong's death, the Flying Cloud sect came up with another explanation. Yun Zhanfei was dead, but Yi Xing was not. The Sun Moon sect and the other sects believed this explanation. However, they did not believe it verbally. Under the pressure of the Sun Moon sect and the other sects, the Flying Cloud sect had to compensate a large amount of star crystals and spirit weapons. Under the intervention of the Tianluo sect, the Sun Moon sect withdrew their hands from the 6 southern sects. The East supporting sect was unable to take down the Falling Star sect's final fortress. The southern part of the Azure Cloud mountain range was temporarily peaceful. However, Yi Xing knew that this peace would not last for long. When he returned, the Azure Cloud region would be turned upside down. Chapter 356. The silver-winged demonic eagle was flying high up in the sky. Yi Xing sat on the eagle's back. Since he had nothing to do during the journey, he was comprehending the knowledge of arrays that Venerable Qing Yun had left in his mind to improve his attainment in arrays. Even if it was only flying during the day, the silver-winged demonic eagle could travel close to 100,000 miles in a day. On the second day, Yi Xing left the Qing Yun region. At night, Yi Xing would sometimes stay in a hotel in the town to rest. He would ask around for directions to ensure that he was not going the wrong way. Sometimes, he would hide in the wings of the silver-winged demonic eagle and make do for the night. 10 days later, Yi Xing finally arrived at his destination, Nine Heavens City. Nine Heavens City was the biggest city in the Truxian region. Although the 9 high sects were not located here, the headquarters of the 9 Sect Alliance was located in Nine Heavens City. The 9 Sect Alliance controlled the entire Truxian region. No sect in the Truxian region dared to disobey their orders. Above them, the 9 Sect Alliance obeyed the 2-Star Empire and the 2-Star Empire obeyed the 3-Star Empire. In the Star Continent, there was only one dynasty, and that was the Great Yuan dynasty. In theory, an order from the Great Yuan dynasty could be passed down through the layers, and it was sufficient to command the entire world. Of course, this was only in theory. In reality, there were sects in the Star mainland that the Great Yuan Empire could not command. For example, the Dark Star sect. If the Dark Star Church didn't listen to the Great Yuan dynasty's orders, there would naturally be other sects that followed suit. However, one thing was for sure. The sects that didn't listen to the Great Yuan dynasty's orders were all hidden forces of the Star Continent. They couldn't openly appear in the world. Even a sect as strong as the Dark Star sect that fought against the Great Yuan Empire could only live in the shadows. They did not dare to reveal their stronghold to the public. Otherwise, they would be destroyed by the Great Yuan Empire. The Dark Star sect's martial artists had to hide their identities when they traveled the world. If they were exposed, they would be killed by the Great Yuan Empire. The 9 high sects of the Truxian region were all open forces that obeyed the Great Yuan Empire's orders. As the headquarters of the 9 Sect Alliance and the biggest city in the Truxian region, Nine Heavens City was extremely majestic. It covered a radius of 1,000 miles and had a population of over 100 million. Yi Xing stood on the back of the silver-winged demonic eagle and looked at Nine Heavens City from the sky. The Nine Heavens City was divided into the inner city and the outer city. The 300 miles radius of the inner city was where the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters were located. It was shrouded by a formation, and other than the 9 high sects martial artists, no one else was allowed to fly in the sky. The outer city surrounded the inner city, and the area was much larger. More than 90% of the city's population was in the outer city area, and it was divided into 4 districts: north, south, east, and west. The eastern district was a super big market. There were businesses owned by the various sects of the true mystic domain. There were weapon pavilions, elixir pavilions, array pavilions, and other shops that sold weapons, elixir pavilions, array discs, as well as all kinds of material stores. There were also various markets such as auctions, caged battle arenas, slave markets, and so on. The South District was a place of accommodation and entertainment. There were inns, hotels, restaurants, tea houses, brothels, and other buildings everywhere. The west side of the city was where some of the local sects and sects of the 9 Heavens City were stationed. Needless to say, there were some small sects and many of them were 1-star sects. The stronger ones were even comparable to 1-star sects. The North District was the slums. Some of the Nine Heavens city's local residents and wandering martial artists lived in this district. It was a mix of good and bad people. Yi Xing rode on the silver-winged demon eagle and flew directly into the South District. At the center of the South District, there was a 7-story inn that was dozens of meters tall. Yi Xing looked at the entrance of the inn. 7 Treasures Inn. Outside the 7 Treasures Inn, there were a few waiters and all of them were martial sages. In the Fallen Star Kingdom, martial sages were legends to ordinary martial artists. In most of the cities there were no martial sages. Even in the county cities there were very few martial sages. Most of them were ordinary martial artists, and there were even some who had not stepped into the martial Tao. However, in the Nine Heavens city, everyone that Yi Xing saw was at least a Star Vortex Realm martial artist, and all of them were martial sages. In the Nine Heavens city, Star Vortex Realm martial artists were called Star Marquis, and martial sages were the names given to Star Vortex Realm martial artists in the remote Qingyun region. Young hero, do you want to stay or have a meal? This inn provides first-class accommodation and food service. We also have professional demonic beast caregivers to take care of your pet beast. Seeing Yi Xing and the silver-winged demon eagle walking up, one of the waiters outside the 7 Treasures Inn walked out and welcomed Yi Xing. At this time there were other martial artists who came to the 7 Treasures Inn, and the other waiters also went up to welcome them. If it was in the Fallen Star Kingdom, martial sages would be scared half to death if they saw a grade 3 demonic beast. However, although this waiter took a few more glances at the silver-winged demon eagle, his expression was very calm. It was obvious that he had seen many grade 3 demonic beasts, so it was not strange. Accommodation. Yi Xing nodded to the waiters. The waiters bowed and said, "Young hero, please come in. Your demonic beast, please follow me. I will bring it to the demonic beast area." For the sake of the other guests in the inn, demonic beasts are not allowed in the food and accommodation area. I hope young hero can understand. Yi Xing patted the silver-winged demon eagle and gestured for it to follow the waiters. He walked directly into the 7 Treasures Inn. The first floor of the 7 Treasures Inn was a spacious hall. On both sides of the hall, there were many tables with many martial artists seated. Most of them were Star Vortex Realm Marquises, but most of them were high-level Star Vortex Realm Marquises. Yi Xing booked a superior room at the front desk. There was still about a month before the young hero assembly began, so Yi Xing booked it for a month. The accommodation in the 7 Treasures Inn wasn't cheap. The superior room cost 500 low-grade star crystals a day. In addition to the care of the demonic beast, it cost 600 low-grade star crystals a day. A month would cost 18,000 low-grade star crystals, and the food would be calculated separately. In the Qingyun region, if an ordinary half-step perfected one stayed in the 7 Treasures Inn for a month, their hearts would bleed. However, to Yi Xing this was nothing. He had received 300,000 low-grade star crystals as a reward during the 10-sect tournament, and all of them were with him. Moreover, Lu Tianyuan had given him the sect master's gift, which contained a few thousand mid-grade star crystals. Before he left the star crystal mine, Zishan Ho and Gu Tianshang had given Yi Xing tens of thousands of mid-grade star crystals. 10,000 mid-grade star crystals were equivalent to 1,000,000 low-grade star crystals. Yi Xing wasn't an ordinary wealthy person. His wealth was equivalent to that of an ordinary sect. Among the astral realm perfected ones, there were only a handful of perfected ones below the 4-star level who were wealthier than him. Esteemed guest, your room is number 707. You are staying in this inn. You can head to the 2nd floor for your meal. The beautiful receptionist at the front desk of the inn said as she received Yi Xing's low-grade star crystals. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded and went up to the 2nd floor. The rooms were from the 3rd floor onward. The 1st and 2nd floors were for dining. However, compared to the 1st floor, the decorations on the 2nd floor were obviously more elegant and luxurious. Moreover, there were many private rooms on the 2nd floor. The tables in the hall on the 1st floor couldn't be compared to them. Yi Xing wasn't in a hurry to go to room 707. Instead, he sat down by a window on the 2nd floor. He ordered a gourd of good wine and a few good dishes and started to enjoy them alone. As it was his first time here, Yi Xing was unfamiliar with the Nine Heaven City. There were many guests on the 2nd floor of the inn, and many of them were astral realm perfected ones. Yi Xing wanted to listen to the news and broaden his horizons. Inns and restaurants had always been places for people of the underworld to chat. If one wanted to listen to news, this place was the best place to go. Yi Xing condensed his astral energy in his ears, and his hearing was extremely sensitive. As long as he listened carefully, He could hear what the other party was talking about as long as they didn't intentionally lower their voices. After listening carefully for a while, Yi Xing realized that most of the martial artists in the inn were talking about the Young Hero Assembly. The most relevant thing about the Young Hero Assembly was the younger generation geniuses participating in the Young Hero Assembly. When talking about the younger generation geniuses of the True Shen region, they would definitely talk about the Earth Profound ranking. There are new geniuses in every generation. The new generation will surpass the old. The number of perfected ones in this generation of the True Shen region's younger generation is more than 20. It can be said to be the most in 1,000 years. Last year there were only 10 perfected ones on the Earth Profound ranking. This year there were 10 more perfected ones. More than 20 perfected ones appeared on the Earth Profound ranking in the same generation. Such a grand event only happened 1,000 years ago. I heard that other regions are also producing young geniuses. The Great Yuan dynasty allowed the entire continent to hold a competition among the younger generation. They have mobilized the martial Tao fate of the entire continent. Indeed, every 1,000 years there will be a golden age. The current era is a golden age for the entire star continent. The plot transition is not easy to write. Today I can only update twice. The plot of the Nine Heaven City is unfolding. I will definitely update 3 times tomorrow. Thank you for your support and understanding. Chapter 357. Yi Xing found out that the 9 sect alliances had gathered the younger generation of the True Shen region for the Young Hero Assembly because of the Great Yuan dynasty's order. Through the discussions of the crowd, Yi Xing also gained a rough understanding of the star continent. The star continent was extremely vast. Just the land area alone was hard to describe. It was more than 100 million miles. Moreover, the star continent wasn't an entire continent. It was a collective name for the 5 continents, separated by a vast ocean. The 5 continents were called the Middle Sky Continent, East Divine Continent, South Divine Continent, West He Divine Continent, North Tranquil Continent. Among them, the Middle Sky Continent was the largest. Its area was comparable to the other 4 continents combined. It was the most powerful region in the star continent. The ruler of the star continent, the Great Yuan dynasty, was located in the Middle Sky Continent. The Great Yuan dynasty occupied half of the Middle Sky Continent. Its area was larger than any of the other 4 continents combined. As for the other half of the Middle Sky Continent, it was the territory of the 12 affiliated empires of the Great Yuan dynasty. These 12 affiliated empires were all upper-rank empires. Any one of them could dominate a region in the other 4 continents. Compared to the Middle Sky Continent, the East Divine Continent was much smaller and more fragmented. Unlike the Middle Sky Continent, which only had 1 dynasty and 12 empires, it was divided into 108 regions and countless countries. The East Divine Continent was divided into 36 major regions and 72 minor regions. Regions with 2-star sects were called major regions. Regions with 1-star sects were called minor regions. The True Shen region was one of the 72 lower regions. Within the region, there were no 2-star sects with honorable realm experts. As for the other 3 regions, no one talked about them in detail. Yi Xing estimated that the situation was similar to the East Divine Continent. A year ago, Yang Gang from the Tiangang sect was the only one on the Earth Profound ranking. He was a 3-star spiritual master, and he was ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking. This year, Mengji and Baizong, who were ranked 2nd and 3rd on the Earth Profound ranking, had also broken through to the 3rd level of the star realm. I wonder if Yang Gang will be able to keep his first place on the Earth Profound ranking after the Young Hero Assembly. The Boundless Sects Mengji and the White Bone Gates Baizong are both disciples of the 9 great sects. After breaking through to the 3rd star Enlightened Master realm, their strength must have improved greatly. However, Yang Gang is also a disciple of the 9 great sects. He reached the 3rd star Enlightened Master realm a year earlier than the 2 of them. Keeping the first place on the Earth Profound ranking shouldn't be a problem. Currently, there are only 3 3-star Enlightened Masters on the Earth Profound ranking. Yang Gang, Mengji, and Baizong's top 3 positions should be unshakable. However, many new Enlightened Masters have risen this year. I'm afraid that the top 10 positions of the Earth Profound ranking will change quite a bit. In my opinion, the one with the biggest change should be the Earth Fiend Sect's genius disciple, Wuxia. He was originally ranked 10th on the Earth Profound ranking. Although the Earth Fiend sect is not one of the 9 superior sects, it is still a first-rate force in the Nine Heavens city other than the Nine Sect alliances. When Wuxia was a one-star enlightened master, he was already invincible among his peers. He even defeated a two-star enlightened master once. Furthermore, his ranking on the Earth Profound ranking even surpassed the Golden Sword Sect's two-star enlightened master disciple, Wuxia. I heard that Wuxia's cultivation has already broken through to the second level of the astral realm and became a two-star enlightened master. I wonder how many two-star enlightened masters from the 9 great sects are his match. Is this true? Wuxia broke through to the two-star enlightened master realm? It should be true. Then that's terrifying. Wuxia's battle strength is heaven-defying. I'm afraid that there are very few enlightened masters who are his match. I estimate that Wuxia will very likely rush to the 4th place on the Earth Profound ranking. Over the years, the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking has always been occupied by the disciples of the 9 great sects. The other sects rarely have a genius who can enter the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking in the past 100 years. When Wuxia was a one-star enlightened master, he was already able to enter the 10th place on the Earth Profound ranking. This is already very impressive. If he rushes to the 4th place, TSK. This should break the record of the Earth Profound ranking in the past 1,000 years. Actually, other than Wuxia, there's another person who is also very frightening. His ability to challenge those of a higher level is even greater than Wuxia's. Furthermore, he's extremely young, not even 20 years old. I know who you're talking about. Is it the genius disciple of the Golden Sword Sect, Wuxia? Yes, it's Wuxia. He's not even 19 years old, but he's already half a step into the enlightened master realm. Furthermore, his sword arts have reached perfection. He's comprehended the grand force of metal to the minute realm. He has defeated many one-star enlightened masters and is known as the #1 genius of the True Shen region in the past 1,000 years. His reputation as a genius is even above Wuxia's. His battle prowess is indeed more heaven-defying than Wuxia's. If Wuxia breaks through the astral realm and becomes a one-star enlightened master, with his battle prowess, he might be able to defeat a two-star enlightened master. That's a sure thing. Furthermore, I've received news that Wuxia has already broken through the astral realm and become a one-star enlightened master. His ranking on the Earth Profound ranking should skyrocket and rush into the top 10. He might even trample the few two-star enlightened masters on the Earth Profound ranking under his feet. TSK? A 19-year-old one-star enlightened master. Looks like Wuxia will shine in this young hero assembly. I wonder if he can defeat Shui Yan of the Fire Cloud sect when he's still a one-star enlightened master. Shui Yan's cultivation is at the peak of the 2nd level of the astral realm and he's ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking. Wuxia has just broken through to the one-star enlightened master, while Shui Yan is at the peak of the 2nd level of the astral realm. He's not far from breaking through to the 3-star enlightened master. Shui Yan is the strongest among the younger generation of the 2-star enlightened masters. Wuxia's chances of defeating him are not high. If Wuxia can really defeat Shui Yan, then he can compete with Wuxia for the new 4th place on the Earth Profound ranking. Yi Xing focused his astral energy into his ears. While he was pondering, he not only heard the reason why the young hero assembly was being held, but he also heard the news of many young geniuses in the True Shen domain. Currently, among the young geniuses in the True Shen domain, the 3-star enlightened masters Yang, Mengji, and Baizong were the strongest. They occupied the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places on the Earth Profound ranking. Furthermore, Yang was in the Big Dipper sect, Mengji was in the Boundless sect, and Baizong was in the White Bone sect. They were the 3 strongest sects in the True Shen domain's 9 high sects. However, the cultivators in the inn were not talking about Yang, Mengji, and Baizong. Instead, they were talking about Wuxia and Wuxia, the 2 geniuses who could fight above their level. Wuxia was a disciple of the Earth Fiend sect. Although the Earth Fiend sect was not one of the 9 high sects, it was a top 1-star medium sect. It was a local force in the 9 Heavens city. In the True Shen domain, other than the 9 high sects, the Earth Fiend sect's strength could be said to be one of the best. Although they were both 1-star medium sects, the Azure Cloud region's 4 northern sects, the Tianluo sect and the Dark Nether sect did not even have a 6 stars enlightened master. The Sun Moon sect and the Blue Thunder sect only had 1 6 stars enlightened master each. As for the Earth Fiend sect, they had as many as 3 6 stars enlightened masters. The Earth Fiend sect's strength was stronger than the 4 1-star medium sects of the Azure Cloud region combined. Wuxia was invincible in the astral realm. He even had the battle record of challenging someone above his level. The sect behind him was also very powerful. Naturally, he was very famous. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through to the second level of the astral realm this year. During the Young Hero Assembly, there would probably be many 2-star enlightened masters who were ranked higher than him on the Earth Profound ranking. Naturally, he would be the talk of the town. However, the most talked about person was not Wuxia, but Mu Xiaoyue of the Golden Sword sect. As the saying went, there was always someone better than you. There was no better genius, only the most talented. Mu Xiaoyue was a monstrous genius of the younger generation who was even more talented than Wuxia. He was known as the #1 genius of the true Shen domain in the past 1,000 years. Before the age of 19, Mu Xiaoyue had already become a half-step enlightened master and had defeated many 1-star enlightened masters. A half-step enlightened master defeating a 1-star enlightened master. This kind of battle record was even more shocking than Wuxia's. Moreover, Mu Xiaoyue was 19 years old and had already broken through to the astral realm to become a 1-star enlightened master. Wuxia had only broken through to the 1-star enlightened master when he was 20 years old. He was now 22.5 years old and had only reached the 2-star enlightened master realm. In terms of cultivation, Wuxia was superior to Mu Xiaoyue because of his age. If they were in the same age group, Wuxia would be inferior. As a result, Mu Xiaoyue naturally became the hot topic of the Young Hero Assembly. This Young Hero Assembly was related to the change of the Earth Profound ranking. All the warriors of the true Shen domain wanted to know how Mu Xiaoyue, the #1 genius of the true Shen domain in the past 1,000 years, would shine in the Young Hero Assembly. Chapter 358. Apart from Yang Gang, Mengji, and Baizang, who stood in the top 3 of the Earth Profound ranking, as well as Shi Wenyan and Mu Xiaoyue, who had heaven-defying battle prowess, Yixing had more or less heard some news about the other young geniuses. Yixing already knew a lot about the geniuses at the top of the Earth Profound ranking. There was no need to talk about the top 3. Shui Yin, ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star enlightened master, a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, one of the 9 great sects. Nan Xinyue, 5th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star enlightened master, and a disciple of the Flying Rainbow sect, one of the 9 high sects. Du Feiyun, ranked 6th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star spiritual master, and a disciple of the Flowing Wind sect, one of the 9 great sects. Shidu, ranked 7th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star spiritual master, and a disciple of the Spirit Snake sect, one of the 9 great sects. Mu Xiaoyue was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation. All of the martial artists on the second floor of the inn gradually shifted the topic of discussion to Mu Xiaoyue. There were endless debates about whether Mu Xiaoyue could defeat Shui Yin, who was currently ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking. Shui Yin is definitely no match for Mu Xiaoyue. A youth with a sword on his back fiercely slammed his fist on the table. His expression was somewhat excited as he said, Mu Xiaoyue is a monstrous genius of the true Shen region that hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. His swordsmanship has reached perfection. Now that his cultivation has broken through to the astral realm, who among the 2-star enlightened masters can match him? How could Shui Yin have the qualifications to be his opponent? If the two of them were to fight, Mu Xiaoyue would definitely be able to defeat him with a single strike. Mu Xiaoyue was a sword Dao powerhouse, and so was this young man with a sword on his back. It was obvious that he worshipped Mu Xiaoyue very much. When he heard some people say that Mu Xiaoyue was inferior to Shui Yin, he became excited. The Fire Cloud sect was ranked 4th among the 9 high sections. It was only inferior to the Heavenly Dipper sect, Boundless sect, and White Bone sect. As a genius disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, Shui Yin naturally had no lack of warriors fawning over him. The sword-bearing youth had said that Mu Xiaoyue could defeat Shui Yin with a single sword strike, which made many people dissatisfied. A middle-aged man at the first level of the astral realm said, "What does a brat know? He only knows blind worship." Mu Xiaoyue is indeed powerful. When he breaks through to the astral realm, he can defeat many 2-stars enlightened masters. However, young Master Shui Yin is only 1 step away from breaking through to the 3rd-star enlightened master. He is the strongest 2-stars enlightened master. Mu Xiaoyue is definitely not a match for young Master Shui Yin. This middle-aged man was a rogue cultivator who did not belong to any sect. He had worked as a waiter in the 9 Heavens city and received benefits from the Fire Cloud sect. Later on, he broke through to the astral realm and became a perfected person by chance. He then became a guest elder of a small sect in the Nine Heavens City. Among the martial sages in the Nine Heavens City, he could be considered a legendary figure. There were many ordinary people in the Nine Heavens City who didn't belong to any sect. They relied on their own efforts and luck to make a name for themselves. Some of them became high-level star marquises, some became half-step enlightened masters, and some even became enlightened masters with a lifespan of 200 years. Countless ordinary martial sages in the Nine Heavens City treated the achievements of these rogue enlightened masters as their lifelong goal. However, although this one-star enlightened master was a legendary figure among the rogue martial sages in the Nine Heavens City, he was nothing compared to the cultivators in the world of sections. The Fire Cloud sect and the Golden Sword sect were existences that he looked up to. However, he had received benefits from the Fire Cloud sect in the past, so his words naturally sided with the Fire Cloud sect. At the same time, he did not smear Mu Xiaoyue's name. He was sure that Mu Xiaoyue was a genius, but he did not think that Mu Xiaoyue could defeat Shui Yan. That's right. Shui Yan is at the peak of the second level of the astral realm. Although Mu Xiaoyue is powerful, he has just broken through to the astral realm. He shouldn't be a match for Shui Yan. On the second floor of the inn, many cultivators were saying this. They believed that Mu Xiaoyue was powerful, but they did not believe that Mu Xiaoyue was so powerful that he could defeat Shui Yan. When his idol was questioned, the young man became even more agitated. His face turned red. The young man stood up and said loudly, "I saw with my own eyes that Mu Xiaoyue defeated a 2-star enlightened master when he was a half-step enlightened master. Now that Mu Xiaoyue has broken through to the astral realm, even Shi Xiangxia is no match for Mu Xiaoyue, let alone Shui Yan. This is getting more and more ridiculous. A half-step enlightened master defeated a 2-star enlightened master, ha! Young man, you must be joking. You mean that Mu Xiaoyue has broken through to the astral realm and can fight with a 3-star enlightened master? What nonsense! Young man, you're way too stupid. You're daydreaming right now." The young man's words did not gain the approval of the cultivators. Many of them roared with laughter. There were even some martial artists who had remained neutral in the debate between Mu Xiaoyue and Shui Yan, but at this moment, all of them were laughing at the sword-bearing youth. A half-step enlightened master defeated a 2-star enlightened master? What a joke. None of the cultivators believed the young man's words. They all thought that he was bragging. But there was one exception. Yixing's eyes lit up as he looked at the young man. Others might not believe that a half-step enlightened master could defeat a 2-star enlightened master, but he did. If what the young man said was true, then Mu Xiaoyue's strength should be much stronger than what everyone thought. If a half-step enlightened master could defeat a 2-star enlightened master, then it was entirely possible for a 1-star enlightened master to defeat a 3-star enlightened master after breaking through to the astral realm. In Yixing's heart, Mu Xiaoyue was an opponent on the same level as Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Bai Cang. In this young hero assembly, Yixing's goal was to obtain the resurrection elixir as the reward for first place. Naturally, he wanted to compete with the strongest young geniuses in the Trushen domain. Yixing knew very well which of the younger generation were the most powerful geniuses in the Trushen region. Who is boasting shamelessly and insulting my senior brother Shui Yan? Just as the cultivators were mocking the young man, a woman's voice came from the stairs. Following the voice was a scorching aura. The voice was extremely angry. All the cultivators on the second floor of the inn looked towards the stairs. If the person addressed Shui Yan as senior brother, then she was definitely a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. A disciple of one of the 9 high sects that could travel outside was no ordinary person. Some of the cultivators glanced at the young man. The person who came was a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. With an angry voice, the young man was probably going to suffer. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps were heard. A few seconds later, 2 beautiful women walked up to the second floor. The eyes of the cultivators on the second floor lit up. The woman walking in front was wearing a fiery red short skirt. She looked to be in her early 20s, and her 2 slender white legs were exposed. The woman behind her was wearing tight black clothes with a few black spiders embroidered on it. She looked to be a few years older, but her figure was even hotter. The exquisite curves of her body were perfectly outlined, especially the clothes that covered her chest. There was a palm-sized tear in it, and her towering breasts pushed the tear open, revealing 2 snow-white hemispheres. The 2 beautiful women were at the first level of the astral realm. The woman in the short skirt in front had a terrifying aura that emitted a scorching aura. The person who spoke was obviously her. It's her, the other genius disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, Yan Lin. She is ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking and is also an incredible genius. She is also one of the participants of this young hero assembly. In the inn, someone recognized the woman in the fiery red short skirt and exclaimed softly. As for the woman in black with her chest exposed, more people recognized her, the Black Widow of the Earth Fiend sect. She is a vicious woman. Although she is over 25 years old and has stepped down from the Earth Profound ranking, she was once ranked in the top 20 of the Earth Profound ranking. The Fire Cloud sect disciple Yen Lin glanced sharply at the cultivators on the second floor and said, "Who is the one who insulted my senior brother Shui Yen? Stand out." All the cultivators looked at the young man with a sword on his back. Some were gloating and some were sighing. The young man with a sword on his back walked out and said, "I was the one who said it, but I did not insult Shui Yen. I was telling the truth. When Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step enlightened being, he really defeated a 2-star enlightened being. I saw it with my own eyes. Shui Yen, he really is not Mu Xiaoyue's opponent." The young man with a sword on his back stuttered. His forehead was covered in sweat. Obviously, under the pressure of Yen Lin's powerful aura, the young man with a sword on his back was nervous. Yen Lin stared at the young man with a sword on his back. She squinted her eyes and revealed a terrifying aura. "Where are you from? Which sect?" Chapter 359. The young swordsman was startled and said, "Azure River Region, Eternal River Sect." Hearing the young swordsman's reply, Yen Lin's expression turned cold. Although she was emitting a hot aura, it made people feel a chill. Yen Lin glanced at the black-clothed beauty who'd walked over to her side and said, "A mere disciple of a low-rank first-star sect dares to speak rudely to senior brother Shui Yen? Senior brother Shui Yen isn't someone you can criticize. Black Widow, teach him a lesson." "No problem, Yen Lin." "Ah." Black Widow swayed her slender waist, the 2 snow-white hemispheres in front of her chest shaking. She walked towards the young swordsman and said, "Kid, you just insulted my Earth Fiend sect's senior brother Wuxia. Ah. Tell me, how should I punish you?" The young swordsman was not even 20 years old, but he had the cultivation of an 8-star martial saint. In an inferior 1-star sect, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. However, no matter if it was Yen Lin or Black Widow, they did not put this genius in their eyes. An inferior 1-star sect was not worth mentioning when compared to the Fire Cloud sect and the Earth Fiend sect. Many warriors showed pity in their eyes. This young swordsman could be the most monstrous genius in his sect in the past few hundred years, or even in history. But now, they had angered the disciples of the Fire Cloud Martial School and the Earth Fiend Martial School. If the martial school behind them was a 1-star martial school, perhaps Yen Lin and the Black Widow would give them some face. But for a 1-star martial school, the two of them did not care at all. The young swordsman obviously did not expect that he would get into trouble because of speaking the truth. Although the Black Widow who was walking towards him was very beautiful, and the 2 snow-white hemispheres in front of her chest were very attractive, he did not have the slightest intention of admiring them. Instead, he felt a little scared. The young swordsman could not help but take a step back and said, I was speaking the truth. I did not mean to offend Shui Yen and Wuxia. If my words made you angry, I will apologize to you. Sorry, I really did not mean to offend you. Sorry." Black Widow walked to the front of the young swordsman and patted his shoulder, saying, "Look at how scared you are." "Am I so scary? I dote on you." As she spoke, the Black Widow's palm slid down the arm of the sword-carrying young man. The corners of her mouth curled up, and her lips suddenly turned dark purple, revealing a devilish smile. At the same time, the Black Widow's fingernails turned dark purple and suddenly grew by more than an inch. Then, with a smile on her face, the Black Widow grabbed the arm of the sword-carrying youngster. Her 5 black-purple fingernails pierced into the arm of the sword-carrying youngster. The youth with the sword on his back suddenly screamed miserably. His arm suddenly emitted a burst of black gas. The Black Widow was indifferent to the screams of the swordsman. She still had a smile on her face and said, scream louder, scream louder. If your voice satisfies me, I will let you go." Looking at the screaming youth with a sword on his back and the smiling Black Widow, all the warriors on the second floor felt a chill in their hearts. Many martial artists shuddered, not daring to look again as their hearts trembled. Killing someone is nothing more than a nod of the head. He only said a few words that made you unhappy. Moreover, it might not have been a lie. The punishment you gave him should be enough. Yixing said as he saw the youth with the sword on his back scream miserably and a black gas appear on his face. He couldn't stand it any longer. Many martial artists looked at Yixing. If he dared to speak out at this time, wouldn't he be inviting trouble? Some martial artists secretly praised him for his courage, and some martial artists coldly snorted, calling him an idiot. The Black Widow looked at Yixing with a smile and said, "Yo! It's a handsome young man. Do you also want me to dote on you?" As her voice fell, the Black Widow flung her hand and the youth with the sword on his back flew in front of Yixing. Bang! The table in front of Yixing was smashed into pieces by the youth with the sword on his back. Wine and dishes spilled all over the floor. Whoosh! A sword light flashed. The arm of the youth with the sword on his back was instantly cut off from his shoulder. Yixing didn't support the youth with the sword on his back. Instead he took out a spirit weapon treasure sword and instantly slashed out. The arm of the youth with the sword on his back had already turned a deep purplish black. He had been deeply poisoned. Even the body of the youth with the sword on his back had turned black. His entire body began to emit a black gas. His eyes had turned white and he wasn't far from death. Yixing immediately took out a detoxification spirit pill and fed it to the youth with the sword on his back. The youth with the sword on his back had been poisoned in his arm. The Black Widow's poison was extremely potent. If the arm wasn't cut off, Yixing's detoxification spirit pill wouldn't have been able to cure the poison in the youth's body. However, with the arm cut off, the source of the poison was gone. Yixing's detoxification spirit pill immediately showed its effect. The black gas on the youth's face dissipated and his condition improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The smile on the Black Widow's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold intent. Her eyes were like the eyes of a venomous snake as she stared at Yixing. "You dare to save someone that I, the Black Widow, want to kill?" The Black Widow's voice was bone-chilling and revealed a murderous intent. Yixing was still different from the martial artists of the Star Continent. Among the martial artists present, some were gloating and wouldn't save the youth with the sword on his back. Although some were lamenting in their hearts, they didn't dare to save the youth with the sword on his back. In short, they didn't save him. However, Yixing had to speak up when he saw someone he couldn't stand. When he saw someone on the verge of death, he had to save them. This was his personality as a human from Earth. If he chose to be weak and numb because of that little bit of fear in his heart, this wasn't Yixing's personality. On Earth, Yixing had lived an upright life. On the Star Continent, he was going to live an upright life. Yixing ignored the Black Widow and didn't even look at her. Instead, he sealed a few of the youth's acupoints to speed up his body's absorption of the detoxification elixir and increase the speed of detoxification. "Kid, I'm talking to you." The Black Widow's tone was still cold. "Thank you. You have to be careful." The youth with the sword on his back regained consciousness and said to Yixing. Yixing nodded at the youth with the sword on his back and stood up. He looked at the Black Widow and said, "Who do you think you are?" Your father, save people if I want to. Do I need your approval?" The Black Widow wanted to kill the youth with the sword just because he said something that made the two women unhappy. One could imagine how vicious her heart was. Yixing had already angered her by saving the youth with the sword on his back. Even if he apologized to them like the youth with the sword on his back, the Black Widow wouldn't spare him. The result would be the same as the youth with the sword on his back. He would be scratched by the Black Widow's poisonous claws and poisoned to death. Since that was the case, why would Yixing have to wrong himself and beg for mercy from her? Naturally, he would do as he wished. Whatever he wanted to say, he would say it without any scruples. However, Yixing's words gave the martial artists on the second floor a fright. Although the martial artists couldn't see his cultivation, they could see that he was only 17 or 18 years old. At such an age, how much cultivation could he have? Daring to speak to the Black Widow like that was simply courting death. The Black Widow's eyes revealed a cold light. Her face revealed a demonic smile as she stared at Yixing and said, "You dare to speak to sister like that? Do you want to die?" The more she smiled, the more dangerous it became. Her lips began to turn purplish black and her nails began to change color and grow longer. Yixing coldly looked at the Black Widow and said, "If I apologize to you, will you let it go?" The Black Widow said, "You wish." Yixing laughed and glanced at the youth with the sword on his back and said, "Then that's it. Your reaction won't stop here. My end will be his end. Why should I be polite to you, you vicious slut?" When the crowd heard Yixing's words, they carefully thought about it and realized that it made sense. Not to mention apologizing. Even if he begged for mercy, the Black Widow might not spare him. Then he might as well be unyielding and curse at her. However, the logic was easy to understand. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have dared to follow Yixing's example. In their hearts, they still hoped that begging for mercy would allow them to be forgiven. If they were unyielding, they would definitely die. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Black Widow's lips had completely turned purplish black and her nails had become purplish black and long. They emitted a black aura and were clearly poisonous. As her voice fell, the Black Widow threw herself at Yixing. Whoosh! Yixing's figure flashed. In an instant, he was as fast as a phantom and the Black Widow threw herself at empty air. Pa! At this moment there was a crisp sound. Yixing didn't seem to have left at all and appeared at his original spot. As for the Black Widow, a blood-red handprint appeared on her face as she was sent flying by Yixing's slap. Catch up. I'm finally done catching up. I'll start tomorrow. Seeking recommendation tickets. Chapter 360. 7 Treasures Inn, 2nd floor. The Black Widow was sent flying by Yixing's slap, crashing into the tables and chairs on the floor. All the martial artists quickly retreated. At this moment, the 2nd floor was dead silent. All the cultivators looked at Yixing in horror. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They were shocked at Yixing's guts. He actually dared to slap an Earth Fiend sect disciple in Nine Heaven City. They were in disbelief because they couldn't believe Yixing's strength. He looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, even younger than the youth with the sword on his back. He was actually able to send a 1-star enlightened master, Black Widow, flying with a slap. When Yixing made his move, his aura was exposed. Only then did the martial artists see Yixing's cultivation. Half-step enlightened master. This made the martial artists even more shocked. A 17 or 18-year-old half-step enlightened master sent a 1-star enlightened master flying with a slap. This was simply another Mu Xiaoyue. Furthermore, Yixing had used a sword to cut off the youth's arm. This made them mistakenly think that he was Mu Xiaoyue. But when they thought about it, they realized that he wasn't. Mu Xiaoyue had already broken through the astral realm and became an enlightened master, while Yixing was only a half-step enlightened master. Furthermore, Yixing was obviously younger than Mu Xiaoyue. Mu Xiaoyue was already 19 years old, while Yixing was still a month away from turning 18. You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? The Black Widow, who was sent flying, climbed up and touched her burning face as she screamed. At the same time, Yan Lin, who came with her, also released a terrifying aura that locked onto Yixing. In terms of looks, Yan Lin, who was wearing a fiery red short skirt that revealed her slender white legs, was even prettier than the Black Widow. However, Yixing didn't even look at her. She was the same as the Black Widow. Both of them had the heart of a snake and scorpion. For this kind of woman, even if she stood naked in front of him, Yixing wouldn't even look at her. At most, he would spit on her. Yixing looked at the shrieking Black Widow and said, "That's right. You wanted to kill me, so how could I dare to hit you? I must have been too nervous just now, so my hands and feet didn't listen to me. Come, try again. Let's see if I still dare to hit you." As he spoke, Yixing hooked his finger at Black Widow. Yixing's mocking words made the martial artist smile involuntarily. Whether it was his hands or his mouth, this young man was merciless. The Black Widow looked at Yixing furiously. Her snow-white breasts heaved up and down violently. However, she did not have the courage to continue attacking Yixing. "You will pay the price." Black Widow's face twisted as she cursed Yixing. Yan Lin walked towards Yixing and said, "Brat, how dare you? What's your name? Where are you from? Which sector you from?" Yixing looked at Yan Lin and said, "It's none of your business." Yan Lin's face turned green as she asked, "Do you know who I am?" Yixing said, "I don't know and I'm not interested to know." Yan Lin snorted and said, "My name is Yan Lin, a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. I'm 22 years old and I'm at the peak of the 1st level of the astral realm. I'm ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. The top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking were all enlightened masters at the 2nd level of the astral realm. Yan Lin was ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking, which meant that her strength was definitely at the top among the 1-star enlightened masters. Even if she wasn't at the peak of the 1st level of the astral realm, her strength was still first-rate among the 1-star enlightened masters. Although the Black Widow was once in the top 20 of the Earth Profound ranking, she was only ranked 19th at the highest. Yan Lin was only 22 years old. She still had 2 years to rush up to the Earth Profound ranking. When she became a 2-star enlightened master, she would even rush into the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking. Compared to her, the Black Widow was not on the same level. Yen Lin reported her identity, cultivation, and ranking on the Earth Profound ranking, which shocked all the martial artists present. After all, not many martial artists knew Yen Lin. Most of them had only heard of Yen Lin's reputation. The true Shin domain was very vast and there were many martial artists. Very few had seen Yen Lin before. The Fire Cloud cult was one of the 9 great sects. As a disciple of one of the 9 great sects, Yen Lin was also ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. She was an elite among the younger generation of the true Shin domain. When the martial artists found out about her identity, how could they not be shocked? However, Yixing was indifferent towards Yen Lin's identity. Not to mention Yen Lin, even a 2-star enlightened master on the Earth Profound ranking would find it hard to enter Yixing's eyes. The only ones that could be valued by Yixing were the 3-star enlightened masters and Mu Xiaoyue. In addition, Wenxie could also be considered half of them. Yixing looked at Yen Lin with a normal expression and said, 22 years old and a 1-star enlightened master. You're only ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. What is there to be proud of? Is it that great? If these words came out of someone else's mouth, it might be arrogant. However, when it came out of Yixing's mouth, no one felt that it was inappropriate. A 17 or 18-year-old half-step enlightened master had sent a 1-star enlightened master flying with a slap. This kind of genius was not inferior to Mu Xiaoyue. Mu Xiaoyue was known as the most monstrous genius in the true Shen domain in the past 1,000 years. Yixing was not inferior to Mu Xiaoyue, so naturally it was the same. Then Yen Lin, who was ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking, was not worth mentioning in front of Yixing. The other martial artists thought so, but not Yen Lin. Yixing's words made her furious. Yen Lin shouted, "Even Mu Xiaoyue did not dare to speak to me like this when he was a half-step enlightened master. If you want to be arrogant in front of me, you should at least wait until you become a Star Realm enlightened master. Now, you have to kneel." Whoosh, as she spoke, Yen Lin's entire body emitted a layer of illusory flames. A scorching gust of wind instantly blew. Yen Lin's palm struck towards Yixing upper-grade martial art, Raging Flame Palm. Yen Lin's palm struck out. The flaming star energy condensed into a flaming palm print. In an instant it arrived in front of Yixing. She used her full strength and showed no mercy. The space on the second floor of the inn was limited. Yen Lin's full strength attack arrived in an instant, making it difficult for Yixing to display his speed. Yixing used his speed to send the Black Widow flying with a slap. This was an unexpected effect. Yen Lin came prepared. Yixing naturally would not use the same trick. He did not want to dodge, so he immediately used the Flaming Star Fist. "Get out of my way." At the same time Yixing punched out, he shouted. The Flaming Star Fist instantly collided with the Flaming Star Palm. Boom! With a loud explosion, the flame astral star splashed in all directions, and the hot airflow instantly surged in all directions. In an instant, it densely covered the entire second floor of the inn. Everyone felt a wave of hot airflow and their complexions changed. Along with the scorching air wave, Yen Lin's body was also dispersed. Her strength was not on the same level as Yixing's. She was sent flying by Yixing's punch. Yen Lin flew dozens of meters and crashed into the wall on the other side. She also fell to the ground. In the 7 Treasures Inn there were martial artists coming in and out. Fighting was a relatively common occurrence. Therefore the inn was built extremely sturdy. The walls were reinforced with formations and were not damaged by Yen Lin. Puff. Yen Lin fell to the ground and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. In just one move she was injured by Yixing. The martial artists looked at Yixing with incomparable shock. Yen Lin was a 1-star perfected person, but she was injured by Yixing in one move. This strength was too unbelievable. Even when Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step perfected person, he had defeated many 1-star perfected person. However, in the circulating battle records, there was no record of him defeating a 1-star perfected person in one move. Yen Lin's strength was at least first class among the 1-star perfected person. If Yixing could defeat her in one move, wouldn't he be able to contend with a 2-star perfected person? A half-step perfected person contending with a 2-star perfected person. If they did not see it with their own eyes, the martial artists present would not even dare to think about it. None of the martial artists present knew Yixing regarding Yixing's identity. Everyone was extremely curious. Some people secretly guessed, "He's so young and has the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. His strength is also so terrifying. I don't even know Yan Lin and the Black Widow. He shouldn't be a disciple of the 9 upper sects. Could he be a genius disciple of a 2-star sect? Although there were no 2-star sects in the True Shen territory and there were very few genius disciples of 2-star sects here, this seemed to be the only explanation. If one were to say that a 1-star sect or an inferior 1-star sect in a certain area, there would be a monstrous genius that was even more powerful than Mu Xiaoyue, none of the martial artists present would believe it. Yan Lin crawled up, and there was a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She also had some doubts about Yi Xing's identity. It seemed that she had to investigate it thoroughly. Let's go. Yan Lin gave the Black Widow a look. The two of them did not dare to stay and quickly left. Chapter 361. Oh my god. A half-step enlightened being defeated Yan Lin, who is ranked 13th on the Earth Profound list, in one move. This battle power is too heaven-defying. Even Mu Xiaoyue couldn't defeat Yan Lin in one move when he was a half-step enlightened being. Even defeating Yan Lin would be difficult. Do you guys think he's a disciple of some sect in the True Shen domain? If so, then the #1 genius of the True Shen domain in the past 1,000 years might not be Mu Xiaoyue. Definitely not. Mu Xiaoyue's parents are both high-level astral realm esteemed beings. Moreover, his ancestors have been esteemed beings for several generations. He has an excellent bloodline inheritance, an 8-star yellow fate, and an extremely strong martial talent. This is why he is the #1 genius of the True Shen domain in the past 1,000 years. Other than the 9 great sects, how could any other sect have such a heaven-defying genius? Then he should be a genius disciple of some 2-star sect. No wonder he didn't put Yan Lin and the Black Widow in his eyes. Yeah, a 2-star sect is extremely powerful. With supremacies in charge, even the 9 superior sects combined would not be able to compete with a 2-star sect. The Earth Fiend sect is even weaker. If he is from a 2-star sect, the ones who would be in trouble would be Yan Lin and Black Widow. He's so young and has the cultivation of a half-step enlightened being. He also has such terrifying battle power. I'm afraid he's very outstanding in a 2-star sect. Could he be a disciple of a honorable? A disciple of a honorable. That's too scary. If a honorable is angry, he can easily destroy a 1-star sect. The martial artists discussed animatedly. They didn't believe that an ordinary sect in the True Shen domain could produce a genius that was even better than Mu Xiaoyue. They all thought that Yi Xing was a genius disciple from a 2-star sect. A 2-star sect had an honorable. It was on a completely different level from a 1-star sect. Moreover, the difference between the two was much greater than the difference in strength between the 2-star sects. With the strength of a honorable, it was easy to destroy a 1-star sect. It was like an enlightened being destroying a martial saint's force. Thinking of this, all the martial artists looked at Yi Xing, their gazes filled with awe. Yi Xing glanced at the warriors on the 2nd floor indifferently. All the warriors were startled. They were so scared that they immediately looked away, not daring to look at Yi Xing again. Even the astral realm sages were no exception. Yi Xing turned around and walked towards the young swordsman. How are you? The sword-bearing youth immediately bowed to Yi Xing to express his gratitude and said, Yi Xing thanks young master for saving my life. I'm fine now but... Looking at the broken arm beside him, Jian Wushuang sighed. His arm was crippled. Unless he could find a spirit pill that could regenerate broken limbs in the future, he would be left with only one arm for the rest of his life. Yi Xing glanced at Jian Wukong's empty right arm and said, It seems like you only know how to use the sword with your right hand. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, Without my right arm, my sword skills are crippled. However, I won't give up. Without my right arm, I can still practice the sword with my left hand. I will definitely take revenge for what happened today. Yi Xing said, The Earth Fiend sect is not to be trifled with. You should avoid them for now and leave 9 Heaven City first. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, I'm here to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. With my right arm crippled, I no longer have the strength to participate. I will leave now. May I know young master's name and where you are from? Jian Wushuang will remember today's kindness and will definitely repay it in the future. Yi Xing smiled and said, My name is Yi Xing. I come from a very distant place. You don't need to know. If you want to repay me, we'll talk about it when we meet again in the future. You can leave now. Since others mistakenly thought that he was a disciple of a 2-star sect, Yi Xing would naturally use this identity to shock the Fire Cloud cult and the Earth Fiend sect. Naturally, he wouldn't expose his origins to avoid being harassed by the Fire Cloud cult and the Earth Fiend sect. Young Master Yi, what I said is true. When Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step sage, he really defeated a 2-star sage. Moreover, he was a late-stage 2-star sage. Mu Xiaoyue's strength is much stronger than the rumors say. Jian Wushuang transmitted his voice to Yi Xing with celestial essence. He then bowed slightly again and said, "Young Master Yi, farewell." After Jian Wushuang left, Yi Xing also left the second floor of the inn and went to room 707 on the 7th floor. He would be staying there for a month. As for the broken tables and chairs on the second floor, the inn could only blame it on their bad luck. They wouldn't ask Yi Xing for them, nor would they dare to go to the Fire Cloud cult and the Earth Fiend sect to ask Yan Lin and the Black Widow for them. Compared to the profits of the 7 Treasures Inn, the value of those tables and chairs was not worth mentioning. There was no need to ask for them. After Yi Xing left, the inn quickly arranged for the coachman to take away the broken tables and chairs. The floor was cleaned up and replaced with new tables and chairs. The guests who came later could only learn from the discussions of other cultivators that such a violent incident had happened here. Yan Lin and the Black Widow couldn't find out Yi Xing's identity for the time being. Both of them were afraid of Yi Xing and didn't dare to cause trouble for him for the time being. Yi Xing stayed at the 7 Treasures Inn leisurely. The next day Yi Xing left the inn and went to the bookstore to buy some books. They were all books that introduced the geography of the Star Continent. They mainly introduced the Middle Sky Continent and the East Divine Continent. Most importantly, they introduced the True Xian region. Yi Xing's reading speed was very fast. After flipping through the pages, he scanned them all into his super brain. Yi Xing finally had a certain understanding of the Star Continent. The realms of cultivators were divided into the Star Tempering Realm, Star Vortex Realm, Star Dipper Realm, Astral Reaching Realm, and Star Sea Realm. They were called ordinary cultivators, Star Marquis, Sage, Venerable, and King. Among them, high-level Star Marquis was called King Marquis, high-level Sage was called Sage, and high-level Venerable was called Lord. There was no introduction to high-level kings. There were no high-level kings in the Star Continent. The strongest were only mid-level kings, and there was only one in thousands of years. The founder of the Great Yuan dynasty was a mid-level king at the 4th level of the Star Vortex realm. He was also a 4-star king. Since the establishment of the Great Yuan dynasty 10,000 years ago, only 4 4-star kings had appeared. They were the founder, one appeared 8,000 years ago, one appeared 2,000 years ago, and one appeared 300 years ago. The 4-star king that appeared 300 years ago was the current supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty. His surname was Meng and his name was Tai. Every time the supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty became a 4-star king, the Great Yuan dynasty would enter a golden age, and geniuses would appear in large numbers. Currently, the Great Yuan dynasty was in a golden age. Venerables were as common as clouds, and even kings were numerous. Even sages were everywhere. Comparing the 9 sect alliances of the True Xian region to the Great Yuan dynasty was like comparing the Purple Mountain County to the 9 Heaven City. The strongest in the Purple Mountain County were martial saints, and there weren't many of them. However, the 9 Heaven City was filled with martial saints. The strongest in the 9 sect alliances were sages, and the Great Yuan dynasty was filled with sages. Because the Spirit Moon sect had been destroyed by the Great Yuan dynasty, Yi Xing didn't have a good impression of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, when Yi Xing understood the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty, he couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty. After reading the books, Yi Xing also had a better understanding of the East Divine Continent. The 72 lower regions were divided into many different countries. However, each of the 36 upper regions had a country. They were all 2-star empires, and each 2-star empire had a 2-star sect behind them. Among the 36 2-star empires, there were 3 upper-rank empires, 9 middle-rank empires, and 24 lower-rank empires. Yi Xing was most concerned about the news of the True Xian region. Originally, he didn't even know about the 9 great sects of the True Xian region, but now he finally knew. The 9 great sects were Big Dipper sect, Boundless sect, White Bone sect, Fire Cloud sect, Spiritual Snake sect, Red Cloud sect, Flying Rainbow sect, Flowing Wind sect, and Golden Sword sect. Among them, Big Dipper sect, Boundless sect, and White Bone sect were the strongest. The other 6 sects were slightly weaker. However, the Fire Cloud sect was one of the strongest among the 6 sects and could be ranked as the 4th strongest sect. Other than the 9 great sects, there were also a few top 1-star middle-rank sects that were not to be underestimated. For example, 9 Heaven Cities Earth Fiend sect, Azure River District's Azure Sun Sect, Jianghu District's Xiantian Sect, Liaoyue District's Spiritual Heart Sect, Kuinan District's Cloud Ocean Sect, Fengchang District's Evil Shadow Sect, and so on. These sects all had at least 2 6-star perfected persons. The strongest Sun Moon Sect and Azure Thunder Sect in the Azure Cloud District only had 1 6-star perfected persons. They couldn't be compared at all. In the blink of an eye, Yixing had been in Nine Heavens City for 10 days. Today he left the 7 treasures inn again and headed to the east side of the city with the silver-winged demonic eagle. Yixing heard that there were going to be a few auctions in the east side of the city today. He had plenty of star crystals on him, so he went to take a look. Today's news ban. I really want to update 3 times, but my head hurts. I can only update 2 times. I'll work hard tomorrow. Taking advantage of the news ban, I'll ask my brothers and sisters for free recommendation tickets on Monday. Chapter 362. Nine Heavens City was very big. Just the East District alone stretched for 700 miles and there were many auction houses. 3 of the auction houses were the most famous. They were the Big Dipper Auction House, the Immeasurable Auction House, and the White Bones Auction House. From their names, one could tell that these 3 auction houses belonged to the Big Dipper Sect, the Immeasurable Sect, and the White Bones Sect. The Big Dipper Sect, the Immeasurable Sect, and the White Bones Sect were the 3 strongest sects among the 9 great sects. Their auction houses were the safest in the True Xian region. Naturally, they were the most famous. Senior brother, it's him. He's the one who injured me on the 2nd floor of the 7 Treasures Inn. He even slapped the Black Widow. On the street outside the Big Dipper Auction House, the Fire Cloud Sect disciple Yan Lin stood beside a young man in a red robe and pointed at Yixing's back. That day, after Yan Lin and the Black Widow left, they did not disturb Yixing again. However, they had been secretly investigating Yixing's identity. However, no one in Nine Heavens City knew Yixing. Therefore, Yixing's identity had never been discovered. Yan Lin and the Black Widow suspected that Yixing was a disciple of a 2-star sect. Without investigating Yixing's identity, they naturally did not dare to find trouble with Yixing. Today, the Big Dipper Auction House was going to auction a high-grade spirit pill that could strengthen one's body, the body-strengthening pill. Although martial artists rarely cultivated their physical strength after becoming martial saints, no one would dislike having a stronger physical strength. Therefore, many perfected persons had come to the Big Dipper Auction House today for the body-strengthening pill. Shui Yan and Yan Lin had also come for the body-strengthening pill. However, they had bumped into Yixing. Beside Yixing was a silver-winged demonic eagle that was more than 3 feet tall. It was very eye-catching as it walked on the street. Yan Lin had noticed Yixing from afar. Shui Yan followed Yan Lin's gesture and glanced at Yixing. Then his gaze landed on the silver-winged demonic eagle beside Yixing. Shui Yan said, "The silver-winged demonic condor can reach level 3 when it reaches adulthood. Its strength is equivalent to a 1-star sage to a 6-star sage. His pet beast is not bad. I wonder if it has reached adulthood." Yan Lin said, "I didn't see this silver-winged devil condor that day, but this guy's strength is very strong. He can injure me in 1 move. He should be able to fight with an ordinary 2-star sage." Shui Yan's gaze revealed a trace of seriousness. He was ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking and was an elite among the elites of the younger generation of the true Profound domain. However, compared to Yixing, he clearly paled in comparison. Shui Yan said, "Let's go. Let's go meet him." The 2 of them quickly moved forward and soon caught up with Yixing. "Hey, brother." Shui Yan took a few steps forward and stood in front of Yixing. He said, "I'm Fire Cloud Sect's disciple Shui Yan. Back at the 7 Treasures Inn, my junior sister was a little rash and offended you. Please forgive her." With regards to Yixing's identity, Shui Yan also suspected that he was a 2-star sect's disciple, so he was very polite. Ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking, he was definitely famous in the true Profound domain. When Shui Yan reported his identity, many nearby warriors were shocked and looked at Shui Yan. They were even more surprised by Yixing's identity. He was young and had a silver-winged devil condor by his side, but Shui Yan was actually so polite to him. "I'm Yixing." Since the other party was polite, Yixing also faced him coldly and said, "I accidentally injured your sect's disciple that day. I hope she won't bear a grudge." Shui Yan chuckled and said, "You're too kind. Junior sister Yan told me that it was because the Black Widow was too vicious that caused young Master Yi to speak up for her. This is a chivalrous act, Junior sister Yan definitely doesn't bear a grudge against young Master Yi. Yan Lin observed Yi Xing's expression from the side. She saw that Yi Xing was very calm and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He didn't feel any pressure because of Shui Yan. She was even more convinced that Yi Xing had an extraordinary background. Yan Lin said, "Young Master Yi is a peerless genius with heaven-defying strength. How would Yan Lin dare to bear a grudge? As long as young Master Yi isn't angry with Yan Lin, it's fine." Many warriors heard the conversation between the three and became even more curious about Yi Xing's identity. Fire Cloud sects Shui Yan and Yan Lin were both outstanding figures among the younger generation of the true profound domain, but they were actually so polite to this young Master Yi. Especially Yan Lin, her tone was even flattering. What was the identity of this young Master Yi that made the two of them be so polite and respectful? The outstanding figures among the younger generation of the true profound domain were all on the Earth Profound ranking, but there didn't seem to be anyone named Young Master Yi on the Earth Profound ranking. Yi Xing sneered in his heart. This silly woman really thought he was a two-star sect's disciple. He still remembered how arrogant she was on the second floor of the Seven Treasures Inn. I'm not angry. Yi Xing chuckled and continued walking towards the Big Dipper auction house. As he walked, he said, "The two of you are also here to participate in the auction, right?" Shui Yan and Yan Lin followed and walked side by side with Yi Xing. Shui Yan said, "That's right. I heard that there will be a body-refining high-grade spirit pill, body-strengthening pill, being auctioned at this auction. We're here to try our luck." "Young Master Yi, let's go in together." After walking a few steps, Shui Yan said again, "Young Master Yi is so young and has already reached the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. Furthermore, you have heaven-defying combat strength. I wonder which sect you are from and which senior's disciple are you?" Although Shui Yan believed that Yi Xing was a two-star sect's disciple, he wasn't completely sure. Naturally, he had to clarify things. Yi Xing knew that the reason why Shui Yan and Yan Lin were so polite to him was because they suspected that he had a great background. If they knew that he was a disciple of a one-star sect in the Qingyun region, they would probably turn hostile immediately. Yi Xing smiled and said, "I come from a faraway place. Even if I told you, Brother Shui wouldn't know. But it won't be long before Brother Shui understands." Yi Xing was going to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. At that time, his identity would naturally be exposed. Shui Yan naturally didn't know that Yi Xing was referring to the Young Hero Assembly that would take place in half a month. Shui Yan couldn't ask about Yi Xing's background, so he could only feel resentful. The three of them quickly arrived at the Big Dipper auction house. Suddenly, Yi Xing's expression turned cold and he stopped walking. Yi Xing's gaze shot towards the four martial artists not far away. His eyes revealed a sharp aura. Of the four martial artists, two were perfected person and two were martial saints. Yi Xing knew them all. The two perfected person were both elders of the Holy Wind sect. One was a one-star perfected person, Fang Qin, and the other was a two-star perfected person, Feng Yuhan. The two of them were in the Qingyun mountain range and had participated in the killing of the Falling Star sect's team. The two martial saints were Feng Yu and Fang Zhe. Yi Xing had met the two of them in the Qingyun ancient land. Now, Feng Yu's cultivation had broken through to the 8-star martial saint realm and Fang Zhe had become a 7-star martial saint. The two perfected person elders of the Holy Wind sect had brought their two most outstanding juniors to the Nine Heavens City to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. The Nine Heavens City was huge. It had a radius of 1,000 miles and a population of more than 100 million. The probability of Yi Xing meeting martial artists from the Qingyun region in the Nine Heavens City was extremely low. However, because Yi Xing and the four martial artists of the Holy Wind sect had come to participate in the Big Dipper auction house's auction, they had unexpectedly bumped into each other. Shui Yan noticed Yi Xing's gaze and looked towards Fang Qin, Feng Yuhan, Feng Yu and Fang Zhe. His eyes turned slightly and said, "Young Master Yi, do you know the four martial artists?" Fang Qin and Feng Yuhan were already middle-aged. They were only 1-star and 2-star perfected persons. Feng Yu and Fang Zhe were young, but they were not even 9-star martial saints. The four of them were obviously not worthy of Shui Yan's attention. With Yi Xing's talent, Shui Yan naturally believed that he could be a 2-star sect disciple from another region. However, in Shui Yan's opinion, Fang Qin and the other 3 martial artists were definitely not from another region. Every region was extremely vast. It had a radius of more than 1,000,000 miles or even a few million miles. There was no reason for the 1-star and 2-star perfected person elders to bring 2 7-star and 8-star martial saint juniors to another region. This was an extremely dangerous act. If the 4 martial artists were martial artists from the true Xian region, then Yixing knew them. Didn't that mean that Yixing was likely to be a martial artist from the true Xian region? At this moment, Shui Yan and Yan Lin could not help but have this suspicion in their hearts. As soon as Shui Yan finished speaking, Fang Qing, Feng Yuhan, Feng Yu, and Fang Zhe felt Yixing and Shui Yan's gazes and turned their heads to look over. When Feng Yu and Fang Zhe saw Yixing, they immediately exclaimed, "Yixing, you are actually not dead yet." As for Fang Qing and Feng Yuhan, after the initial shock, their eyes lit up. Yixing was a huge treasure trove. Since he was not dead and had even come to the Nine Heavens City, wouldn't that mean that he had delivered a treasure to them? Today's outbreak on Monday. Please recommend me. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.